Chapter 12 Crimson Clouds. They were moving quickly through the trees, standard V formation with Hanabi at point, thanks to her Hakken no Jutsu. The silence between the three of them was tangible. After the initial explosion, they hadn't heard anything, but Naruto insisted on checking it out. Ino held to her private theory that either the Suna ninja were luring them into a trap or were fighting with another Iwa team. Naruto wouldn't say what he thought, but from the way his jaw muscles were clenching and unclenching, Ino felt he expected the worst. Ino chewed her bottom lip, wishing that she had thought better of bringing Tsukiha along. A simple patrol mission, a few minor skirmishes, Ino had figured Tsukiha would be fine. Besides, she missed its familiar presence. If they encountered something too dangerous, this would most likely be the end of her friend. Ino glanced at Naruto, wondering what he knew or sensed, but doubting he would tell her. Naruto was keeping secrets from her, and she might have been hurt had she been a few years younger. Having grown up as an active ninja, training to join Umbu and become Jonin, Ino accepted it. Besides, she was doing the same thing. It went with the territory, some secrets you just couldn't share, no matter how close you were to someone. Sensei, Hanabi said, breaking the silence, I can see two people ahead. They seem to be waiting for something and also appear to be wearing cloaks. Ino raised an eyebrow, preparing to ask Naruto about what he thought before she registered the blur of Naruto darting ahead of them, flinging his arms wide to bar their path. Hanabi, who had been in the process of leaping toward the next tree, increased the chakra in the foot still in contact with branch and awkwardly recoiled back. Ino made the final jump to land on the branch next to the younger girl, studying Naruto, who had turned to glare at the barely visible shadow figures ahead of them. Hanabi, are you sure they have cloaks? Naruto asked after a moment, his tone laced with concern. Of course, Hanabi said. The forest is dark, but with the Hakken no Jutsu, combined with my eyes, I can quite clearly see cloaks. Do they have clouds on them? Naruto almost snapped, turning on her. I cannot tell, sensei. Even for me, there is not enough light. Hanabi admitted, looking taken back by his change in attitude. Naruto-kun, what is it? Ino asked, worried about the reaction. It did not bode well when a boy that could stop a demon alone and had trained with a Sannin for 3 years grew concerned about their opponent. We can't risk it, Naruto muttered, utterly ignoring Ino's question, before turning to address Hanabi. Listen, I want you to swing wide to the left and keep going. Find the Suna ninja and help out however you can, but don't fight anyone. Especially if they're in a cloak with clouds on it. Our mission is not, Hanabi started to say, before Naruto cut her off. The Hokage gave us orders to handle enemies as we saw fit. Trust me, these guys are not friends, and I would rather not get you killed by stupidly letting you face an S-rank criminal. S-rank? Hanabi asked, her tone growing distant. Aye, Naruto-sensei. You heard him, princess, Ino clipped out. The girl glanced at her, then back at Naruto, who nodded curtly. Hanabi took off in the direction ordered. Once the girl was gone, Ino moved to stand next to Naruto and stare at the two shadow figures, who had yet to move from their distant tree. You know who these guys are, don't you? Yeah, Naruto admitted sourly. They're from a group called Akatsuki, and each member is S-rank. Don't you remember? I told you about them before I left 3 years ago. Ino's eyes widened, glancing at him, then back at the two distant shadowy figures. What are we going to do? We'll split up, Naruto said simply, starting to move at a slightly less urgent pace. I'm the target they'll be after, so I'll most likely draw the strongest one away. Wouldn't it be better to stick together? That way our combative and defensive power would be combined, right? So would theirs, Naruto offered, eyes narrowing. I think we'd each stand a better chance of surviving this by each of us fighting a single S-rank ninja, rather than fighting a pair that have had 3 years to work together. Okay, Ino said, nodding, grudgingly accepting his reasoning. Just so you know, I'm not happy with this idea of splitting up. Me either, but all our high-level techniques would run the risk of hurting each other, and I never want to hurt you. Naruto admitted, before they came to a stop just across from the two figures. Dread filled Ino as she analyzed their opponents. The one on the left was taller and broader, with what she thought was blue skin and a grin full of two sharp teeth. However, his most distinguishing feature was the large sword, almost twice as tall as she was, that lay slung across his shoulders. Obviously, he would prefer straightforward, brute strength combat. The other man seemed oddly detached from the moment, and his only real distinguishing feature was that of a knee-length, high-collared cloak decorated with red clouds, which both men wore. She couldn't even guess what sort of combat style he had. "Aha, you were right," the one with the sword said, addressing the other man, a pale and nondescript person who had his eyes closed. "Deidara's little fireworks display drew him right to us. Gotta admit though he don't look like much." There was a moment of silence and then the shorter man opened his eyes, revealing what appeared to be a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Ino registered that fact with alarm, knowing the man by reputation alone, Uchiha Itachi. The single most dangerous missing nin Konoha had ever produced, elder brother to Uchiha Sasuke, and rumored to have been a candidate for Godame Hokage. "Naruto-kun, would you mind coming with us?" Itachi asked with a deadpan tone. "I would like to, really," Naruto said, before forming a seal to release a futon de tapa, which ripped a path of mayhem and chaos through the forest, before them and straight into their adversaries. No sooner had it finished, when Naruto took off in the other direction. "Unfortunately, I've got other plans." Ino could only gape at the destruction wrought. A toppled tree trembled before being heaved aside, revealing the large man. Itachi emerged from behind him, looking unimpressed. Without a second glance at her, Itachi took off. Ino, shivering, dropped to the ground across from her opponent, drawing her sword and adopting a ready stance. I told him we should have cut his legs off," the man offered conversationally, before giving Ino a vicious smile. "Staying to fight or flirt?" "Fight," Ino countered sourly, stomach tightening. "Big sword you got there." "Samahata," the man said fondly, lifting the bandaged weapon to point at her. "He likes you." "I didn't think Konoha's Hitokiri would be so young." "You know, it's funny," Ino said, shifting Tsukiha into a defensive position, "with a sword that big, I'd say you were trying to compensate for something." "How about we make this interesting, Hitokiri?" the man said mockingly, tossing his sword overhead and rapidly formed a series of hand seals. Ino darted forward, intent on taking advantage of the opening, when he placed the tips of his fingers next to mouth and spewed a current of water that slammed into her chest and sent her flipping backwards. Landing in a heap, Ino scrambled back to her feet and spun, to find the man snatching his sword out of the air. An abrupt spin and he had the massive weapon resting across his shoulder, baring sharp teeth as he smiled widely. "You'll have to be faster than that, Hitokiri." Temari dodged back quickly, hair fluttering in the wind as she brought her fan around, scattering the descending clay bugs away from her. One connected with another and set off a chain reaction of explosions, forcing her to dodge backwards. Landing with a skid, she looked up, breathing heavily. High overhead, a cloaked figure circled on the back of a large white bird, intent on capturing Gaara. This man had managed to catch them while they were sleeping. More to the point, he had managed to sneak past Baki, who had been on watch. The camp had erupted in chaos, decimated by explosions, leaving large craters, splatters of blood and body parts in their wake. Temari fought the urge to retch from the images engraved into her memory, Baki having a swarm of clay bugs flood his mouth, his throat bulging and then his stomach distending, before he exploded in a bloody exhibition, her brother's puppets destroyed in a matter of minutes before his entire left arm and right hand joined the wooden body parts on the ground. Kankuro's whimpers just barely reached her between explosions, but there was nothing Temari could do for him, other than put him out of his misery. Right now, she had to help Gaara as best she could. He was floating high overhead on a circling cloud of sand, attempting to kill the enemy. Studying the situation, she frowned. So far, her distractions had proved futile, because the cloaked bastard would just toss a few exploding ants or birds at her and continue his fight against Gaara. What she needed, Temari decided, was the high ground. Leaping up into the branches of a nearby tree, Temari quickly scaled the towering wooden giant before exploding out of the foliage and to the tip of the tree. Looking out and around, the blonde spotted the two battling ninja and grinned tightly, bringing her fan up and around to her left-hand side. Timing it so that their battle brought them close enough, Temari made the leap out into nothingness and then whipped her fan to the right, creating a massive blast of slicing wind imbued with her chakra. Daikamaitashi. The man turned at the shout, then instinctively jumped clear of the attack, allowing the wind to tear into the bird. A moment later the bird was ripped apart as it exploded with a concessive blast. Temari's downward descent was altered into a raising ascent. Grunting, the Suna Kunoichi twisted in the air, then swore when she found the man already on another flying bird and heading for her. He changed directions abruptly when, luckily, a wall of sand came between them. Beginning to descend once more, Temari brought her fan under her and using the currents drifted back to the earth. The wall of sand only moved after she had started her downward movement and Temari grinned, realizing that Gaara had been watching out for her. Then her grin faded as she discovered a dozen small clay grasshoppers landing on her fan. Realization set in, and she toppled over the edge just as they went off, destroying her fan. Her descent was now accelerated from the blast and she crashed into the earth with a heavy thud. The wind had been driven out of her and she had to gasp for air, but rolled to her side and then slipped in a pool of blood as she tried to regain her upright position. Trying once more, Temari stood and then dodged back as several more of those explosive creatures came toward her. Realizing the danger, because these things were homing in on her, Temari raised her hand as if to strike with her fan. Then jumping as a group leapt for her, Temari magically seemed to produce a smaller fan, more typical of a geisha, and slashed it through the air, knocking them away where they exploded among their peers. Landing, Temari produced another fan with a flick of her other wrist and crossed them before her. She was now limited in ability due to the loss of her large fan, but she was far from defeated. Temari grinned with relish, already planning a counterattack. Dodging away, while releasing smaller and accurate blasts of wind to scatter the exploding bugs, Temari moved into the surrounding forest. The exploding creatures followed her relentlessly, exploding only when she blew them away. It was a merry little chase through the woods, up trees, and then out into the air as the man passed below her. He was now missing an arm and seemed more unhinged than ever. So when she landed on his flying bird unannounced, he was completely startled. Temari acted quickly, slashing a fan in a downward diagonal blow across the freak's chest, making him flinch back, and then she jumped away. A moment later, the homing creatures landed on the flying bird. Temari twisted once more and blew the first group to leap at her back at the others. The resulting chain reaction hurled Temari to the ground, but also had the desired effect of finally doing away with the fool. Landing, Temari leapt backward into a flip, arms crossing before her, holding the fans in a ready position. "Art is a bang, yeah," a voice said from a tree overhead. Temari looked up in wide-eyed surprise to discover the one-armed man staring down at her. "But you're getting in the way of my masterpiece, yeah." Further conversation was cut off as the massive arm of Shikaku tore through the tree after the bombing ninja, who was on the move, creating another flying bird and returning to the sky. Fearful, Temari looked around at Gaara, but found her younger brother normal. He hadn't transformed into the demon, he had just formed the sand he carried into that shape. Breathing easier, she offered him a smile, but the boy didn't return it and instead focused on killing his enemy once more. Still, Temari knew he loved her. Because he had protected her, that meant she was important to him and that made her very special. She alone could boast such a connection to Sabaku no Gaara, Jinchuriki of Suna, psychotic killer and her lover. Gathering her second wind, Temari narrowed her eyes and started moving along beneath the two, trying to figure out some way to assist her brother out once more. The forest was quiet, at least until a sudden orange and black blur shot through the dark foliage. A blur of black and red followed, barely rustling a single leaf as it gave chase. Naruto's heart thundered in his ears, his breathing growing more haggard. He hadn't expected to be doing this, which had been so very stupid. Naruto had known Akatsuki were on the move, had known he would be a target, but he hadn't thought they would come after him so soon and with so many other ninja around. He should have more common sense than this, damn it. He didn't glance over his shoulder and, despite not getting visual confirmation, he could feel the oppressive presence of his pursuer, closing the distance between them. Scowling, Naruto tried to eke out more speed from his Adobensudo Shunshin, for all the good it did him. His personal hunter, Uchiha Itachi, gained ground with each passing second. If he wanted to reach Gaara and help out, he would have to deal with this fucker first, but where? Not in the trees, the ground of course, but the added problem were those eyes the Uchiha had. They could copy and ready anything he did, plus Itachi would have much more experience using them than Sasuke, and Naruto had no way of even guessing at how the man would react. He needed to neutralize them. He thought for one long moment about that, before the world seemed to shift, but that could have just been from the speed of his travel. Then he saw the vague outline of a figure forming in the branches ahead of him, and Naruto prepared to dodge when his mind popped, as if a sudden pressure had been relived. The figure was gone and Naruto kept going, before realizing it had been Genjutsu and that the seal on his forehead had worked. He stumbled, however, as a sudden exhaustion stole over him. Eyes growing heavy, he yawned, slowing, before his mind popped once more and an unknown, but sudden, pressure dissipated. Recovering, Naruto swore and shot forward, increasing his speed. That was the second time his Genjutsu countering seal had saved his life. Still, that had been close, and he couldn't risk wasting more chakra trying to outrace the Uchiha bastard. Whether he knew how to counter the Sharingan or not, he had to face Itachi. Channeling chakra to his eyes, the world suddenly came into sharp focus, and he could just make out what appeared to be a clearing ahead. That would work, and allowing the jutsu to fade, he considered using his Onijutsu Akumafunu. It might help him catch the bastard by surprise, but he could only use it safely for 10 minutes. Abruptly, he exploded into the clearing, opening the empathic link he shared with the Kyuubi. He drowned beneath the unquenchable rage and hate that funneled through him, shoving him to a level of speed and power not normally seen. Landing in spray of earth, Naruto pivoted unnaturally and shot back toward Itachi, who was still airborne. Itachi did not even have half a heartbeat before Naruto slammed into him. The Akatsuki agent flipped from the blow, twisting himself around to rebound off a tree and land. Naruto, however, arrived a half-second later, face twisted in sheer rage. Shifting his body weight onto the forward leg, Naruto threw his left leg forward, gaining momentum. A second later his right leg locked as it came around in a sweeping arc, connecting with Itachi's chin. Landing, Naruto shifted his stance and shot forward, hammering an elbow into the side of the man's head, followed by a rapid series of punches. Itachi stumbled from the reign of his fury, and Naruto didn't let up. He pushed to the edge of fury, tearing into the man as he had never torn into anyone before. He would rend him limb from limb, see the man's blood soak the world around him, hear those screams, savor the satisfaction of killing his hated enemy. Ducking under a hook punch from Itachi, Naruto grabbed the man's cloaked shoulder and jumped, driving his forehead into Itachi's face. Landing in a crouch, he watched with unbelievable focus as the Uchiha stumbled away, blood coating his features. He felt a sharp surge of loathing urging him to unleash the full fury he had inside him, to burn this man and those like him to ash with the flames of his hate. Naruto had enough experience with this onijutsu that he knew he was pushing the limits of staying safe. If it went on any longer, he would start unleashing the Kyuubi, and that would hardly benefit anyone. Taking a deep breath, Naruto forcibly severed the empathic link between them. His head swam for a moment, as it always did in this situation, which left him a sitting duck. Itachi quickly capitalized on that, a front kick slamming into his face, followed by a series of rapid punches that snapped bones and then a sharp knife hand to the side of his neck that sent Naruto twisting through the air before landing heavily, face first on the ground. Naruto scrambled back to his feet, then evaded to the right as he sensed an attack. Turning, he expertly slipped a punch and came up inside Itachi's guard, hammering an upset elbow to the man's chin. Itachi flipped, legs coming up and round to catch Naruto in the chin and send him stumbling back from the blow. Recovering, Naruto found Itachi already on top of him, a punch hammering into his shoulder, then a round kick to his already hurt ribs. Wincing, Naruto went with the blow. He ducked, spinning with a kick, but Itachi caught his heel, shoving Naruto back into the earth. I expected more, Naruto-kun, Itachi intoned emotionlessly. Even for a Jinchuriki, you are weak. I'm not a Jinchuriki, Naruto growled, clenching his fists as he slowly forced his way to his hands and knees, a coppery taste in his mouth. Oh? And what are you then? Itachi asked, his voice still emotionless. A ninja, Naruto growled, fingers digging into the earth as he stood, keeping his back to the man. Ah, Itachi said dryly. Be that as it may, you should give up now. Suddenly spinning, Naruto shot forward, using a lingering trace of the rage from the Kyuubi. Ducking a punch, he came up within Itachi's guard once more as if for an uppercut, but instead opened his hand, flinging dirt in the man's eyes. Itachi stumbled, hand coming up as he ducked his face away, blinded. Naruto planted a foot against the man's shoulder and shoved him away, while back-flipping. Landing in a crouch, Naruto grinned viciously at the now blinded enemy. I told you, I was a ninja. By the time Itachi recovered, Naruto had formed the hand seal to create 4 Kage Bunshin, who surrounded his target and charged, one punching Itachi as Naruto jumped. The 3 others slid under the man, kicking up, lifting Itachi into the air, allowing Naruto to come spinning down and kick his opponent in the back of the head. Uzumaki Naruto Rendan. A chorus of voices shouted as Itachi grunted and ricocheted back to the ground sharply. Itachi somehow managed to get a hand under him to break his fall and flip upright. Turning, the man began forming a seal, sightlessly, exhaling a ball of fire that only the real Naruto managed to avoid. Rebounding, Naruto landed and began forming his own hand seals, a moment before the wind rippled before him for a futon Kazuriuden. The wind exploded with a roar, twisting into a dragon of wind as it hurtled toward his target. Itachi dodged, though the left side of his cloak shredded, not that it mattered. The dragon curved back, spiraling as it gave chase to his temporarily blinded opponent, but even without his sight, Itachi was more than up to the task of surviving. Growing in frustration, Naruto began formulating another plan to end the fight while he could, which seemed to be when Itachi decided to unleash his own jutsu, forcing Naruto to abandon the Kazuriuden. He didn't know what the hell Itachi had just used, but it was an enormous blast of intense heat that spread rapidly. Trees exploded into crackling torches, the grass became a sea of flame. A hasty counter, Futon Bufu no Jutsu, saved Naruto, though he had just unleashed one of his few S-rank techniques. A destructive storm of wind exploded into being and assimilated the flames of Itachi's attack, throwing them back at the man. By the end of the jutsu, the clearing looked like something out of the apocalypse, and Naruto stood panting, while Itachi waited relatively untouched on the edge of the blast radius. That good enough for you, bastard? Naruto sneered, though mentally beginning to panic. How fucking strong could Itachi be? Kami, killing the man would be like trying to drink the ocean. Impressive, Itachi returned emotionlessly, but I am disappointed that you needed to resort to such an underhanded tactic as throwing dirt in my eyes. I'm a ninja, Naruto returned, forming a new series hand seals for another attack. Ninja fight to win. It is still Ibuki no Kaziryu. Naruto shouted, creating a massive hurricane of slicing wind blades around Itachi. However, when the massively deadly jutsu came to an end, the only thing present was a piece of shredded cloak and a butchered log. Kawaiamari. Damn. Now where the hell was Itachi? Sensing a sudden spike in chakra, Naruto found several intensely yellow strands of flames in the shape of serpents racing toward him. Closing his eyes, he concentrated and flared the wind chakra, unleashing his Kaze Toku, causing a spiral of wind to explode into existence around him. The flame serpents crashed into his shield with a bright flare and then slowly began twisting upward with the rotation. Naruto swore and unleashed a kamikaze no yaiba, scattering both the wind and flames, while slicing up the countryside in every direction. Free, he spotted his target. Sweeping his arm back, Naruto focused the chakra in the palm of his hand, creating a Rasengan while charging. As he came within reach, he thrust it forward, only to have it countered by a serrated scorpion's tail appearing before Itachi. The impact resulted in Naruto being thrown back and the tail shattering. Landing in a crouch, he skidded back, before coming to a stop near a huge rent in the earth. Vision clearing of the dots from the flare of chakra, Naruto found a hunched-over figure, cloaked the same as Itachi, standing between them. Great, things were just getting better and better. Naruto growled unconsciously as he tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra ever so slightly. No offense, Itachi, but I think I should handle this one, the hunched figure said, his tail coiling around him. I would suggest, Sasori, you rethink this decision, Itachi offered blandly, keeping his eyes closed. Naruto charged with a small army of Kage Bunshin, to which the hunched figure countered by using the remaining parts of his scorpion-like tail. Damaged though it was, that thing deflected all the shuriken and even the giant shuriken easily, before beginning to take out the Kage Bunshin. Naruto wasn't out of tricks, however, having his clones unleash a series of Kaze no Yaiba, which tore into the hunched figure, only to reveal an even more oddly shaped body as the cloak tore away. I think, Sasori said, reaching up to lower the cloth around his mouth, that I'll add your body to my collection after we extract your demon. Extract Naruto started, before dodging and weaving to avoid the darts that began to rapid fire from the man's mouth. He winced as some tore through his jacket, even felt a burning sensation before the pain faded as the Kyuubi kicked in. Fucker has poisoned weapons, Naruto thought darkly as he landed from a leap, then twisted to avoid a massive and oddly shaped hand that sailed by him. Even as his remaining Kage Bunshin shielded him from the hand when it exploded, Naruto began forming the Rasengan and charged forward once more. The remaining Kage Bunshin created their own clones, running interference even as one joined Naruto's side and began manipulating the Rasengan. Naruto jumped, holding a Rasen Shuriken as the Kage Bunshin began exploding to create a smoke screen, before he realized that Itachi remained in the exact same position as when the man arrived. No point in wondering about that, Naruto decided, a burst of wind under his feet granting him even more momentum. Sasori registered the attack at the last moment, made as if to move, when the ground seemed to wrap around him to hold him in place. A second later, the Rasen Shuriken connected, followed by a flash of blinding light as innumerable minuscule wide blades obliterated the Akatsuki agent and created a crater several feet wide and 5 feet deep. The explosive backlash hurled Naruto away to crash heavily on the charred earth of the battlefield. Coughing, the boy sat up a moment later, trying to blink away the dots in his eyes. Finding the area empty, he flopped back to stare up at the night sky, the heat from the charred earth feeling rather comforting. Okay, Naruto wheezed a moment later, arm burning intensely as it healed. What the hell happened to Itachi? Dodging forward as the massive sword descended in a downward arc, Ino managed to reach the inside of his guard and pivoted. The cloaked man turned nimbly for one so large, the head, cleaving sword, coming up and over for another slash. Ino beat him to the punch, bringing her sword around with the full power of her turn, only to have it deflected somehow by the wrapped weapon. Leaping back, Ino skid to a halt, eyeing her opponent warily as she settled into a new stance. There was a moment of consideration and then the man reached up, unfastening his cloak. Tossing it aside, he revealed his broad and heavily muscled frame, along with sharp teeth that gleamed in the moonlight as he rested his massive sword on his shoulder casually. You're still green. If I were you, I'd abandon that Jinchuriki and save my own skin. Panting, Ino tightened her grip on the Kodachi but remained silent, despite the anger now burning inside her at the taunt. She had yet to use her Tsukiha to counter that massive sword. If there was one thing Ino knew about fighting with swords, it was that a bigger sword might cause more damage, but generally it moved far too slow. Her opponent, unfortunately, could use that head-cleaving sword as quickly as she could her Tsukiha. Plus, he could use ninjutsu in combination with his weapon, though he seemed to be refraining at the moment. The enemy had both power and speed, a deadly combination. Ino had not earned her name as the Hitokiri by accident, and no matter how skilled or fast, the enemy could only move the blade in a limited number of directions. Her tactical abilities should, by all rights, ensure her victory. Except, even with her improved stamina from years of practice and the fact that she could predict the path of his weapon, he had more experience and seemed inexhaustible, almost like Naruto. Shifting her stance, Ino brought her kodachi diagonally across her body, eyeing the sword in the dim moonlight. This fight required that she not make a single mistake. Worse, Ino had a sneaking suspicion that he was only toying with her, which would work to her advantage, but only once. As soon as she pressed him, he would drop the facade. Ino doubted she could take an S-rank criminal in such a situation. Still, no point in hesitating. She would risk her life, stake it on her home and her friends. Channeling chakra into her kodachi, she dropped to the ground, striking it. The odori no Tsurakusuki caused the ground to explode upward in a spray of earth, obscuring her from sight. Kisame deflected it with a disdainful sneer, even as she moved into her next attack, odori no Shaoshi Gufu, slashing her blade through the air to create a whirlwind that tore along the ground, leaving a rooster trail of earth in its wake. Kisame countered by flicking his wrist to spin the sword in the air, which slashed the whirlwind in half. Ino had followed in its wake and jumped, sword quickly rising overhead. As the debris and wind cleared, she descended, blade slashing down with unbelievable force for her size in an attempt to slice the man in half. Instead, she connected with the massive blade, which pushed her back effortlessly. Landing, she immediately hurtled into her next attack with a shunshin. He seemed unworried, at least until Ino applied the principle of the shunshin to her sword arm, striking with blinding speed. She called it Senkuken, and it was her own. The man's eyes widened as he moved back at the last second, only to fall right into Ino's final attack. Crouching down with her left leg bent inward and her right leg outward, like a panther, Ino began to spin while holding her sword diagonally behind her. A moment later, Ino darted forward, slashing upward, scoring a blow across his exposed chest and stomach. Coming out of her Kurohyu Kizu, her only other personal attack, Ino grinned. Despite that success, however, Ino knew that she had failed. That hadn't been a killing hit, and he would not take her so lightly again. The man proved her right, exploding toward her with an impossible speed. His massive hand palmed her face and shoved her back roughly, even as his sword came down in a sharp chop. Ino reacted on instinct alone, channeling chakra through the blade of her kodachi, while it arched up and over to catch the crushing blow. Her muscles went taut, pulling on the limited, enhanced strength training she had received from her aunt, and still she went to a knee. The impact of the blow filled the air with a series of cracking, telling Ino that Tsukiha would snap at any moment. Screaming wordlessly, Ino surged upward, shoving the man's weapon away. Pivoting, she funneled every last ounce of chakra she dared and preformed another Senkuken. The sword arched out, biting deep into the man's shoulder, before Ino leaped back, sword shattering in her wake. Landing, Ino collapsed to a knee once more, panting and holding barely half a blade. "That hurt, you bitch," the shark-like man shouted, twirling his massive blade around as he glared at her. "What's wrong?" Ino taunted, knowing that had been the last trick she had left. "Too much for ya?" "I'm going to chop off whatever he was going to chop off," Ino never found out, as there was a sudden overwhelming flare of chakra from the direction Naruto had retreated. Eyes wide, Ino gaped at the sheer amount of it, then realized belatedly that she was the only one left in the clearing. Standing as best she could, Ino sheathed her now ruined weapon and took off in the direction from which it had originated. "Kami, please let Naruto be alive. Please." The forest was silent, save for the occasional sound of distant explosions. For Hanabi, it only served to further unnerve her as she moved quickly through the trees, careful to moderate her pace. Admittedly, after Naruto had sent her away, Hanabi had run as fast she could, but it hadn't taken long to realize just how bad an idea that would be. A moment later, Hanabi came to a stop as a low rumbling filled the air from ahead of her. Listening, she wondered what was going on as the sounds seemed to grow louder before there was a slightly pulse of force as if from a powerful explosion. Glancing back in the direction she had left Naruto and Ino, Hanabi bit her lip, then started forward once more. After all, Naruto had ordered her to help the Suna ninja, and he knew best what needed to be done. Picking up speed, Hanabi formed the needed hand seal and increased the amount of chakra flowing through her Hakken no Jutsu. The details suddenly came into sharp focus, making it almost painful to see them, but Hanabi didn't hesitate. Admittedly, the technique was no Byakugan, but it seemed to work very well for her. With her chakra at such a high level, the light from the stars and moon were bright enough that the world almost appeared bathed in morning light. If she concentrated extremely hard, she could even see up to 20 feet ahead, though it did not allow for her to see through objects. Clearing the forest, Hanabi didn't hesitate as she shot across the rapidly flowing Isen River and entered the side nominally belonging to Suna. A moment later, she entered the forest, heart thundering in her ears at another explosion. Soon, she'd be in the thick of battle, though she had been forbidden to actually combat the enemies she would find. That thought weighed less heavily on her mind than a desire to know more about these S-rank criminals from Akatsuki. How did Naruto know about them? Why had he been so odd when talking about them? There had been no trace of his typical insanity. He had almost seemed unnerved and maybe even afraid of them. It seemed impossible, but Hanabi had a feeling that it might partially be true. Shaking her head, Hanabi settled for asking Naruto about them later, then noticed a strange branch covered with grasshoppers. Dropping from her current branch out of instinct, she grasped a lower one on the tree ahead of her to swinging around and up. That was when Hanabi realized that both branches were covered with the clay ants, which exploded just as she reached the other side of them. The blast forced Hanabi's body to jackknife and slam into another branch face first. The pain was blinding, blood flowed into her mouth, and her back felt as if an ox had kicked her. Hanabi recovered out of reflex, thanks to her training with her evil sensei. Clutching at a new branch, she swung her legs forward into a flip and landed shakily on a lower branch. Hacking and then spitting blood from her mouth, Hanabi glowered and then realized the sound of the explosions were louder than ever. Taking a shaky breath, the genin took off at a run and then jumped, plunging 5 feet to the forest floor while focusing through the pain. Naruto and Anko had caused her unbelievable amounts of pain, which proved very useful at the moment. A second later, Hanabi exited the forest and entered a clearing, abruptly realizing that it was actually the ruins of the camp that belonged to the Sunanin. To the left of a gutted tent, the smoke from the sputtering watchfire was barely visible. More interesting was the unusual scent that filled the area. Hanabi had never smelt it before. Shoving the smell to the back of her mind, she scanned the area, looking for some sign of the Suna ninja. She found none. Frowning, she moved cautiously through the ruined camp, but lost her footing at the sound of a nearby explosion and fell sideways. Recovering, the genin placed her hand on the ground to stand back up, but froze as a liquid came into contact with her hand. Blinking, Hanabi frowned and sat up, bringing her hand up for inspection. The entirety of her palm was coated with a black liquid. Rubbing it between her fingers, she mused that it felt thick, reminding her vaguely of oil. Studying it more intently, she looked to where she had placed her hand and found a wide puddle of the liquid coating the ground. Looking briefly at the arm that she had fallen on, Hanabi found it too coated with the dark liquid. Following the puddle of liquid back to the source with her eyes, a headless body was sprawled no more than 2 feet away. It was. Hanabi looked back at her hand, her stomach churning. Scrambling to her feet, Hanabi fought her instincts to throw up, even as she backed away, eyes widening in horror. What could have, who could have, what could have caused this? Hanabi, tired to master her urges, tried to keep from panicking as the reality of the situation set in, and she realized the danger of her situation. S-rank ninja, if they could take apart and decimate a group of Suna Jonin-level ninja as Naruto-sensei told her, then a genin would be nothing. Whoever had done this could kill her without breaking a sweat, and leave nothing behind if they were so inclined. Heart racing, she gulped and closed her eyes, trying to slow her breathing and think rationally. Her thoughts were disrupted at the sound of an explosion to the left. Whipping her head around, Hanabi focused on that. Naruto-sensei had told her to help the Suna ninja however she could, but not to engage the enemy. Obviously, those explosions meant someone needed her help, so Hanabi quickly set out, focusing on helping while forcing herself to forget about the horror of that camp. Racing through the forest toward the fight to the ninja that had caused such damage proved more horrifying than expected. It was one thing to actively pursue a confrontation with a weaker opponent, but to seek out such an insanely powerful enemy, even if she wouldn't be fighting them, made her stomach tighten in fear. Hanabi forced herself to keep going. This was what Naruto wanted of her, and she would not disappoint him. She used her fear to focus, to channel her average-sized chakra through her unnaturally precise control, and performed shunshin that would leave more than a few people lost if they were watching. Hanabi narrowed her eyes and concentrated just a tad more, blurring past a grouping of clay grasshoppers that exploded as they jumped after her, only to hit the trees. The cold air bit deep into her cheeks as her shunshins rocketed her forward toward ever greater speeds, but Hanabi did not slacken her pace, would not slacken it until she had no other choice. Darting into another clearing, Hanabi came to an abrupt halt, a massive killer intent washing over her. It was nothing like Naruto's, it was deep and hate-filled, causing Hanabi to involuntarily take a step back. Mastering herself, the girl wisely applied her Meisai Gakur to avoid detection and entered the clearing cautiously. The first thing she discovered was the Suna Kunoichi leaning against a tree for support, one arm hanging loosely at her side and clutching a tattered tesson, hair disheveled, black kimono ripped. That same black liquid grotesquely covered part of her face. The fallen combatant's gaze was focused past the trees, and the genin followed her line of sight to discover two figures circling overhead, one on a bird and one on a solid mass of sand. Watching the two, a moment of renewed fear flooded Hanabi, but she stopped it quickly and forced it into a convenient mental compartment. Fear of death, of being killed, it was both pointless and not helping her. Frowning in disgust at her own stupidity and weakness, she turned back to help the wounded ninja in the clearing, but then she spotted a large clay creature moving in from behind the girl. Hanabi was on the move in a heartbeat, but the girl had turned as well as, sensing it. The Suna ninja tried to move, but her legs gave out. Hanabi dove forward to tackle her aside. Eyes clenched shut, the genin felt her impact with the older girl, expecting to be blown apart by the blast, but instead they hit the ground and rolled. When they came to a stop, a rock dug painfully into her back and the older kunoichi on top. Looking left, panting heavily, Hanabi found a crumbling shell of sand, and it did not take a genius to realize it had absorbed the explosion to save the girl. "Why you're..." the girl said, moving to get up but only managing to collapse to her knees and cough up blood. "Please don't move," Hanabi said urgently, sitting up, fumbling through her pouch for medical supplies. Grasping a healing cream, which was the only thing she could find, she turned back to apply it only to have the girl shrug her hands off. I'm fine," the girl said, arms trembling as she used them to stay in an upright kneeling position. "You are coughing up blood and you have a head wound," Hanabi said sourly. "If that is fine, I shiver to think what hurt would be." "PFT, why you talk a lot like that Baka Naruto," the girl said with a rather bloody smile. "You his student?" "Yes," Hanai said, eyes narrowing dangerously, "and never insult Naruto-sensei in my presence." "Whatever," the girl hissed before struggling upright, aided by Hanabi, who rose with her. Panting heavily, she looked up at the two overhead, frowning as she began talking. "Where is he? This fight, if it keeps going like this. Garakuen is going to lose control. He's only staying like that 'cause I'm here. But he'll start soon." Hanabi had no clue what the older kunoichi was rambling about, other than she wanted to know where Naruto was. "Naruto-sensei is currently engaged with two other S-rank criminals, who I believe are this man's partners." "Shit," Temari said, wincing, hand going instinctively to her ribs. "See, can you do anything?" "No," Hanabi said with a shake of her head. "I have medical cream that could possibly help ease, then not help me, help him." The girl almost shouted, glaring at Hanabi, while nodding at the two overhead. "Garakuen will win. Eventually. But if he starts transforming, your sensei won't get here in time to save either of us." "What do you mean transform?" "Garakuen, he has a demon inside him," the girl explained, her voice wavering. It takes control when he starts transforming. And he won't care about who he kills. So please, if you can help at all, help Garakuen. I am only a genin and I have no method of fighting an opponent of such strength, Hanabi said, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. The girl shoved her way, muttering useless, took 2 steps forward and promptly collapsed. Hanabi hurried forward and knelt, but found the girl unconscious, her breathing shallow and dangerous. If this fight went too far, if Gaara transformed as the girl had explained, then there was no hope. Naruto-sensei had told her not to fight the enemy, but if she didn't then she and this girl would be killed. If she understood Naruto, despite his insanity, he would accept she had no choice but to help in the fight. Yes, she could help, but she could not actively participate. Lifting her fingers into a basic chakra molding hand seal, Hanabi molded as much chakra as she dared and then activated the Hakken no Jutsu. Her vision telescoped upward as she focused on the man upon the bird. She could make out a frightening amount of details as her pupils dilated to untold size to make the moon and stars turn the world into daylight for her. The cloaked figure didn't move, nor did his attention waver from the person he was fighting. That was perfect for Hanabi, who molded more of her chakra, concentrating on the man, knowing that what she was about to do would have no lasting effect other than to create a half-second window. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Hanabi shouted, aiding her concentration on the technique. The figure half turned at the noise, but before he realized what happened the jutsu had connected. Hanabi felt fatigue wash over her, a sharp pain etching itself into her mind, as she pitched forward, feeling oddly weak but managed to catch herself with her hands. Looking up, eyes watering and burning, Hanabi saw with great satisfaction that the figure and his bird were encased entirely in sand. There was a moment of silence and then the sand imploded, blood splattering out, a high-pitched wail of death echoing through the air. Watching it in silence, she blinked as the liquid splattered her face. It was raining blood. Moving swiftly, Hoshigaki Kisame felt the dryness and the tingle of high amounts of chakra lingering in the nighttime air. A lot of chakra had just been thrown around, unsurprising, as he had felt the blast even from a mile away. Landing adroitly on the branch, the shark-like man muttered about that stupid blonde girl. Turning, he addressed a man, wearing an Akatsuki cloak, standing beside him. I was just starting to have fun with that little bitch. We need to leave now, the dark-haired man said flatly, eyes closed and head tucked slightly behind the high collar of his cloak. An obvious sign that he was shifting through information gained through a Kage Bunshin, which in Itachi's case would be something called a Jukyu Kage Bunshin. Okay, Kisame said dubiously, but what the hell happened? I don't see that Jinchuriki's body lying around. He run away? No. Well? Kisame asked, slightly frustrated. What happened to the little bastard? He killed Sasori-san and my Jukyu Kage Bunshin, Itachi said blandly. He has a very potent ninjutsu. He did. What? Kisame said, momentarily stunned. Sasori, well okay, that wasn't such a hard feat, but to kill one of Itachi's Kage Bunshin? Those damn things could take large amounts of damage before disappearing, more than most Jonin-class ninja. Zetsu-san will be here soon to dispose of the bodies, accompanied by Tobi, Itachi said, opening his eyes before pushing off the branch to disappear into the forest. Kisame followed, mulling over what he had just heard, then turned to say something to Itachi and noticed for the first time a dark liquid oozing down the man's chin. You're bleeding. As I said, Itachi intoned, not looking away from the path they were on, Naruto-kun has a very potent ninjutsu. But, you. It was that Kage Bunshin he hit. Jukyu Kage Bunshin, Itachi corrected blandly, can pass along not only knowledge gained, but also damage received from a jutsu of S rank or higher. Kisame blinked at the silence, the meaning echoing in his mind, before he whistled, impressed. For someone in their mid-teens to have such a strong ninjutsu, it would be foolhardy to not be impressed. Then he blinked, a question forming in his mind. So, why did Sasori get killed? I mean, you obviously used Kage Bunshin to escape the blow. I used Kage Bunshin from the moment he shrugged off 2 of my A-rank Genjutsu without effort, Itachi admitted tiredly. Sasori died because his puppet form could not sense the dangerous nature of the chakra in the last attack. So making himself a puppet finally came back to bite him on the ass. Kisame said, barking with laughter, his sharpened teeth gleaming in the moonlight. The wind bit deep into Naruto's face as he hurtled through the trees, heading roughly in the last direction he had heard an explosion come from. Beside him, looking equally grave, was Yamanaka Ino. Both ninja were traveling at their best speed, but wisely avoiding using Shunshin since that increased the chance that they would miss what they were looking for. Naruto-kun, maybe you should create Kage Bunshin, Ino said finally. I don't like this. Too quiet. Yeah, Naruto agreed, creating several copies that went shooting off in different directions. Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair and then looked at Ino. Did anything seem off in that fight you were in? At first, not really, Ino admitted. He underestimated me, but most guys do at first. After a few minutes, it got pretty obvious he was just toying around with me. Same here, Naruto admitted. Itachi's supposed to be as strong as a Kage, but when we fought, we were even. Now, I know I'm great, 'cause hey I'm me, but I'm not quite Kage level yet. You know, that Rasen Shuriken seems Kage level to me, Ino said, glancing at him. I was a mile away and felt the chakra pulse from the impact. That's a lot of power, Naruto-kun. It's only S rank though, and it's not even full power. Naruto grumbled, shaking his head. Only half complete. Half. If that's only half power, I don't want to know what full would look like, Ino muttered darkly. What makes it only half complete? Well, Rasen Shuriken is only step 2. If you count the Rasengan, it's step 3, Naruto explained, shaking his head. It's supposed to be the ultimate attack. For a while, before I figured out how to do elemental manipulation, I couldn't even work on it, so I made up this Udama Rasengan, which is S rank 2. Naruto-kun, Ino sighed wearily, shaking her head. I get the Rasengan and the Udama Rasengan, well, as best I can. I want you to explain the Rasen Shuriken and how it's only half complete. Fine, I was just giving you background info, Naruto said, sounding slightly amused. Okay, so, basically step 1, after the Rasengan, is to work on elemental manipulation. Since I specialize in wind, that was what I worked on. Anyway, the result is called Futon Rasengan. That's basically just manipulating wind into a ball roughly the same size as the Rasengan. It can be used as an attack, but it's better suited toward defense, 'cause it blows an attack or opponent away. Okay, and this relates to the Rasen Shuriken how? Ino asked, raising an eyebrow. Because I'm supposed to take the Rasengan and the Futon Rasengan and combine them into one attack, sorta like I'm putting the Chidori and the Rasengan into a single attack, which was what my dad wanted to do in the first place. The result is the Rasen Shuriken, which is formed by a ton of tiny blades that slice into everything. Once it connects, the attack will swallow the target in a massive sphere of destruction. Which is impressive, but what makes it half complete? Well, besides the fact that using it damages my own arm, the thing is freaking huge and obvious, Naruto said with a snort. Second off, I have to keep total concentration on it, and the only way to hit a target is to use Kage Bunshin to provide distraction. Third, I need at least one Kage Bunshin to help me create it and then keep it formed. So basically you have weaknesses you need to work on, Ino said in understanding. That and the fact that the Rasen Shuriken isn't complete. I think the final step is to make it compact, maybe the size of a baseball, while adding 100% power. I'll probably blow an arm off if I ever do manage to get to that point, but on the upside the final stage won't be S rank. Huh? What else would it be? U rank, Naruto said, chuckling. Ultimate rank. Cute, Ino said. Have you thought about using Kanashibari no Jutsu to hold the target still? Yeah, but I can't focus on it and the clones don't last long since the freaking thing takes about 10 minutes before I can use it, Naruto groused, before blinking and tilting his head slightly to the left. They found them. Come on. A moment later, the two ninja dropped from the trees into a clearing to discover an impassive-looking Gaara, who was bearing an unconscious Temari in a cradle of sand and an equally unconscious Hanabi in a cocoon of sand. Naruto danger sense flared and his eyes narrowed, glowering at the emotionless boy who stood across from them with his arm crossed. Temari is hurt, Gaara said after a moment, his tone flat. Heal her. I'll take a look, Ino said, glancing at Naruto as the sand lowered the older kunoichi to the ground. Naruto's eyes darted between Ino with glowing green hands, to Gaara blank stare and then back. If anything happened to either Hanabi or Ino, Gaara was dead. It was Naruto's silent promise, and he always kept his promises. What exactly happened to her? Ino asked, not looking away from her task, though the strain was obvious in her tone. We were ambushed. She attempted to help me in the battle. The man is dead, Gaara answered, his gaze not wavering from Temari's face. I protected her as best I could while fighting. You protected her? Naruto asked slightly, startled, eyeing the redhead oddly. Yes. Well, I think I fixed everything. Or at least the serious stuff. She'll have some aches and pains, but she'll live, Ino said, sitting back and breathing heavily. I'm not exactly a trained medic, after all. We can help you, I will care for her now, Gaara said abruptly, the cocoon around Hanabi dissolving to allow the girl to fall listlessly to the ground. Then he turned his full attention on Naruto, those eyes boring into him even as the sun began to rise in the east. This changes nothing. I will still kill you and continue my existence. Right, Naruto said, his tone growing icy. You're welcome to try anytime you feel froggy. Further conversation was cut short by the arrival of 5 ninja, dressed in hooded brown cloaks and oddly painted faces. Naruto felt the hostility from Gaara increase, even as Ino quickly retrieved Hanabi to check her over. Naruto turned slightly, keeping track of the silent ninja that had just entered the clearing. Ino-chan? Chakra exhaustion, Ino answered, hand turning a greenish blue for a moment before breathing easier. That's better. I gave her chakra a small boost, so she'll recover in a few hours or so. You're amazing, you know that? Naruto said with a grin, and then turned back to the new ninja to find them keeping a wary eye on the redhead. So what you bastards want? The Kazekage sent us, the shortest one said before pausing. What exactly happened here? A bunch of fighting, Naruto answered, wondering if it was just him that could hear sand shifting. 4 S-rank ninja attacked us. After that, well, you'll just have to ask Gaara there. Geor-sama? The short one said, attention shifting to the boy who glowered at them. Where's Baki-san and Kankuro-san? Baki got his head blown off and Kankuro bled to death after losing an arm and hand, Gaara responded with dark amusement. Father should be pleased to hear his brother and favorite son died so heroically. Is, Temari-san okay? Temari is fine, Gaara answered curtly, a dangerous tone entering his voice. I will care for her. Well, maybe if you let us. We have a medi. She has already seen a medic. She is fine, Gaara said, sand beginning to swirl up around the group. Leave Temari-chan to me. Oh okay, we just wanted to help, the short one said. As the sand receded, the man turned to Naruto. We have a scroll from the Kazekage for the Hokage. He wanted it delivered through the nearest Konoha team. Naruto said, gesturing for the man to toss him the scroll, which he did, before it was promptly intercepted by a sand bunshin of Gaara. What are you? The short one said, before he was silenced with a look from the psychopath. He is mine to kill. Gaara answered, before accepting the scroll from the clone that quickly dissolved. Naruto blinked, then glanced at Ino, utterly bewildered at the situation. Geor-sama, that's a private dispatch. I assure you that if we wanted to kill him or any of them you will not try, Gaara said curtly, tossing the scroll to Naruto without looking. Catching it, Naruto grinned darkly, handing it off to Ino while letting his killing intent flood the air. No, come on, I wanna see him try. we're just messengers," the man said nervously, before glancing at Gaara. Also you're being recalled to Suna. Kusa has finally conquered Kuma no Kuni, prompting Kiba no Kuni and Sum no Kuni to surrender. Iwa is expected to launch a full-scale assault anytime now." "Very well," Gaara conceded, his sand swirling around Temari, lifting her into the air, carefully before leaving in the company of 5 uneasy Suna ninja. "Well, that was interesting," Ino said after a moment, handing a limp Hanabi to a Naruto clone that had just turned up. "So, Iwa and Suna are finally going to war." "Yeah," Naruto said, eyeing the scroll he was holding before pocketing it. "We better get back to Konoha. Gotta report a lot of shit." "I know," Ino agreed, frowning before glancing at him. "Naruto-kun, is it me, or does it feel like something bad is about to happen to us all? Not just the war. Just your imagination," Naruto said with a reassuring smile, but inside he knew better. Where Ino felt it, some part of Naruto knew it for a fact. Words he hadn't thought of in 3 years echoed through his mind. "It is coming, I see death, destruction, and despair. Don't worry, Ino-chan. It's just your imagination. A great calamity, anarchy. A blood tide. Everything's going to be fine." Chapter 13 Preparations. "I can't wait till we're back in Konoha," Naruto said, glancing at the overcast late afternoon sky, before he turned to regard Ino, who grinned at him while zipping up formerly his jacket. Due to an obscure form of female logic, she had decided the weather was cold enough to warrant the theft of his jacket, leaving him to suffer the ravages of fall weather. Not that it felt very chilly to him. There, Naruto-kun," Ino said, patting his shoulder. "It won't be long now. Besides, you can deal for a little while longer." "I'd like to see you carrying about 100 pounds on your back," Naruto countered, shifting his grip on the sleeping genin he was currently carrying piggyback style. Despite Ino stabilizing the girl's chakra levels, Hanabi was sleeping a lot to recover from her chakra exhaustion, something he'd never experienced, but which Ino had imparted to be a painful experience. "Well, I'm a girl," Ino countered with a smirk. "You know, weak and helpless." "Right," Naruto said dryly. "I keep forgetting that." "That's 'cause you're blonde and a guy," Ino said, starting to chuckle, "whereas I am blonde and female. Everyone knows we're 1% smarter." "Who was it that thought I was dead after my fight with Itachi?" Naruto countered. At Ino's disgruntled look, he smirked. "Huh. Now who's smarter, Ino-chan?" "Just be quiet," Ino huffed, looking away with a faint blush on her cheeks. "You are okay, right?" "For the 100th time, I'm fine," Ino said in exasperation, looking at him fiercely. "Except for Tsukiha, I came out unscathed." "Sorry, well, I worry about you," Naruto said, feeling his cheeks heat up at the admission. Seeing the way Ino's gaze softened slightly, he considered bringing up the subject of the various near kisses between them, when a group of umbu surrounded them. Yamanaka-san, Uzumaki-san, the tallest one wearing a dog mask said, "The Hokage asked us to escort you back." Why?" Naruto asked, eyeing the group of ninja warily. "Is something wrong?" Ino asked, moving toward the man slightly. "A messenger bird arrived from a Suna Umbu team, mentioning that you had fought a group of S-rank criminals," the man wearing a goat mask explained. "After the Hokage talked with Geor-sama, he immediately ordered us here to make sure you returned safely." Naruto lost track of the conversation, and the fact that they were walking once more. The only reason Kakashi would do something like this would be if he knew about Akatsuki, and if he spoke with Jiraiya then he most likely did. A foreboding clutched at his heart. Did Kakashi know why Akatsuki were after him? Did he know about the QB? Would he toss him in an umbu cell or that Hyodoshi place he'd heard about? "Excuse me, Uzumaki-san," one of the men asked. Naruto looked at him but hardly registered his surroundings, so lost in thought. "The report didn't mention any names, so we've been wondering if you knew them." "Well," Ino-chan faced. Spiky black hair." Naruto glanced at her, raising an eyebrow, carried a big sword called Samita or something, right? Samahata? Dog Mask asked, looking at Ino. You fought Hoshigaki Kisame? Kisame? Of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Naruto asked, eyes widening in surprise. One and the same, Dog Mask said with a nod. It's very impressive that Yamanaka-san managed to hold out against him. You think that's impressive? Ino said, sounding proud. Naruto-kun faced Uchiha Itachi solo and made him run away. Naruto blinked at the sudden silence that engulfed the area. The Umbu were staring at him. He could sense it even behind their masks. He shifted uncomfortably. It wasn't because of the attention itself, but that sense of awe, the uncomfortably worshipful way they were regarding him, the way people had after he fought Gaara. He would never feel entirely comfortable with such attention. Uzumaki-sama, is that true? Yeah, sort of. Naruto said, shrugging, wishing Ino would have kept quiet about it. I was fighting him. It was about even, I guess, and then this Sasori guy got in the way. Sasori? Yeah, hunched back scorpion tail. Naruto said, casually. Anyway, he got in the way, so I had to try and kill them both. Itachi managed to escape, but I got that Sasori guy. Sasori. Of the Red Sands? Guys, maybe we should get back to Konoha now? Ino offered, clearly unnerved by their sudden shift in attitude. The Umbu nodded in agreement and the group set out once more, thankfully reaching the west gate of Konoha half an hour later without further conversation. If you would like to, Dog Mask started to say, before discovering Naruto already handing a still sleeping Hanabi to a Kage Bunshin. That done, Naruto focused on the Umbu, his tone firm. I think we can find the way from here. Of course, he said, inclining his head before the group disappeared. Breathing easier, he had a healthy distrust of Umbu, save for Ino and Enko. Naruto gestured at the road leading deeper into the village. With a slight nod, Ino set off at a brisk pace. Neither spoke, but for Naruto each step made his stomach tighten. Looming before him stood a specter he didn't particularly want to share with Ino. In moments, she would learn about the demon inside him. Chewing his bottom lip, thinking long and hard, he turned toward Ino, deciding that it would be best if he told her. His plan derailed when he saw her nervously biting her thumb. He gratefully shoved the decision to tell her about the demon to the back of his mind. What's wrong? Oh, nothing really. Ino said, rubbing at her elbow absently. Just, there's so much going on. I'm not sure what I can do exactly, especially without Tsukiha. You'll do what you can, Naruto said, his mind flashing to the birthday present he had been carrying around for the last half year. Well, it was close to her birthday, or at least he thought it was, so he could give it to her early. Anyway, how about later tonight I come by and we can hang out? Sure, Ino said, flashing him a smile. You know, even though you're a dunce, I'm glad I have you. He, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head while blushing. She was happy to have him, not have him around, but to have him. Period. Did she honestly mean it like that, or was he just reading too much into it? Entering the Hokage Tower, Naruto put thoughts of hidden meaning aside, ascending the stairs alongside Ino. He paused at the entryway, finding an unusual sight greeting him. There was Enko, munching on her dango, with the chunin in front of the door crumpled against the wall and the one behind the desk slumped forward. Looking up from the two ninja, she smirked at them, which prompted Ino to speak up first. What's going on? The Hokage wanted some extra privacy, so I used the Nien Shuja no Jutsu, Enko explained with a shrug. They should be out for a while. Now, come on, there's a lot to talk about. Right, Naruto agreed, though as he followed the older woman into the office he like Ino made sure to check on the two chunin to ensure that they were actually sleeping. Entering the office, Naruto blinked, discovering not only the Hokage and Enko, seated on the windowsill, but Jiraiya and Tsunade as well. Ah, Naruto, Ino, Kakashi said. I curved up happily for a moment before falling into his default half-lidded position. First, is everyone okay? Well, my sword broke, Ino said, sighing, but, yeah, we all came through in one piece. Except Hanabi, chakra exhaustion, but you let her fight? Kakashi asked sharply, fixing a hard gaze on Naruto. Fuck no, Naruto shot back. I had her help the wounded out, but you know how it is when you're a genin in the middle of a high-level fight, sometimes you're forced to defend yourself. Good point, Kakashi said, still scowling. Anyway, Ino said impatiently, this time addressing her aunt, it wasn't too serious, and from what we gather she tipped the scale in favor of Gaara. I evened out her chakra levels, so she came through fine. She's been asleep for most of the trip back. Naruto sent her back to her place with a Kage Bunshin. Good, Tsunade said. Still, Naruto, get her to visit the hospital when she wakes up just to make sure, she amended, a slight frown on her face. Ino did well, but she's only qualified as a field medic. Aha, but she did great. Ino-chan even healed up Temari, and she was hurt a lot worse than Hanabi, Naruto said, grinning but silently agreeing. Still, Ino deserved a lot of credit. Plus, before that she fought off an S-rank criminal alone, Hoshigaki Kisame. It was luck, Ino said, shaking her head. Naruto-kun here unleashed a heavy-duty jutsu and disrupted our fight. If he hadn't, Kisame probably would have killed me. Be that as it may, Kakashi said seriously, sitting forward, you held up against a ninja that Kirigakure has been after for years. He was an elite jonin in Kiri until he began to assassinate the local mist feudal lords. It's no small feat to come out unhurt if you were fighting him. Still, Ino muttered, shaking her head before sighing. Naruto, who exactly did you face? Jiraiya asked, sitting forward with a tiny frown on his face. Uchiha Itachi, he admitted. At the various surprised looks, he sighed, expanding the story. When he finally finished, Anko wore a smug grin, Jiraiya rubbed his face, Tsunade stared at him shrewdly and Kakashi had stood up. Anyway, I think they were just scouting me out more than anything. That's a safe bet, Kakashi said after a moment, before resuming his seat. We'll contact Suna to alert them that you killed Sasori. They'll be happy about that. Well, before that, I do have one question. Naruto said, mind snapping to an earlier observation. Seeing Kakashi's expectant look, he continued. When I hit that Sasori freak with my jutsu, I mean, it killed him, but, well. There wasn't any blood. Sasori looked like a scorpion, correct? Jiraiya asked, and when Naruto nodded he shook his head. Rumor has it, he was a genius in the study of war and weapon puppets. He went further in their study than anyone else would ever imagine going, too far. From what I've heard, I wouldn't be surprised if he had ended up making himself a puppet within a puppet. Oh, Naruto managed, frowning slightly. Now, I believe you have a message for me? Kakashi asked, interrupting his thoughts. Huh, oh yeah, Naruto said, glancing at Ino, who tossed it to Kakashi. The masked man caught it and then, with a glance at the seal, set it aside before focusing on them once more. Now, I believe we have the matter of unity to talk about. 20 minutes later, Ino left along with Tsunade, leaving the Hokage, Jiraiya, and Anko alone with Naruto in the office. There was a moment of awkward silence in the air, and Naruto shifted his weight silently, wondering what they were waiting for. Finally, Kakashi spoke, his tone mild but holding an undercurrent of chiding in it. Naruto, what were you thinking keeping something like this a secret? Like what? That you're a Jinchuriki, Kakashi said, almost spat really. Do you realize the danger you put, not only yourself, but both Ino and Hanabi in? Of course I do. Naruto countered, glaring at the man. Didn't he know that Naruto had already had this argument with himself, that he knew exactly how stupid and selfish he had been? He could have gotten them both killed. I want to know why you didn't bother to tell me about this. Why do you think? Naruto snapped, glaring at him. I've been to other countries, I've seen how they react to people like me. Jinchuriki, Ada, hate, ostracization. Hell, the tone you just used was no different. That isn't an excuse. Nobody in Konoha likes that word, nor do we endorse the creation of such people. Humans are not meant to host demons, Kakashi said sourly, before sitting down heavily. However, you are right. If you were just to walk up to someone and blurt out, "Hi, I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi," you'd receive a lot of anger and hate. See? Naruto, Jiraiya said, sounding tired. We've been discussing this. I think we've figured out a way to reveal what you are. I'm a ninja and a human being, Naruto countered, glaring at the man, who happens to have a demon imprisoned inside him. That does not make me a Jinchuriki, a weapon, or anything else. Idiots, Anko muttered, before shaking her head and addressing Naruto. Look, Runt, what they came up with ain't bad and they're trying to help. What is it? Naruto asked, focusing on Anko, feeling that out of them all she understood how he felt. Simple, Kakashi said, sounding slightly relieved. It counts on two things: 1, your status as a hero. Your record leaves no doubt about your loyalty, and you are known for saving the village, plus word will get around soon about making Itachi run away. 2, you're already considered an advanced bloodline bearer, so you've got more respectability. So, we gather the ninja together and explain the details, Jiraiya said, taking over the explanation. With those two facts, we can spin it so that even those that might hate the Kyuubi or Jinchuriki will accept things. I'll be the one handling that, because as you know, I have a way with words. After that, the Hokage passes a law saying that the information is kept on a strict need-to-know basis. Exactly, besides we're going to make sure that it's clear to everyone that this is the ultimate punishment for the Kyuubi, because the thing that once tried to destroy us is now forced to help protect us, Kakashi added, lacing his fingers together. I will say that since none of us are naive, we can expect a few people to be upset, but nobody has ever been universally loved. Not even the Yondaime or the Sandaime, so that's a given. It'll also mean that a lot of people, the neutral ones, are going to be watching your actions intently, Jiraiya added. Okay, Naruto said slowly, as his mind whirled from all the information. But the only reason they even consider me an advanced bloodline is just an onijutsu. Well, we don't have to tell them that, Jiraiya said slyly. Besides, Anko said, smirking, I'll talk to the heads of the minor and major clans, get them to endorse you. Naruto stood there a moment, stunned, mind racing. Everything they had said, it could really work, but only within Konoha. He had learned the truth from Jiraiya, only within Konoha were bloodlines accepted and revered. With that, Naruto stood a slim chance of continuing to be accepted. Well? Kakashi asked, sounding slightly bemused. Can I think this over? Naruto asked cautiously, knowing better than to agree immediately. This was a big decision, a big gamble really, and he needed to tell Ino and Hanabi before they heard it through the announcement, if and when there was one. That's fine, Jiraiya agreed. I told them you'd probably have to think about it. Just don't take too long. We have some time before Akatsuki comes after you again, from what my spies tell me, but try not to cut it too close. Right, Naruto said, glancing at Anko, who shot him a reassuring look. He turned and left the office. If it weren't for Anko and her backing of this plan, he probably wouldn't seriously consider it. She seemed to think it would work, so he would give it a chance. After all, Anko had yet to steer him wrong. Location: Akatsuki headquarters, former capital of Aim no Kuni. Sasori is dead. Deidre is dead as well. We've offered the ring like you asked, Zetsu softly intoned, voice echoing through the empty worship hall of the white-walled building that had been a temple to a now outlawed deity. Fools. They got themselves killed, the second, disjointed voice of Zetsu added. I see, Pain said, closing his eyes while forming a hand seal. Assemble. A moment later, with a barely noticeable ripple and soft hiss, 3 distorted images appeared in the hall. Lowering his hands, Pain paused, staring at the missing 4th he had expected. Conan, of course, had orders and had left with Toby, and Zetsu was in the shadows of the worship hall. Where is Haiden? I don't know, the man's partner said, voice distorted through the astral jutsu. He mentioned something about the call of Jashin being too strong to ignore and took off. Zetsu, find him, Pain said without looking, knowing the man was already gone by the time he finished his sentence. Do you think you can handle the Nibi Jinchuriki alone? I'm not so weak that I actually need a partner, Kakuzu said sourly. I am hardly Sasori or Deidre, after all. Yet even partnered they did not succeed against the Ichibi, Pain said dryly. Leave the Nibi to be safe. The Sambai's Jinchuriki has died and the Bijou is free, capture it. I'm here. I can take the Nibi, the Bijou is free, Pain said sharply. It will be weaker and Kiri will be after it. I want it captured to avoid the creation of a new Jinchuriki. Fine, Kakuzu said, before fizzling out, leaving only Itachi and Kisame. What of you two? Heh, I'll have the Yanbi Jinchuriki soon enough, Kisame said. He thought hiding out in the Yase no Kuniguni would keep me away. After you capture him, I wish for you to claim the Ichibi Jinchuriki as well, Pain said and then glanced at Itachi, wondering as always what was really going through the man's mind. Itachi, what happened to Sasori? He misjudged his opponent, Itachi answered blandly. Obviously, Pain responded, tone tepid. Zetsu said there was no body. What happened? An attack I don't understand. There was a protracted silence at that. The enormity of what Itachi had just admitted unsettled him. An attack like that would not be something they should be engaging lightly, at least not yet. When Conan returned, or Zetsu, he would have to send one of them to study the boy and figure out the attack. I see, Pain finally said, closing his eyes as the final two shimmered from view. Alone once more, Pain thought long and hard about allowing Itachi to continue pursuing the Kyubi Jinchuriki. But if he did not send Itachi after the Kyubi, he would have to deal with it personally, and the Orochimaru matter remained unresolved. No, in the end it would need to be Itachi against the Kyubi, leaving Tobi or Pain to deal with Orochimaru and the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. The Yondaime Tsuchikage had a reputation within Iwa that demanded fear, respect and devotion. He, and he alone, had faced the Yondaime Hokage in the last war and with great personal risk drove the scourge into retreat. This had allowed him to achieve enough recognition to claim the title of Tsuchikage years later, for only the strongest could gain the title. Indeed, he looked the part for such a fearsome and great warrior, with a solid build and broad shoulders, a severe face and cold green eyes. Unfortunately, this reputation had been built on a very large, very fragile lie. He had indeed been present in the fight against the Scourge of Iwa, one of 10 other powerful ninja that had done so. Their combined efforts, however, merely slowed the monster down and at a very high price, as only he had survived that fight. The lie, that he had driven the Yondaime Hokage away, was the basis for the rest of his reputation. Without that deceit, he had nothing. His goal, the true goal, was to create a pure society, one in which there existed nothing but a single entity of great power. It would stretch its hand out across the land, expanding until the whole of the world joined this society. As Tsuchikage, living and functioning with such a fanatical and brainwashed country as Tsuchi no Kuni, he had the perfect power base to implement his idealism. However, his plans were in jeopardy, because one of the few survivors of the Yondaime Hokage's path of destruction, a hero among his generation, had just reported something. Something that had a lot of troubling implications, something that could ruin his plans just as they were beginning to take shape. Sekibutsu Jimin had told him all about a young man who greatly resembled the Yondaime Hokage and could use the Rasengan, a soldier of outstanding repute who proudly served within the ranks of Konoha. Why now? Why would such a man appear now, on the eve of the Great Revolution's dawning? He could not discount Jimin's report. The man had good judgment and his warning warranted attention. Jimin also held a connection to an important ninja family within Iwa, and to doubt his word would be to anger them. Still, the report of this new menace was inconveniently timed for the Yondaime Tsuchikage. Leaning back in his chair, the man closed his eyes, sighing softly. Opening them, he made his decision. He would contact the Umbu and the Anai, and together they would be assigned the task of gathering as much information as they could on this young man. They would develop contingencies for how to deal with him, and only then would he directly address this situation. Until that time, he would ignore the issue. He was still too ill-informed to adequately address this snag head-on. He would, however, convince the daimyo to initiate the full-scale assault against Kaze no Kuni. There would be a day of reckoning, that Tsuchikage knew, when the son would come to finish the job his father had begun. On that day, he would stand against this upstart and he would crush him. The Great Revolution would not be stopped by anyone. He would not allow such impudence in the face of his well-deserved glory. Mitarashi Anko had never been a pleasant person to deal with. She had mental problems that even the interrogation squads had failed to uncover. She'd been socially rejected for a large portion of her life, ever since Orochimaru had cast her aside. No family, no friends, until 3 years ago when the Sandaime tricked her into being sensei to Uzumaki Naruto, the village pariah at the time. Then an amazing thing happened. Naruto became the village hero for stopping a whack job, and people started treating her differently. Suddenly, people were happy to say hi and notice her. Guys she had known for years, who had never shown the slightest romantic interest despite her killer body, had asked her out. Complete strangers would talk to her for no apparent reason. At first, she had been suspicious. How could she not be considering the attitude of the village inhabitants for the last dozen years? Eventually, her sharp mind figured out the cause she was being given credit for training the village hero. Because of Naruto's decision, a one that any ninja would have made given the right factors to stop the psychopath Gaara, she enjoyed reflected glory and respect. Anko didn't like it, and went to great lengths to avoid such people. Naruto's respect was not her respect, and she wanted nothing to do with it. This explained why she was currently sitting in a low-class dango restaurant, eating dinner, in the worst neighborhood that she could find. After dinner, Anko figured that she could approach the Aburame first, since they had been the only Kekii Genkai clan that tolerated her. The Hyuga, Anko feared, would not be happy to see her. After all, Orochimaru had killed several of their brightest to develop the Hibi style, and Anko had helped. Gleefully, actually, and just remembering that Anko took an extra vicious bite of her dango. Still, for Naruto, she'd do her damnedest to convince them to endorse him. Honestly, it was his only chance of keeping a fraction of the respect he had earned, despite what Kakashi and Jiraiya thought. Their plan was both logical and sound, but they were overlooking the nature of simple-minded villagers and the fact that it was the Kyuubi inside Naruto. With any other demon, it might conceivably work, but this demon had not only decimated the village, but killed their greatest Hokage. Well, Anko mused with a smirk, at least he's the greatest until Naruto takes office. Chuckling, she sighed. If nothing else, when this all blew up, which Anko admitted it most likely would, then Naruto was of age now and would be available once more. Lecherous thoughts quickly flashed through Anko's mind, absently running the finished stick of dango against her lips for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that Naruto wanted it to work, she had seen it clear as day on his face, Anko would intentionally fail. Naruto was the most important thing to her and still her only family. For him, she'd do anything. Including, if this worked, putting him out of her reach forever. With such depressing thoughts, Anko gulped down her sake and selected a new dango stick. Anko. Looking up, the jonin blinked, dango stick dangling from her mouth. There stood Ino, dressed in casual clothes for once, but looking far too serious for casual conversation. Finishing her dango, the jonin raised an eyebrow at the younger kunoichi, wondering what the girl wanted. Can I sit down? Sure. Anko said, blinking, and when the girl slid into the booth across from her, started on her new stick of dango. So, what you need? I want to talk to you, Ino explained, shifting uncomfortably in her seat, about the fight. What about it? Look, I know I'm good, really good, Ino said, meeting Anko's gaze before glancing away, but using only kenjutsu isn't going to cut it against S-rank criminals. Gee, you just now figured that out? Anko drawled dryly. What do you want from me? Teach me ninjutsu, Ino said, focusing on her once more. When I hit Chunin, I started focusing entirely on kenjutsu, alienating people that tried to help me. It got me to Jonin, but I'm not where I need to be. I have to be stronger. If I don't get stronger, I can't do my job. Well, better late than never, Anko said, rolling her eyes and picking up the final stick of dango. Let me finish dinner and I'll see what I can teach you. Seeing the girl nod, Anko took her sweet time with her last stick. Once again, Naruto was providing motivation where others had been unable to. Ino hadn't been lying earlier. She had alienated a lot of people with her single-minded pursuit of kenjutsu. Even among the Umbu trainees, her friends were limited and always spoke behind her back. Admittedly, Anko had a few problems with the girl, one being her insistence on using a basic genjutsu to disguise the few scars she had received over the years, but there were enough similarities for Anko to agree to train the girl. Her determination to get better, not caring what anyone thought, and the fact that she knew her faults and accepted them would ultimately make a good jonin, or tokubetsu jonin, out of Ino. There was also the added bonus that Anko would get a more in-depth look at how well Ino matched up with Naruto. Personality-wise, they fit pretty well together, but there were other things she needed to see, such as just how determined Ino was to get better. Umbu training hadn't been about self-actualization, it had been about survival and learning to thrive. This would be about proving her ability to grow, adapt and, ultimately, her willingness to keep trying when she failed. Alright, Anko said, dropping the finished stick onto the tray and gulping down the last of her sake. Let's get to work. Right. Ino said eagerly and hopped up, then followed Anko's languid pace out into the street. A few minutes later, Anko took the Chunin down a path to a secluded wooded area. It was vacant, save for the 3 odd stumps in the center. Turning, the jonin crossed her arms and eyed the girl intently. We'll be using this area. It's a new training ground, so nobody's gonna show up to bug us. Okay, Ino said dubiously, her eyes uncertain. Anko knew exactly how to begin. With Ino's focus on kenjutsu, the basics from the academy would have been forgotten. First things first, there are 5 main elements. Can you guess them? Wind, fire, water, earth and… lightning? Oh, glad to see you haven't forgotten everything they taught in the academy, Anko said, smirking at the slightly disgruntled glare. Okay, to keep it simple for you, each ninja has the potential to better utilize one of these elements. So, first things first, we're going to find out what sort of chakra type you got. We are? Ino asked, eyes widening slightly. How? With these, Anko chirped, whipping 2 small blank cards into view. These are special element detecting paper used to determine one's type, though there are other uses. Anyway, the paper comes from trees specially grown with chakra. When you mold your chakra into the paper, it will alter to reveal your type. Alter how? It's different for everyone, Anko said, tossing her one of the cards. Naruto, for example, his chakra type is wind, so the card split in half. Kakashi is lightning, so is crumpled, and mine. Holding her card up, Anko grinned maniacally as it burst into flames, burns. Ah, Ino affirmed, eyes widening as she scrutinized the card she was holding. Closing her eyes, the girl concentrated, obviously attempting to mold chakra into the card. After several minutes, she huffed and looked at Anko in frustration. Why isn't it working? The kunoichi said, before shaking her head. Apparently, you don't have a chakra type. I was sorta expecting water or earth, because you're related to Tsunade-sama and the Shodai. So I can't learn any ninjutsu? Never said that, Anko said, rolling her eyes. And they used to say Naruto was the dumb blonde around here. Hey! Oh, just listen up, I'm being nice here you know, Anko snapped, glowering at the unintimidated girl. Just because you don't have a chakra type, doesn't mean you can't learn elemental ninjutsu. This only means you're not going to have a type that'll work better for you, like Naruto and his wind. I doubt anyone living could actually keep up with him using wind jutsu anyway. Yeah, but why do we need to know chakra type anyway? Ino asked, much like Naruto had 3 years ago. If you were Earth-type, then you'd learn Earth-based jutsu quickly, and they'd be twice as powerful than any other element-based jutsu you could perform, Anko explained, shaking her head. Because you don't have a type, or I guess we can call you a void type, you'll have just as much luck learning any of the elemental ninjutsu, and they'll all be equal, but average, in strength. I see, Ino muttered, crossing her arms now. Earlier you said 5 main types, are there others? Well, sorta. They're subtypes of the main 5, except for lightning and wind. Water has the subtype of snow, earth has metal, and fire has smoke. There are also combinations you can perform to create new elements if you have 2 chakra types, but we won't be getting into that. 2 chakra types? Most jonin have in control at least 2 types, but there are some like, well, Naruto or you, who only have 1 or none, Anko explained, keeping her annoyance in check. Having 2 elements also allows for certain types of bloodlines, like Hyutan or Mokutan, but you'd have to use the 2 types simultaneously without thinking about it. So, the Sharingan, Byakugan and Naruto's Tenkaichi rely on using 2 elements at once? Nope, entirely different ways of working, Anko said, which was honest enough, but she felt her nerves starting to fray. I'm sure that after 3 years with Jiraiya-sama, Naruto could explain how those bloodlines work better than I could. Besides, we're off topic. This is supposed to be about teaching you ninjutsu. Right, sorry, Ino apologized, looking just slightly guilty. So, what are you going to teach me? For the moment, 5 basic jutsu for each element. They'll allow you to prepare for the more advanced ninjutsu. After that, you'll just have to figure out how to integrate them with your kenjutsu, Anko said, an unpleasant smile sliding across her face as she formed a hand seal and then exhaled sharply, a massive ball of flames forcing Ino to throw herself to the ground and roll aside. Katangakakyu no jutsu, Anko said, stopping the jutsu. It won't be very big, but a fireball to the face will ruin anyone's day. Forming another hand seal, Anko targeted Ino once more before unleashing a bolt of lightning from under Ino's feet, forcing the girl to dodge. Shirai no jutsu, a nice shock, Anko said, smirking before forming another hand seal and exhaling a blast of wind. Futon de Tapa, Anko said, blowing Ino off balance, before adding sweetly as the girl regained her feet. Strange weather, don't you agree? A moment later, Anko had launched another attack aimed at Ino, this time turning the ground into mud. The blonde sank up to her shins, before focusing the chakra to her feet and rising back up with a look of annoyance on her face. Ishi Nanka no jutsu. That one's a bit messy. What are you trying to do? Ino shouted, glaring at the woman angrily even as Anko formed one last series of hand seals and enveloped the area surrounding her in a thick fog. A second later, Ino found her head tilted back by a hand on her chin and a kunai against her throat. Kirigakure no jutsu, Anko whispered in Ino's ear. This is a favorite technique of Kiri ninja. Perfect for assassination, or escape if you're getting your ass kicked. Oh okay, Ino stuttered, muscles taut as Anko pressed the kunai tighter against her throat. Which one do I learn first? None, Anko said, before nipping her earlobe playfully, smirking at Ino's eep noise. First, you learn how to manipulate the chakra into creating the elements. Then you learn them. Let's get to learning, Blondie, 'cause I got things to teach that you'll never forget. Miyako, the former capital of Kuma no Kuni and now the capital of the expanded empire of Kusa no Kuni, was an extremely beautiful place. There existed a grandeur and majesty in the vast city that no other capital could hope to match. The pride of the people, the fantastic architecture, and the exquisite museums and entertaining halls made it the crown jewel in Kusa's conquest. Standing on the balcony of Kirin Castle located on a hill high over the city, Daimyo Hitorai, ruler of the Kusa Empire, smiled in silent satisfaction. The fall of Kuma no Kuni, which had gone exactly as planned, resulted in Kiba and Tsum instantly capitulating. This made Kusa no Kuni the largest, most powerful, non-Kage country in the world. With the Kusa desire for justice sated, as well as those conquered adjusting to the new rule, peace seemed to be settling over the land. For the common people, the adjustment proved easy. Changes in government, barring radical upheaval, had little impact upon their lives. What did it matter which daimyo ruled their land, provided they didn't suffer major upsets in their everyday way of life? The shinobi and the samurai were trickier, but with the judicious use of the okugi fuin kyuchugi oyobi jujin, that was not a real problem. For the moment, he would allow this peace to ferment. It would help him to tighten his hold. It would also help him destroy the few pockets of resistance, which always existed no matter how generous a new ruler was. Then, after enough time, he would start the process over once more, until ultimately he could discard the title of daimyo for that of tenno. His empire would stretch across the continent. The Kusa Empire would be vast and powerful. There would be no more wars, no more pointless suffering, unity, harmony. Peace. Hitorei-sama, someone said politely. Turning, the daimyo found one of his many samurai standing behind him. Seeing his attention, the man bowed, before continuing with what he had to say. You requested to be alerted at the last possible moment when the daimyo Ritai and the Tsuchikage were expected to arrive. They'll be here at any moment. Ah, I see, Hitorei said, musing softly over the coming meeting. By delaying his notice, the daimyo could give just the bare minimum of proper greeting and thus seemed to greet the two important people with great honor. Arrange the dais in the courtyard, but there should be no curtains. We'll need 3 cushions, the best we have, and the second best tea set we have. Send for Suzuko-chan. She can serve us. Yes, Hitorei-sama, the samurai said, before turning to do as ordered. The Kusa daimyo stood quietly, staring out over his country, thinking of what he had accomplished and what was still left undone. He returned to his room within the castle quietly. Maids soon arrived, to help him dress and make him look the part of daimyo. Properly attired, he regally swept out of the room and past the stationed samurai, heading down to the courtyard. He reached the courtyard just as the iron-plated gates began to open, and the iron portcullis ratcheted upward. Beyond that was a wooden bridge, 20 paces wide and 200 long, which spanned the moat. Hitorei focused on those traveling across the bridge, the cortege of samurai and Iwa ninja. Heralds carrying banners traveled beside a rich palanquin, which was preceded by a man dressed in the formal robes of a Kage. The officer at the gate moved forward to check the papers that a samurai, dressed in the brown and black uniform of Tsuchi, offered. After many bows, they stood aside along the palanquin and the Kage continued forward, escorted by both Kusa and Tsuchi samurai. The samurai peeled away 20 feet from the 10-mat dais, which had been erected in the center of the courtyard, allowing the daimyo to climb down and move to stand beside the Kage. Akechi Ritai, daimyo of Tsuchi no Kuni, was taller than Hitorei and in his late 40s. The Tsuchikage appeared to be roughly the same age, with broad shoulders, a black beard and narrow eyes that seemed suspicious of treachery from every corner. Welcome daimyo Dano, Tsuchikage Dano. Moving forward swiftly, Hitorei bowed formally to the other daimyo, then half-bowed politely at the Kage. I am sorry for receiving you so poorly, but I only recently received notice of your arrival. Please excuse us for disturbing you, Ratty said, his voice rough but kind. We can understand the difficulties you must have faced. The war has only recently settled. It is to be expected there would be hiccups. Thank you for your understanding, Hitorei said, glancing briefly at the Tsuchikage and then back to the daimyo. Please, have a seat so we can discuss what brings 2 such important people to this humble country. Please excuse me, I would be honored if you would be seated first, Hitorei Dano. You're too kind. Please, honor me by sitting first, Hitorei countered, both hating and enjoying the game of power that they were playing. He had no skill in combat, or at least none that counted, but at this, he was unbeatable. Finally, after what felt like several hours, they were seated on the dais, the Tsuchikage just slightly behind and to the left of daimyo Ritai. There was a moment of polite conversation as Suzuko, dressed in a peach-colored kimono with an obi of gold, served them tea with perfect decorum. Finished, she bowed formally to the two guests, then to him, revealing the beginnings of a scarlet under kimono. Please excuse me, Hitori-sama. Everything is prepared. There is food and sake when you wish it. Thank you, Hitori said with a slight nod, deciding to send for her that night and postpone his night with the former Kuma leader's eldest daughter. It would be a good celebration, just him and Suzuko, to consecrate this as truly his land. Putting her to the back of his mind, he turned his attention to the two men and spoke politely. So, what is it you wish to discuss? The term you asked for in your offer, Ritai said curtly. It seemed unusual. Ah, Hitori said, nodding. Yes, I can understand how that would appear unusual. As I am sure you are aware, Kusa no Kuni now stretches a vast distance, much of it between you and Kaze no Kuni. We have, of course, Numa no Kuni as our satellite country. Yes. However, as you and Kaze no Kuni are engaging in minor skirmishes, I know you have slipped groups across our borders to arrange a beachhead in Kaze no Kuni, Hitori continued, taking a sip of his tea before sighing. For our continued neutrality and turning a blind eye to this, it is not unusual that I would request control over Mori no Kuni. No, but it is a bit presumptuous, the Tsuchi daimyo said. No matter your forces, you cannot seriously threaten ours. Maybe not, Hitori allowed, but combined with Kaze no Kuni, we could tip the scale. You're not just after Mori no Kuni, the Tsuchikage said sourly. You wish to become a Kage power. A formally recognized one, Hitori confirmed, meeting the man's gaze unwaveringly. With Mori no Kuni, we would effectively have the land size needed and the talent pool required. As we thought, in exchange for aiding you in becoming a Kage power, you'll allow us to cross your land unmolested, Daimyo Ritai summarized. Taking a sip of his tea, he smiled thinly. Agreed, Hitori Dano. We'll sign over the rights to Mori no Kuni in exchange for the rights to cross your lands and carry our attack against Kaze no Kuni. Provided you also agree to give us access to that special seal you have, the Tsuchikage said, which is allowing you to retain control over your conquered enemies so effectively. Your reputation is truly commendable, Hitori admitted emotionlessly, but inside he was seething at such a leak of information. So, it is agreed? Yes, Hitori said, bowing slightly. Thank you. The two returned it amiable. Mentally, Hitori was grinding his teeth, wondering who had been so foolish as to betray him. Calming slightly, he focused on the matter at hand, knowing that in the end their fanaticism would blind them to their downfall. By the time they did realize it, it would be too late. Much too late. Groaning softly, Ino fumbled with the key to the house. 3 solid hours of practicing the same ninjutsu left her feeling both drained and filthy. Thankfully, she had picked them up rather quickly, though she wouldn't be learning any others until after she had ingrained the ones she now knew into her kenjutsu style. She would have to start looking for a replacement sword, probably a Nambu ninja, too. Until then, a practice one would have to do the job. Finally opening the door, Ino rubbed her neck and stepped inside before kicking off her shoes. Closing the door, she took a breath and released it slowly. She would have to save looking up the word Jinchuriki for later. The library had long since closed. Not that she really expected to find it listed there, but it was the only place to look for the moment. Oh, Ino-chan, are you back? Her mom asked, coming out of the kitchen. No, I'm just a figment of your imagination, Ino said dryly, before pushing off the door to greet her mom. Wouldn't surprise me a bit, out all hours of the night doing Kami knows what, her mom scolded mildly, before turning and cupping a hand around her mouth. Inoichi, our daughter's home. Are you sure? Her father's voice called back, before he appeared behind her mother and affected an astonished look. Well, she is here. Wow, this is strange, actually here in time to eat dinner. Oh joy, my dad the comedian, Ino grumbled, rubbing her shoulder absently. Starting into the dining room, she stopped at a sharp knock at the front door, followed by 2 more rapid ones. Blinking, Ino turned and moved back to answer it, only to find Naruto standing on the doorstep and holding something behind his back, obviously determined to keep it hidden. Naruto-kun? Aha, hiya Ino-chan. Naruto said, smiling brightly at her. Is that Naruto? Why don't you invite him in? He can have dinner with us, her mother said, much to Ino's silent embarrassment. That's okay, Naruto called back, making no move to enter. I just came by to give Ino-chan a birthday present. At this, Ino raised an eyebrow, wondering what he would have considered buying her. For that matter, why would he buy her anything this year instead of waiting for her 20th birthday like a normal person? Seeing her attention, his smile widened, though he shifted his feet nervously. I got this cause, well, I missed 2 birthdays and I feel hold on, Inoichi said, appearing behind his daughter. Why don't you come in so we can all see this present? Dad. Ino said, rounding on him, not even wanting to think of why he would say such a thing. Sadly, there was little choice as Inoichi casually grabbed Naruto's shoulder and jerked him into the Genkan. Naruto stumbled slightly, then righted himself and shot a glare at the older man. Ino had noticed the object Naruto was holding nervously. It had the same shape as a sword, but Naruto wouldn't have. Would he? Looking up from the item, she found him smiling at her in that odd fox-like manner he had. So, like I said, I got you this 'cause I missed your last 2 birthdays, and I feel bad about your sword getting broken. That said, he held the item out for her. Happy birthday, Ino-chan. Unable to keep the look of anticipation off her face, Ino quickly slid the silken cloth off, revealing a solid black and oddly straight saya. Even odder, the weapon had no tsuba, just a nearly invisible line where the hilt met saya. A sword? Inoichi asked, with a dubious tone. With trembling hands, Ino grasped the hilt, the dark purple cord and handle feeling natural in her hand. It took no effort to draw the weapon and, amazingly, it came free without a single sound, the blade straight and double-edged. The weight and balance felt perfect to her, a quick twirl only confirmed its master craftsmanship. It was magnificent. No sword ever created, except perhaps Tsukiha, could compare to the sleek and elegantly crafted implement Ino held in her hands. The handle's made from Burma teak, Naruto told her, looking for the first time uncertain about the gift. I got this Shinto priest and swordsmith, Masaki Tenchi, to forge it for you out of Zabuza's sword. He said it was made out of something called promethium, but, do you like it? It's wonderful, breathed Ino, eyes glistening as she looked from the sword to Naruto. I've never seen anything more beautiful. I have, Naruto said softly before grinning. Plus, it's really special. Nobody else, but you can use it and it'll always come back, no matter what. I love it, Ino murmured, carefully sheathing the weapon. Well, her name's Yuzuha, Naruto offered, scratching his head, suddenly sounding and looking awkward. Ino looked at him for a moment and then deliberately put the sword to one side. She stared into his eyes and suddenly launched herself at him, as if shot from a catapult. She crashed into him and nearly sent them both crashing to the floor. Oh, Naruto, she told him, hugging him tightly, head in the crook of his neck, giggling. I don't know what to say. Naruto chuckled nervously, hugging her tight against him. Pulling back, she met his eyes, saw the uncertain tie in his face, and it was almost like magic as her face moved toward his for a kiss. Excuse me, her dad said, jarring the two apart and ruining the moment. Shooting Naruto a rather dark look, he addressed Ino firmly, dinner's getting cold. Ino frowned, even as her mom elbowed him in the ribs and Naruto, chuckling nervously, blushed and made several rapid apologies before hustling out the front door. Ino felt a stab of disappointment at his departure, then another at her father, before she closed the door and shook her head. She picked up Yuzuha, weighing it in her hand and then placing it in a nearby weapons rack, before she grinned devilishly. Heading for the kitchen, Ino couldn't help but relish how great it had felt to hug him. Damn, if he hadn't filled out nicely in the last few years. He was moving slowly and elegantly, art in motion more than actually practicing a kata. His arms swept down meeting in front of him before they flowed over to his right. His shoulder went taut, but his movement was smooth, as he drew his left arm across his stomach while his right drifted over his left. Like water, his left hand moved out, palm up, while extending his right arm to his side. An unnoticeable breath, and he drew his hands in together before crossing his left arm over his right, repeating his last move on the opposite side. In one motion, he brought his hands to his waist, palms facing ahead, and then slowly raised his right arm up and swept it in front of him, palm down. His other hand swept below his right, palm up. Watching him, the way his muscles rolled and shifted, Tenten found it hard to breathe. He was so graceful, so fluid and precise. Leaning against the tree, she regarded him intently, remembering his breath against her cheek, his arms wrapped around her as they dozed together. Arms extended, he bent his arm up sharply, right hand clasping the heel of his left. Bringing them around in a broad, sweeping motion, he began to show hints of his old sensei's style. His arms overhead, where he went rigid for a moment, before separating them and spread his arms apart, palms facing away from him. Tenten. His voice was intimate, and it affected her like a drug, but she looked away. She felt embarrassed to have him catch her watching him, even if they were meeting in private. Looking at him once more, she offered a grin at the Hyuga she loved, one that he returned ever so faintly. It was beautiful, Tenten said after a moment. Does that style have a name? Niji Ryujuken, Niji said, fingers brushing hers as he passed by to collect his shirt and forehead protector. Ah, Tenten said, snagging his fingers for a moment as he came near her once more. Are you hungry? Yes, Niji said, the look on his face making her blush. If anyone knew that they were still together, outside of the established Hyuga clan law, the main branch could suffer terribly. Worse than Hinata being defiled by an outsider and Hanabi being cast out for following the same path, both a great shame on Hayashi. I meant for food, Tenten whispered, before looking away. Besides, there are some things we need to discuss. Which would be? Hinata, 4-1. The weapons mistress said, frowning as she remembered her friend. She and Choji broke up, so she won't be in tomorrow. I understand, Niji said, sighing as he closed his eyes. She can, of course, take as many personal days as needed. May I inquire as to the exact details? Short answer, Tenten said sourly. Choji-san moaned someone else's name during a bad time. Who is the other girl? Niji asked, a cool tone to his voice, reminding Tenten of just how protective he could be. Who said it was a girl's name? Tenten asked archly, then seeing his surprise, nodded, confirming what he thought without a word. Another scandal in the making. Choji and Shikamaru, the heirs of two minor noble clans within Konoha. It wasn't the relationship itself, but the alliance it would make, one that the Konoha charter strictly controlled. Is there another matter? Niji asked, pushing on, obviously wishing to eat, to use an appropriate euphemism. Let's eat, I made dinner. Tenten said, stalling the conversation and then, entwining their fingers, led him to a blanket and a large bento. Settling in, Tenten smiled, handing him jasmine tea and his favorite food, grilled octopus. He gave her a nod, and a small smile in thanks, as they both settled in for their meal. They ate in silence, like they used to before things had been complicated. Before Niji had been forced into the main branch and married a girl just to produce an heir. Before he had offered Tenten the chance to remain with him as a consort, and she had declined with tears in her eyes, along with a great guilt every time they met in secret. Those things had brought her to this moment, because she couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't be the other woman, even if he loved her and didn't love his wife. It wasn't right. She had to be the only woman in his life. She feared, though, that in the darkest of nights to come, she might not be making the best of decisions. The only thing she took comfort in was that the man she loved had been freed from the mark he had borne for so long. Did you make a final decision concerning the offer you were given? Niji, I meant from Unity, Niji said quickly, as if sensing what she was going to say and trying to forestall it. Oh. That. Yes, Tenten said after a moment, looking at her food. I'm going to join them. They make a lot of sense and they are trying to help the village. I see. What about you? Tenten asked, glancing at him. They had both been approached one night, as he walked her home, for old time's sake, and the offers had been made. Very tempting offers. I fear they are not what they seem, so I cannot agree to membership, Niji said, not looking at her. Tenten felt her breathing stop, closing her eyes tightly. That told Tenten the answer to her other concern. She knew now that she and Niji would never be together. Her heart felt like it shattered, right before everything disappeared in warmth, urging her to forget everything. A sort of euphoria washed through her, and she opened her eyes, smiling softly at him. Tenten? I forgot. I made you something special, she said sweetly, picking up a dessert. I used a special recipe. Please try one and let me know what you think. I am sure they will taste fine, Niji said, setting his dinner aside and selected one with his chopsticks. He chewed silently, then finished, selected another and another, before sitting back to smile. Only the smile became a grimace, and he stared at her in horror. Tea Tenten? It was an order, Tenten said almost robotically, watching the poison work. If he doesn't join, you must neutralize him. I can't disobey. Niji managed before toppling sideways. After a horrible convulsion, he was still. It was a terribly silent death. Sitting there, Tenten continued staring at him, and then began repacking the dinner. A moment later, she looked up as a masked figure landed silently in the clearing. I'll take it from here. Yes, Tenten said, climbing to her feet. She held the bento at her side while staring straight ahead, the warmth from earlier increasing from its place on the back of her neck. You'll go home and forget about what happened. You'll react naturally to his disappearance, the masked figure said, walking over to stand next to her, his hand moved to rest lightly on her rear. Do you understand? Yes, Tenten agreed, not reacting at the contact or the squeeze he gave it. You can go now, the man said, dismissing her. Tenten calmly walked away in a haze of pleasure. Chapter 14 The Drum Begins. The air was stale and pungent with the taint of metal. Dark pools of liquid splotched the floor of the dingy room where Naruto stood. Here and there, disjointed and dismembered bodies of people he knew, while Anko stood in the center of the room, brave but trembling in terror. Naruto, she gasped. What did you? Why? Naruto crouched, a predator preparing to pounce, shaking his head to scatter a hail of blood and sweat from his hair. He surged forward, slamming into Anko and pushing her into a wall. She struggled futilely against him, screaming as he bit deep into her neck, a fountain of ambrosia red spraying. Flesh, power, dominion. Primal, undiluted rapture flooded through him. A satisfaction beyond words, that transcended description, surged through him at the feeling of the thick life force sliding hot down his throat. Warm in his belly. Baring his teeth in a mockery of a grin, Naruto whirled, driving out of the window in a spray of glittering glass. Landing as a fox, he sprang forward into the deserted street, a cold wind howling between the buildings. The moon disappeared behind dark clouds, as Naruto hunched down, hands splayed on the ground before him. A group of humans were coming toward him. He knew them. Hanabi. Ino. Irika. I am. So many others. All his precious people were here, blindly trusting and accepting, docile as sheep, oblivious to his true nature. His lips twitched into a jackal grin. Hanabi broke away from the group first, trying to attack him, seeing the truth. Naruto lunged. It was simple, oh so simple, to duck her punch and grab the back of the girl's head, bring her to him in a loving embrace. We can't be stopped. This is our world now. He pulled her head back swiftly, snapping her spine as her head hit the back of her legs. Discarding her body, he turned and stalked toward the startled group, shoulders hunched high and head lowered, lips curling back in a feral snarl. A low growl came up from the depths of his abdomen and he was upon the others in a shower of gore and cascade of screams. There was a flash of lightning and thunder as Naruto grasped Ino's head, a single moment of hesitation in his reign of death. Tears slid down her cheeks as she stared at him, her mouth working silently in a sob. Then, with a sharp twist, Naruto wrenched her head around. He turned, letting the corpse drop lifeless to the ground, her body joining the gruesome pile at his feet. Naruto started laughing, and laughing, echoing into the maleficent night. Naruto bolted upright, screaming his throat raw. Eyes wide, he thrashed about, looking for some unseen enemy before collapsing back onto the bed. His heart was hammering in his ears, his breathing ragged and his skin prickling as his sweat dried, his shirt clinging to him. Panting, Naruto winced as a sharp headache bloomed between his eyes. He reaching up to massage it. His fingers paused at the sensation of something slick on his fingers. Blinking, he pulled his hand away and felt the last traces of sleep retreat as he saw the blood. Throwing his blankets aside, he climbed out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom, flipping the light on as he hurried to one of the sinks. Hands on the edge of the sink, he stared at his reflection in mute wonder. There was blood on his forehead, tiny trails oozing in rivulets down toward his eyes, yet he saw no visible cause. Frowning, he turned on the sink. Wetting a rag, he wiped it away and looked up once more. What the hell was that all about? There was no sign of what could have caused it. After a few more minutes of poking at the suspicious area, he gave up. A quick shower and change of clothes later, he was out the door, heading for his morning training with Ino and Hanabi. Well, actually, it was training with Hanabi. Ino just tended to stop by to check up on them. Leaping from roof to roof, Naruto frowned slightly, wondering where Anko had been lately. Normally, or at least before the Akatsuki encounter, she had started showing up every other morning to help him toward or train Hanabi. Coming to a sudden stop, he considered hunting her down, but wasn't sure where to begin outside of the dango shops. Plus, Kakashi would have told him if something was wrong with Anko. At least, he thought he would, but there was unity with which to contend. With the disappearance of Niji last week, things weren't quite so straightforward anymore. Shaking his head, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin to have a check with the Hokage about Anko. Setting out once more, Naruto wondered how things could have gotten so damn complicated. When he first became a genin, he didn't have to worry about anything, just do whatever Anko told him and trust that it was the right thing to do. Now he was doing a jonin's job, while trying to fulfill the role as one of the three ninja Shotai, fight off Akatsuki, protect the village and his important people, and decide about the plan to reveal his status to the village. It was at times like this that he honestly wished he could simply be a killing machine like Gaara. Talk about simple, kill whoever you were told and then you can go home and spend the night with a hot girlfriend. Naruto, on the other hand, had dubious loyalty surrounding him, and the closest thing he had to a girlfriend was an unstable woman with a penchant for sadism. Ga. Naruto said, slapping his face in frustration. Maybe he should have stayed in Kumogakure like Yujito had offered. Things were so much simpler there, but then again. Ga. Naruto shouted, punching himself this time. Shoving all of that crap aside, head starting to hurt from all that thinking and brooding, he entered the training area with a flourish, only to find it oddly empty. Blinking, he looked around, then frowned and crossed his arms. This was the right training area, because that post still had an imprint of Hanabi's fist in it. Well, where the hell is she? Naruto muttered. Creating another Kage Bunshin, he sent it out in search of his wayward student. Until she turned up, or got dragged here, he would do something he'd been meaning to do for a while. Train. He could try furthering the Rasen Shuriken, but without that lecher around. While he was in Konoha, Naruto wasn't too thrilled with the idea. That meant trying to figure out a way to solve at least one of the problems with the move. He had cut the number of needed Kage Bunshin down drastically already, though the move still took too long, but he could deal. What he needed was to work on a way of freezing his target in place. Itachi would not fall for the Kage Bunshin distraction like that idiot Sasori, at least, not after their last tussle. Admittedly, against a normal enemy that trick worked. He had lied to Ino, because against weaker opponents he could use the Kanashibari. However, that was only because his 9 Kage Bunshin stuck around long enough to both buy time to form his jutsu and then to close the distance. He had yet to manage this against a Jonin-level ninja. Against the likes of Akatsuki, he felt sure it would be suicide. After half an hour of thought, Naruto realized he had no real clue about how to solve the problem. Maybe if he asked Anko or Jiraiya, they might have an idea. At least, once he found Anko, Naruto jerked, eyes widening as he felt a Kage Bunshin disappear. He frowned. That had been the Kage Bunshin, sent to talk with the Hokage. Instead of getting his question answered, he'd been ordered by the man to report to the mission hall. What the hell was that about? Setting out, Naruto had a feeling that he was about to find himself in a bad situation. Inuzuka Kiba felt, without a doubt, that he was in a bad situation. Akamaru seemed to feel the same way, though the massive dog kept quiet for the sake of the echo effect the mission hall would have on his bark. It was bad enough to have a mission just as they were changing leadership within the military police. Even with Tenten taking smooth control over the department, things remained hectic. He had heard his mission would be with someone that had been teaching and training a lot lately, so he or she had been off the roster for some time. Kiba knew from dealing with Shikamaru and Choji that once you started teaching you lost your edge. Why couldn't it have been Hinata? They got along and worked well together. Even if nothing would come of it, he sure as hell enjoyed trying to get in her pants. Grinning, he ducked his head, thinking of the last time they had gone out drinking, even if it was mostly innocent. He was disturbed from his thoughts by the door to the mission hall opening and a loud, boisterous voice filling the room. Oi, what the hell did you guys want to see me for? Naruto? Kiba said, startled, and turned to find the blonde walking toward him. The Inuzuka immediately noted the black and orange outfit. It fit Naruto frighteningly well and his posture shouted confidence and power. The man paused, saw him and then grinned in the familiar way of a kindred prankster. Hey Akiba, aren't you supposed to be out hitting on Hinata? Naruto called, then at Kiba's wide-eyed look, explained as he got closer. Ino-chan keeps grumbling about it. Oh, Kiba said, a flash of distaste on his face. It wasn't any of that bitch's business what he tried with Hinata. The girl was free to choose who to sleep with and who not to. Ino had her cold and superior attitude, which explained why many people in the village weren't too thrilled with her. You know, Naruto said, voice friendly though a tad colder, if I didn't know better, I'd say you didn't like Ino-chan. No, Kiba said, waving a hand in front of him, aware of how close those two were. Just she gets on my nerves sometimes, you know? Yeah, I suppose so, Naruto admitted, before turning to the desk, where a Chunin was diligently sorting missions. Whatcha want? Inuzuka-san, Uzumaki-san, the Chunin said, without looking up from his paperwork. You're assigned AB rank. Wait a minute, Naruto said sharply, disrupting the man's work forcibly. What about my student? Where's she at? Uzumaki-san, I have no idea where your student is, the man said, looking up in annoyance. However, this mission was assigned to the two. Hey. You're forgetting Akamaru. Kiba said, further annoying the man. Oi, that's right. Naruto agreed, glowering at the man. I think we should go find your student before we do anything, Kiba said, turning to Naruto, while scratching the massive dog behind the ears. Yeah, Naruto agreed. Plus, we could have some breakfast before we do anything. Can't do a mission on an empty stomach after all. True enough, Kiba agreed, a bark from Akamaru making everyone wince. Things continued in this vein for a while, the two of them talking while constantly overriding the person they should be listening to. Kiba almost started laughing as he remembered when they had been younger and would do much the same to the teachers in the academy. Excuse me. The man shouted, exploding from his seat and knocking over a stack of paperwork. Both Chunins and Neem Dog turned to face the man with false innocence, which only served to infuriate him further. Wisely, he swallowed his anger and sat back down with a huff before holding up the mission scroll. The mission is very simple. It's a B-rank diplomacy mission. You're to deliver that scroll to the awaiting Kumo party outside the village of Aburuma, just south of Ishi no Kuni's capital. Diplomacy? Naruto asked, before crossing his arms and sighing. Ma, I hate those missions. I know. They're so damn boring, Kiba grumbled, as Akamaru nodded in agreement. If you're done, the man said sharply, handing the scroll to Kiba. This is important. Unlike the other non-aggression treaties, we don't exchange hostages to ensure peace. Kaminari no Kuni and Hai no Kuni do not trust each other that much, so we exchange these scrolls. Each scroll contains information that could be used against the country to which they belong. Oi, then what's to keep Kaminari from using it against us? Naruto asked incredulously. Simply the fact that the information is A, not to be read, B, has seals on it that alert us to if it is read, and C, not all that vital to our actual defense, the Chunin explained. It's more a good faith type deal than anything. Every 5 years, we exchange scrolls for new weaknesses and fix the old ones. So we're bluffing them? Kiba asked, blinking. That's pretty sneaky. Well, we are a village full of ninja, the man said dryly. One last thing before you go, the Kumo team you'll meet up with in Aburuma will be made up of 2 jonin, Tani Tatsumi and Niyujito. Yujito? Naruto repeated, eyes widening in surprise for such a fleeting moment that Kiba doubted he'd truly seen it. Huh? Uzumaki-san, is something wrong? The man asked, raising an eyebrow. Nope. Naruto said, smiling brightly. Just thinking, maybe they'll decide to try and kill us. Could be fun. Right, the Chunin drawled, before shaking his head. Anyway, that's the mission. You're dismissed. 10 minutes later, the 2 loud ninja and pony-sized dog exited the mission hall and were standing in the streets. Stretching, Kiba groaned before noticing that Naruto wasn't packed for a long-term mission. This, when combined with his earlier attitude, made it obvious the boy hadn't been planning on any missions today. Well shit, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. That's what the little bitch was doing. Huh? Kiba asked, startled, and even Akamaru looked at the boy in confusion. Hanabi, Naruto explained absently, shaking his head. She didn't turn up for training this morning, so I sent a Kage Bunshin out to find her. The little brat was on the other side of the village, sparring with Konohamaru. Why? Huh? Oh, because of the Chunin exams. Apparently, he wanted to train but his sensei was being an ass, so he asked her and they lost track of time, Naruto explained, shrugging. I told her I'm going on a quick mission, so she should keep practicing with him and then later find Enko or Ino-chan to train with. I see, Kiba said, shaking his head slightly. Well, even if he and Naruto weren't used to each other, at least they got along well enough to keep from killing each other. Yeah, Naruto agreed. But damn it. I want to know why that masked perv destroyed my other one and told me to come to the mission hall. Masked perv? The Hokage, Naruto said, looking at him oddly. Are you okay, Kiba? I mean, you're asking some pretty strange questions. This coming from the guy that's calling the strongest ninja in the village a masked perv, Kiba countered in disbelief, backed up by a bark from Akamaru. Hey, he's the one that reads Ika Ika all the time, Naruto said, shaking his head. I wrote a couple, and even I didn't find them that interesting. Good boy, Kiba started to say, before freezing in his tracks as the words registered. Why Taminate? You did what? Private office of the Umbu commander. Tenzo sat quietly at his desk, formerly his senpai Kakashi's, eyeing a scroll delivered 3 days ago from Orochimaru. It contained a mutually beneficial offer from the traitorous snake, one that Danzo would have agreed to in a heartbeat. Tenzo was not Danzo. As such, he had left the scroll inactive, wondering if perhaps he could use it to help alleviate the Hokage's doubt about his loyalty. Unfortunately, that had been before the disappearance of Hyuga Niji, against orders, by an ambitious member of Unity's inner circle. The same ambitious member, one Tuyu formerly of the Shugenin Junichi and now a well-respected member of the village, had authorized the use of the unreliable Okugi Fuin Kyuchugi Oyobi Jujin on 1010. Tenzo could only wonder at her stupidity. The Okugi Fuinkyu Chugi Oyobi Jujin had been deemed off-limits since as an early version of the one Kusa now used. It had two major flaws: it could be resisted by a strong enough will and, at any random moment, it could stop working utterly. Then there was how she had handled the Hyuga Niji problem. The boy had been a public figure and an heir to arguably the most politically powerful clan in the village. The Hyuga clan would not be letting up anytime soon, and there could be no outright attempt at obstructing the investigation. Why anyone would go for outright murder to silence his knowledge of unity instead of a memory seal, Tenzo couldn't fathom. Especially as any idiot could see that such a thing would bring undue scrutiny against the group. He supposed this had to be another sign that Danzo's final order did more harm than good for unity. The order, left in case of his assassination, had been to splinter the group into smaller branches. Each member of the inner circle would gain control of a branch, overseeing it as well as occasionally reporting to, and receiving directives from, Tenzo, but they would not interact with each other in any way, shape or form. The purpose had been twofold. First, it created the illusion that the group was decaying. Second, even if they did shut down one branch, the others would continue their goals. Regrettably, this led to each group acting without inhibitions, resulting in rumors. Rumors that grew daily and made others they needed or wanted to recruit extremely distrustful. As any umbu, any experienced ninja really knew, one could use rumors to gain an accurate picture of the inner workings of a society, no matter how secretive. Tenzo knew how dangerous rumors could be. He had used rumors to discredit political and religious figures, and to instigate a rebellion and thus topple a government. Stopping a rumor amounted to trying to unring a bell. It simply couldn't be done. What was left was damage control, which in itself would be a tricky process. First, one could never officially deny a rumor, because that only served to give those of a suspicious nature, such as ninja, reason to believe it. Second, rumors could not be ridiculed or mocked, as they were credible. Mocking them would amount to mocking the people spreading them. Instead, they must be calm and level-headed, must explain the truth to show that they simply couldn't be involved in any of the activities either officially or unofficially claimed. That was the path on which he had embarked, taking unity with him. There would be no more dubious offers to people of questionable temperament. He had ordered every branch to keep off the radar completely and to take any plots they had brewing as far from the village as possible. This was all well and good, but it still left Tenzo with the problem of the Hyuga clan and the Hokage's scrutiny. He needed to shunt it away, distract them long enough to disconnect unity from this stupid mistake. Of course, that would mean betraying the village and the only man that Tenzo had long held in great esteem and honor, Hatake Kakashi, former Umbu commander, his senpai, and the Godame Hokage. His stomach roiled at the thought. Tenzo could still remember his first meeting with the legendary ninja. Tenzo had been born unwanted. His mother, a Konoha ninja, had been raped by an Iwa ninja, and given to Orochimaru. The Sannin had used him in an experiment with 60 other babies, to see if he could replicate the Shodai's Mokutan Jutsu. Shortly after, the snake had been forced to flee, while in the process of dissecting the 16th failed experiment. Tenzo had ended up in Danzo's care. Taken into Na, Tenzo had grown up and received training personally from Danzo to become the perfect tool. The War Hawk had been determined to make him the pinnacle of his program, and he succeeded. By age 6, Tenzo had outshone everyone in his age range and a few above, and thus his official records proclaimed that he had graduated the academy and been made chunin at the same age. It was with such confidence that 5 years later, in the early days of the Yondame's reign, he accepted the assignment to join the regular Umbu. They were short-handed and needed new recruits. That was when he met 15-year-old Umbu Captain Kakashi, the infamous student of the Yondame, who later soundly beat the living crap out of both him and Yuzuki Yugao when placed on his team. Grudging respect followed the encounter. Over the years, his bruised pride morphed into awe and loyalty. Kakashi had done everything in his power not only to make him a better ninja, but something more than a mere tool, make him into a person. All these years, he had never expected to be placed in this position. Did he dare betray his mentor for the ideal of uniting the country, Or did he allow unity to wither and rot like a fruit left on the vine? The decision should not have been his. It should have been Danzu's or the man's successor, Saito Hikiji, but neither were present at the moment. So which did he choose? "Forgive me," Tenzo murmured, reaching out to break the seal and read the scroll. The offer seemed straightforward enough. Orochimaru needed unrestricted access to Hai no Kuni, so he wanted Tenzo to place a seal against a section of the Great Wall so that he could bring it down. In exchange, he offered to make certain select ninja available for Unity, to use as they saw fit, no questions asked. Tenzo mused on the offer, carefully, weighing it. Not only would this shift attention away from Unity and give him access to more untraceable ninja, it had the added benefit of taking care of the Hai no Kuni ninja now patrolling the Great Wall. On the other hand, Orochimaru wanted a war and would wage one, killing who knew how many. If he accepted the offer, then his hands would forever be drenched in the blood of not just samurai and ninja, but innocent people. He could still back out, still avert this bloody conflict and save those lives. Or he could allow Unity to die, thus killing the dream and hope of millions more. Reaching out, he placed his hands against the summoning seal and applied chakra, accepting the responsibility in the name of uniting the country. A dim flash of chakra followed by a faint pop and hiss of smoke revealed another scroll, no doubt containing the seal Orochimaru wished him to apply. Mouth dry, he reached out and picked it up. It seemed no different than any other sealing scroll, not that it should have really, but still. This scroll would change everything. "I have a mission for you," Tenzo said softly, not looking away from the item he held as the former personal assistant of Danzo seemed to materialize out of inky shadows in one corner of the room. Looking at the androgynous figure who Danzo had codenamed Sai, he handed it over. "Apply the seal inside to the Great Wall in Region 2, and ensure that you are not spotted." "As you command," Sai said, stepping away before melting back into the blue-black shadows, which dissolved soon after, revealing an ink painting. Tenzo sighed, closing his eyes, praying that he had made the right decision. He didn't bother with forgiveness. There could be no denying that the responsibility for every death to come would not belong to him. His decision, his responsibility, his ideal, for which others would unwittingly pay the cost. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. For better or worse. Ino hit the ground awkwardly, but managed a shoulder roll nonetheless. Coming up, she twisted around to discover a barrage of stones from her Kage Bunshin. Instincts brought her Bakken up to swiftly deflect the stones. No sooner had Ino stopped the attack than the Kage Bunshin leapt at her, hands coming down in a double-handed overhead chop. Ino brought up the Bakken just in time to parry the slash, filling the air with the sharp retort of wood against wood. Surging up, Ino forced her Kage Bunshin back and batted away a sudden thrust from her opponent. Moving back, Ino soon found it impossible to do anything else other than defend against the Kage Bunshin's onslaught. A few minutes later, they separated, each circling. Unconsciously Ino brought her Bakken low and to the side, blade curving up across her waist and her free hand raised near her shoulder. The Kage Bunshin adopted a different stance, bringing her Bakken up to extend along her left arm while her sword hand rested over her heart. There was a moment of consideration and then the Kage Bunshin darted forward, Bakken arcing out at Ino's neck. Ino countered smoothly by catching the blade of the Kage Bunshin with the tsuba of her wooden sword and slid it upward, throwing her attacker off balance. Retreating, Ino quickly tossed the Bakken backward while flashing through the hand seals for the Katon Gakkaku no Jutsu. Sadly, her Kage Bunshin shot forward, disrupting her attack and forcing Ino to perform a shunshin backward to catch her sword in time to counter the slash at her head. Ino stopped it halfway and counterattacked with a chop at the other's neck. Her Kage Bunshin dropped to one knee, but Ino kept her Bakken level with the pale neck, even if it stopped short several inches. Her speed and recovery had been great, but she couldn't ignore the hard tip of her Kage Bunshin's Bakken pressing firmly against her stomach. The message was clear, as it had been every time she tried to use an element ninjutsu while using a sword. There was no way for her to use both at the same time. Fuck, Ino spat, then settled into a new opening stance. Let's try this again. The Kage Bunshin obliged by retreating to mirror her. The two stared warily before Ino shot forward with a shunshin. By limiting herself to just the basics, none of her dances or advanced skills, Ino figured she could more accurately train to fight a more powerful opponent. The Kage Bunshin deflected her spinning slash and the next two chopping motions of her practice sword. Pushing away, Ino felt sweat trickling down the back of her neck and the burning sensation of sweat in her eyes. They had been at this for hours, and she was no closer to managing a ninjutsu in the fight. The Kage Bunshin darted forward, Bakken slashing down at an angle. Ino spun left, away from the practice blade, then danced sideways and forward while snapping the tip of her Bakken at the Kage Bunshin's chest. The Kage Bunshin flicked her own blade in response, knocking Ino's away and lunging forward to attempt an upward slash from the side. Ino dropped the blade of the Bakken sharply, catching the blade in mid-slash and held it in check. The Kage Bunshin exerted a small amount of strength and forced Ino's blade around in a swirling block. She disengaged and took several quick steps away. Twirling her practice sword, Ino settled into a balanced attack position, weapon held straight up in a double-handed grip. Her Kage Bunshin darted forward, and Ino met her halfway, practice swords clashing in whirling slashes. The two moved and danced gracefully in their duel, reading the other perfectly as only they could. Suddenly, the Kage Bunshin went for a low slash at Ino's ankles, and she nimbly flipped away from the attack. Landing, she started forward in a run, twirling her Bakken up and then letting it spin slightly ahead and next to her through the air. The Kage Bunshin had other ideas. This time, before Ino could even start a hand seal, the Kage Bunshin had shot forward with a senkuken. Ino just barely twisted her body away from the blow, but hit the ground hard and rolled ungainly away. Twisting around and up, Ino found the Kage Bunshin descending from overhead in a classic Odori no Haikesuki pose. Ino rolled forward just as the Kage Bunshin struck, shattering the earth behind her. Springing to her feet, Ino performed a hurried shunshin toward her weapon. Coming out of it, the girl snatched her Bakken up and spun while dropping to a knee, adding her chakra to both the wood and arm. Her Bakken slammed into the Kage Bunshin's like a tsunami, snapping her opponent's sword near the tsuba and cracking her own before powering on into the Kage Bunshin's chest. There was a sharp crack and the fake Ino flew backward several feet before disappearing in a large puff of smoke. Shit! Ino shouted in frustration as she remained kneeling, body aching, sweating, dirty and tired. Letting the ruined Bakken fall aside, she shook her hand to regain feeling in it. It never failed. She'd always won using her tried and true methods of combat, but this was supposed to be integrating her newly acquired ninjutsu into her sword work. Huffing, Ino stood and retrieving her Bakken. She left the semi-isolated training area, debating about skipping lunch or not. In all honesty, she needed a shower, but there was no denying that she was hungry. Now, a pre-Hitokiri Ino would have went right for the shower, but Hitokiri Ino instead settled for lunch at a restaurant that would be semi-deserted this time of late morning. Entering the small stand, Ino slid gratefully into a nearby open table. Slouching slightly, she offered her order to the single waitress on duty and turned her mind toward the so far futile luck of adding ninjutsu into her kenjutsu and the lack of information about what a jinchuriki was. That word did not bode well, but there was not a single reference to it anywhere in anything she read. Sitting up a moment later as her food arrived, Ino started picking at it, wondering what she should do about the word. It wasn't like she could ask Naruto. He most likely knew, but any word that meant power of human sacrifice was not something you could just ask someone, especially not someone you were starting to harbor romantic inclinations toward. Ino shook her head, musing about how odd it was. When they had been at the academy, she had found him annoying. She grinned fondly. Then they'd been put on the same team, forced to interact, and she had grown infatuated, which had grown quickly over the last few months into a full-blown possessive desire. Not that Ino was sure about how to do that exactly. Her expertise at ensnaring males had dulled over the years. It had been almost 3 years since she had read an issue of Kunoichi Monthly. It didn't exactly help that she had no friends in the village. Even Shika and Choji no longer really fit into that category, just acquaintances and co-workers. Ino paused and thought about it. If she had the last 3 years to do over, no. There was nothing she would have done different, outside of killing Sasuke before he ever thought of defecting. Which would have left Sakura in the village. Hence Ino would have had her best friend, adopted sister, and rival around and would not have been so lonely. But, Ino decided with a faint smirk, she had Naruto now. Provided, Ino added a moment later, she could make it clear she was extremely interested in him. Munching away happily on her meal, Ino decided the best course of action would be bringing up those frustrating near kisses. Halfway through her meal, she felt a presence and looked up to find the semi-familiar, sunglass-wearing and coolly dressed special Jonin tutor known as Ebisu. Ino-san, I hate to bother you, but since the other tables are full. Huh? Ino asked, blinking as she found that they were indeed full. When had that happened? Mentally shrugging, Ino waved a hand that it was okay and turned back to her meal. The older man sat down across from her and then gave his order to the waitress, smiling at her in a way that made Ino wonder if his sunglasses were like the Byakugan and allowed him to see through her clothes. You look rather beat up, Ebisu said after a moment, his smile never changing. Training, Ino offered blandly, taking a sip of her so far neglected jasmine tea. I got Anko to teach me a few ninjutsu, just basic katan and stuff, but I've been trying to work them into my kenjutsu style. Oh? Why would such a celebrated kenjutsu user bother with elemental ninjutsu? Well, Ino said, but when his smile disappeared behind a serious gaze, she launched into a brief recount of her fight against Kisame and her frustrated training efforts. At the end of her diatribe, Ebisu reached up and removed his glasses, revealing, to Ino's surprise, eyes covered by milky cataracts. He remained silent for several long minutes and then spoke, with a voice she had learned to associate with experience and instruction. First, I'm happy to see at least one master kenjutsu user realize the problem with relying only on sword techniques, Ebisu said, tapping his sunglasses on the table. Second, don't bother trying to mimic his way of intermixing ninjutsu with kenjutsu. He's got years of experience and he's faster than you are. Instead, think of your own way of doing it. But ninjutsu needs 2 hands to do the Ino started to say, before pausing as she realized the mistake she had been making. She could remember 3 years ago, a boy she had fought, who had used one-handed seals. Ebisu-san, can you perform ninjutsu with only one hand? It's possible, the man said with a small nod, chewing on the ear to his sunglasses now. Really? Do you know how I would do it? Ino asked, mind racing quickly at the knowledge she had gained. Before I tell you that, the Jonin tutor said, setting his sunglasses down. Aren't you an information-gathering type? Why do you need such offensive capabilities? The odds are against you facing such a high-level enemy again. Because of Naruto-kun and Itachi, Ino said bluntly, equally as serious, revealing part of the decision on how to handle unity. The Hokage doesn't want to mess with an effective team. My foreseeable future, as is Hanabi's, is to be on the same team as Naruto-kun. Hence, you stand a large chance of facing this S-rank ninja again, Ebisu summarized with a tiny frown. That, Ino agreed, the words and emotions escaping her before she realized it, and because I want to protect Naruto-kun as best I can. I see, Ebisu said after a moment, before lacing his fingers together and resting them on the table. The trick to performing one-handed seals is actually rather easy. Just try any simple elemental ninjutsu one-handed, but you'll have to concentrate much harder than normal. However, if you can do it, then after a while you'll be able to do it as naturally as others can with 2 hands. Wait, Ino said, eyes widening slightly in surprise and confusion. If it's that easy, why does everyone keep using 2-handed seals? Part of it is psychological. The hand seals do nothing more than mold chakra. The various combinations merely give the ninja something to help with their concentration while performing the jutsu. For proof that you don't need 2 hands, or no hands, the Yandame's Rasengan is a prime example of the no-seal method, and Hokage-sama can perform his Raikiri with one-handed seals. so it's possible to. Yes. But single-hand seals take a lot of practice to use and the no-hand seal method takes decades. Wow, decades? No wonder Naruto used to brag about doing the Rasengan, Ino muttered, and seeing his perplexed look turned back to the conversation. About single-hand, you said part of it was psychological. There's more? Another part is the way they are taught. In our business, if it works, don't fix it. The only other reason is that it's rare to develop the needed concentration, Ebisu said. Usually, you have to have an unusually strong affinity for the element you're trying to manipulate, and even then it's not likely to develop. Of the thousands of ninja in Konoha, I can only count 3 that use an elemental ninjutsu without a hand seal or with only one. I see, Ino said, then shifted uneasily. Do you think I could do it? Won't hurt to try. September 28, Border Post 15, between Kaze no Kuni and Kusa no Kuni, formerly Kuma no Kuni. Shibata Katsui was a Sunagakure jonin of little fame. He had come from a regular village family. He was the first in his entire lineage to obtain either samurai or ninja status. So it had been a surprise to him when he had been given command of a lookout post, which contained both samurai and more experienced ninja. He had been told by the council and the Kazakage that with Kusa claiming neutrality and having only recently settled their war, to expect more organized skirmishes with Iwa forces to occur. Katsui had made a quick assessment and organized several rather ingenious patrol systems and other various tricks. Upon his arrival that evening, he had laid out a brief outline of his ideas, expecting to have time to implement them. He would be proven wrong. It was late, or at least it felt that way, but Katsui had a lot to do before he could sleep. He scowled at the maps of the border and areas of interest spread over the small desk in his office. He knew his plans would work, had absolute faith, but he also knew that plans did not always work once they encountered the enemy. Still, he would rather be in the office warm and sand-free, compared to the poor lookouts outside in the cold desert night, battered by howling wind and stinging sand. Leaning forward, the jonin rested his chin on a hand, studying the map of the current patrol patterns. It seemed wrong. The number of encounters was falling, but he knew from other reports that there were no increases in Iwa activity elsewhere. A lull in activity, when for months and months their enemies had been constantly launching one skirmish after another. At the polite knock on his office door, he looked up, setting his musings aside. Yes? Shibata-san, one of the various ninja, a genin actually, said after opening the door and bowing. I know you haven't eaten, but I wasn't sure what to prepare or even if you would like anything to eat. Huh? Oh, of course, Katsui said, realizing that he hadn't eaten anything other than a hurried lunch that afternoon before setting out. I'm not actually hungry right now. I have a lot to do. Of course, the genin said with another bow, before hesitating. Would you like something to drink? Sure. Gotta stay awake somehow, Katsui joked, seeing some of the tension in the younger ninja melt away. You have a name? Yukita Naoi, the genin answered nervously. My jonin sensei was Yasuke-san. Yasuke? I didn't know he had, Katsui said, before pausing, eyes widening slightly. Wait, what do you mean by was? Yasuke-sensei and the others on my team were killed 2 months ago in a skirmish. I just barely survived and have been assigned here permanently. I see, Katsui managed, blinking as he stared at the young boy. Well, maybe not boy so much as young man. He looked to be at least 14. His small stature and slender nature made him appear feminine. That face didn't help either, delicate features and an innocence that didn't belong on a Suna ninja. Shaking his head, Katsui turned back to the maps, before looking up once more at the leaving genin. Naoi-kun, does it seem strange that the number of skirmishes have diminished? I've never noticed, the genin answered, turning back. Though, yes, it is strange. Iwa ninja and Tsuchi samurai are very fanatical. It took near economic ruin and social collapse to make them agree to a ceasefire with Hai no Kuni. Exactly. He exclaimed. So why have they suddenly started tapering off the skirmishes? Katsui said absently, scowling at the maps once more as the genin left. At the back of his mind, just out of his reach, he felt the answer. The answer came soon enough as the sound of someone shouting outside his office disturbed him. Stomping across the room, he flung his door open, prepared to shout at them in annoyance, but instead heard what they were shouting. The lookouts on the eastern edge of the border post had spotted enemies approaching. Katsui watched his people move expertly to counter the unusual development, when Tsuchi forces flooded in from the south, making a mockery of the post's defenses. Within minutes, the post was thrown into chaos. 24 Kaze no Kuni samurai and a dozen Suna ninja were gone in the blink of an eye. Shouts filled the air as samurai and ninja tried to coordinate, to piece together what was going on. In the midst of it all was Katsui, fighting desperately, trying to find a solution to the problem. Of all the things he expected, he had not expected an organized assault directly on the border post. The fighting grew vicious, more chaotic, ninja and samurai falling like flies. Katsui and his small team fought like devils as he tried to direct the forces, but he was quickly realizing how futile that was. Turning at the last minute as he felt one of the men behind him fall, he jabbed the attacker with a kunai to the throat. He didn't rejoice, instead, he shouted for his men to scatter and gave the fallback order. There was no other choice. This post was lost and they needed time to regroup. Ducking a punch, he grabbed the arm and, pivoting, swung around, using his momentum to continue the enemy's motion, slamming him head first into a building. Turning, his eyes darted around at the chaotic bloodshed filling the streets of the post. He dodged another attack, slamming a kunai home into the enemy's chest. He leapt aside as another fell, revealing a bloody and panting Naoi, who noticed him and blinked vacantly. "Shibata-san?" "Yeah, come on," the jonin said, grabbing the boy and dragging him along as he spotted others attempting to flee while the Tsuchi no Kuni forces brutally slaughtered them. Katsui ran blindly down an alley, jumping a fence alongside Naoi, racing through even more bloody fighting as Kaze no Kuni forces attempted to retreat. "Just beyond that wall is the desert," Naoi said, breathing heavily as he pointed at a far wall. "Are we retreating?" "Have to." "The fuckers planned this perfectly," Katsui growled, killing another without paying full attention. "All those skirmishes, they weren't just to test our strength, they were to plant units to come in from behind." "Down!" Naoi shouted, shoving Katsui aside, and they both rolled painfully out of the path of an attack. Katsui recovered first and launched a Kaze no Yaiba, slaughtering his enemy. Yanking Naoi up, he set out, now joined by a few other Suna ninja, many of whom were wounded in some way. Soon enough they were clear of the wall and out into the desert. They continued moving until Katsui paused and turned back. "Shibata-san?" "Fuck," Katsui said, eyes widening as the elusive thought from earlier finally crystallized for him. Fuck, 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 fuck. We gotta get to Sunagakure." "Why?" Naoi asked of the small group. "Because they're not destroying the border post," Katsui said, turning to face them. "They're planning on using it. Those fuckers are invading us." It had taken less than an hour to overpower the Kaze no Kuni forces of Border Post 15 and into a retreat. Later, it would be discovered that they were the only post that even managed a successful retreat. For the moment, they retreated even further as stragglers arrived and token patrols of Tsuchi no Kuni forces hunted them. The invasion of Kaze no Kuni had begun. Leading his team of genin to the selected training grounds for their evening practice, Rock Lee felt a wave of loss he couldn't quite put into words. Niji was gone, had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a wife and child. Leaving behind Tenten, who acted strong, holding her sorrow deep inside, he was sure, without shedding a tear. Lee could, at times, be very perceptive. He had been the one to see the impending end of Tenten and Niji, had seen the eventual shattering of their team as they each went their separate ways. So it had been no surprise, at least to him, when he had hugged a stoic-looking Tenten and told her quite clearly that Niji loved her, had told her not to worry. She had shoved him away, shouted for him to leave, but Lee had known better. At least for a moment, the lost look in her lovely brown eyes had disappeared, filling Lee with hope. While Lee had never truly grown close to Niji, not from lack of trying on his part, they had remained only teammates. He had long ago learned from Guy that if Lee truly cared for 1010, then he would have to support her no matter what. Thinking of his mentor, he wondered about the mission the man had been assigned. It would be dangerous if such a powerful ninja as Guy-sensei was needed. He struck a pose, just thinking about it, while his genin team continued past, having long grown accustomed to his antics. Shaking it off, he hurried on, catching a hint of a semi-familiar voice as he caught up with his team at the occupied training grounds. Oblivious to their presence was a girl, maybe 10, dressed in a dark outfit and striking a post repeatedly. In the clear light of the moon and stars, Lee watched her intently, the way her feet moved through a complex pattern and her hands alternated between open and closed strikes. There was a rhythm, a flow, which Lee's expert ears detected. Her traditional Juken style, with an intermixing of Hinata's Amatsuyanaji style and something that didn't quite fit such flowing styles. He knew the girl, of course, considering his missing teammate. Hanabi, formerly of the Hyuga. He watched along with his genin, a tiny grin on his face, as he studied her style, struck by the beauty of it. "TCH, come on princess, you can hit harder than that," Ino crowed from a tree branch overhead, a note of disapproval ringing in her tone. "Why do you persist in calling me that?" Hanabi countered, stopping her pattern and turning slightly toward the girl. "It suits you," Ino countered with a shrug. "Now, start hitting the post again, Hanabi-heim, or I'll come down there and spar you." "I would most likely get more out of sparring you, Yamanaka-san, than hitting this wooden post," Hanabi said, but turned back to the post nevertheless. "Yash, I am happy to see such a lovely flower of Konoha so diligently practicing," Lee said loudly, mostly because he had a brilliant idea of creating a mini-tournament between the girl and his own genin. "Lee-san?" Ino said, dropping from the branch, smiling at him even as Hanabi froze and turned to face them. "What are you doing out here?" "My students, who burn brightly with youthful flames, are looking toward the Chunin exams. Thus, I have been giving them extra training in preparation for the event," Lee explained, nodding as he returned Ino's smile. "I see you two have a student? This is most surprising as I had not heard that you were a jonin." "Huh? Oh, Hanabi?" Ino asked, startled, before shaking her head. "No, you got it wrong. I'm just helping her sensei out. Naruto-kun is out on a mission and he asked me to make sure she practiced." "Yash, Naruto-san is her sensei?" Lee asked, startled as he glanced at the slightly defiant-looking girl. "Then she would be an excellent sparring partner for my students." Lee-sensei. "Yash, I know you may feel uncertain about fighting a fellow Konoha shinobi," Lee said, turning to address the slender girl Yuhi Kojiro. "However, in the Chunin exams, it is not unusual to face those from the same village. Besides, as such bright flames of youth, you cannot back down from such challenges." "Right," the tallest one of the three, Matsudaira Teru, said. "I just don't think this would really be fair. I'm taller than her." "Establishing your excuse for when you lose?" Hanabi asked, her tone amused. "I suppose the other one will claim it is, because I am a girl, and he could not bring himself to hit me." "Oh, you should not say such things," Lee said, amused more than anything. "Okay, girl or not, I say we kick her ass." Miruwa Anjin, the last on his team, said, punctuating his sentiment by smacking a fist into his hand. "Well, if you guys want to fight," Ino said with a shrug, before addressing Lee. "So, one-on-one, winner stays in?" "That sounds no," Hanabi interjected, a tight smirk on her face. "I'll face them all at once." "3-on-1. Baka," Ino said, smacking Hanabi upside the head. "I know you're good, but you're not me or your sensei. One-on-one would work fine for the moment." "Excuse me, Yamanaka-san," Hanabi said, glaring at her, "but I have more confidence than that in both my skills and Naruto-sensei's teaching abilities." "Fine, you want to get your ass kicked, who am I to argue?" Ino countered, and then, nodding at Lee, retreated into the trees. Lee grinned, and then turned to address his three rather eager students. Yash, remember your flames burn bright and, win or lose, you are proud shinobi of Konoha. It's 3-on-1, Angie said with a smirk. We're not going to lose. Yash, just give it your best. Lee said with a bright smile before retreating to join Ino. It would be an interesting match, or at least he believed it would be, considering the people involved. Angie was by far the fastest on the team. Kojiro was a superb genjutsu user and tactical leader, while Teru used his family's taijutsu-style Ryoryu and was the most technical fighter of the three. Hanabi, on the other hand, had the Juken and apparently the mysterious style that belonged to Hinata, along with whatever training Naruto had given her. Her rhythm was flawless. He knew as a former Hyuga that she too would be an accurate, precise, and technical fighter. Angie moved first and the fight erupted between the three. Hanabi slapped aside a punch from the boy and struck Angie in the stomach, only to backpedal as Teru attacked. Hanabi, ducking a punch, caught his wrist and then somehow managed to throw the larger boy, which sent him crashing into Kojiro just as Angie came charging back into the fight. Hanabi nimbly dodged his combination attack, but fell victim to Teru's from the other side. The girl recovered quickly. Very quickly. Lee blinked, surprised at her skill and abilities. Far better than he had been expecting, especially from Naruto, who had only recently started teaching. Kami, she's sloppy, Ino muttered, watching the fight as well. Yes, from the way she moves, it is obvious this is her first time facing three opponents at once, Lee agreed. However, her skills are quite surprising. It almost appears as if she were reading their moves with her Byakugan, but, according to Niji, Hanabi's bloodline was sealed. It was and is Ino confirmed. Then how is she managing to read their moves before they can attack? He asked as Teru used his greater reach to force Hanabi to retreat. It's a technique Naruto-kun taught her, Ino explained, wincing as Angie was knocked unconscious by Teru when Hanabi twisted aside to avoid Teru's kick. It allows her to focus her eyesight 1,000-fold. She's been adapting it to augment her fighting ability. So it is a rudimentary Byakugan, Lee summarized as Teru sent Hanabi to the ground hard. From what I gather, yeah, Ino nodded as Hanabi regained her feet and cartwheeled over a kick while forming hand seals. We were a bit busy at the moment, so I wasn't paying too much attention to the details when he explained it. Busy? Lee asked, wincing as Hanabi managed to use Teru to knock Kojiro down. Long story, Ino said, shaking her head as Hanabi was knocked down yet again and just barely managed a sloppy shoulder roll. Ah, Lee said, Hanabi seems to be adapting well to the situation. Yeah, but she's still sloppy as hell, Ino countered. Yash, but she is a bright flame of youth, no doubt. Lee said brightly, as Hanabi finally laid out Teru, only to be caught in a genjutsu from a wobbling Kojiro. That's match, Ino said with a huff. She hasn't learned how to dispel genjutsu. Actually, Lee said seriously, as he took in the results of the battle, I would say she won. Teru and Angie are out cold and Kojiro is barely conscious, which I believe affects the effectiveness of a genjutsu. Maybe, but that little bitch won't be happy with that, Ino snorted, shaking her head and glancing at him. So, how's 10-10 holding up? As well as could be expected, Lee answered with a nod, not glancing back, but aware of Ino's knowing look. Even such a bright flame of youth as hers cannot deal with the disappearance of one so dear to them. About that, Ino said, turning to glance at him, a guarded look on her face. I'm not so sure he disappeared, so much as he was removed. But who would do such a thing? You know who, Ino said seriously, eyes never wavering from his. Unity, Lee said. At her nod, he sighed. Of course he knew of the mysterious group. The only known goal of the group was to unite the land and restore the Hokage to true power. Yet rumors persisted, rumors of disappearances, assassinations, and other despicable deeds. Well, either way, keep this to yourself, Ino said after a moment. Now I better go down there and get Hanabi out of here before she goes batty and tries to fight them all again. I understand, Lee said with a nod and smile. Tell Naruto-san that Hanabi-chan does him credit. I will, Ino said with her own smile before dropping to the ground. The forest was a blur of black and silver as the four traveling companions raced along the ground. To the left, Kiba rode Akamaru, hunched against the giant dog's shoulders, while Naruto kept pace to his right, crouched on the back of an armored toad the size of a small horse. They were just beyond the Great Wall of Hi-no-Kuni, heading toward the rendezvous spot with the Kumo ninja. So, after you tried sneaking in as a girl, what did you do? Kiba asked, with a snicker. I decided to give it a rest, Naruto answered, smirking at him, lull them into a false sense of security. Besides, I got a new plan now, and it'll definitely get me into that place for keeps. Heh, sure, Kiba said, shaking his head. Every guys thinks they have a plan that'll get them into Rizuba Ryu and be allowed to stay. Trust me, that place is harder to get into than Hinata's pants. Maybe for you, Naruto countered with a smirk. Trust me, my plan won't fail. Whatever, Kiba muttered, shaking his head. Naruto chuckled and focused his attention on the path, wondering about how Yujito would react. Did she know that he was going to be the one on this mission, or was it just random coincidence? For that matter, how did he feel about seeing her again after what had happened? That night 3 years ago during the New Year's celebration in Kumo, the carnal indulgence that should have never happened. He could still feel her beneath his fingers, the desire and desperate need of her kisses. He could still hear the moans and passionate encouragement she had given him. Hello? Earth to Naruto? Kiba's voice drifted in from the distance, and Naruto snapped his attention back to the world around him. Huh? Wha? Naruto managed, blinking. Yeesh, you were really off in La La Land, weren't you? Kiba muttered, shaking his head. I asked if you had heard of Unity. Unity? Naruto asked, looking at the Kiba, unable to help the feeling of loathing that came with the thoughts of that group. What about them? Well, I was going to ask what you thought about them, Kiba said, looking a tad uneasy, but from that killing intent, I'm assuming you're in the I don't trust them camp. More like the I'm going to kill them camp, Naruto muttered darkly. You? Me? Kiba asked, a wry smile on his face. Well, if I were on their side I wouldn't tell you now. But, since I'm not, I'll go ahead and say I'm strongly in the I don't trust them camp. Too much is unknown about them. Their goal is all fine and dandy, but there's too many rumors to ignore. Besides, they've never explained what they mean by to unite the land and restore the Hokage to true power. Oh, you want to know? Naruto asked sourly. Basically, they want to kill the daimyo so the Hokage rules both Konoha and Hi-no-Kuni. Of course, they also want to kill the Hokage and replace him with their puppet so that they can control the country. Small details they fail to mention. Kiba blinked rapidly. Are you shitting me? No, Naruto said, wishing that he was. He had enough on his mind already. Unity was something he wished he could obliterate from existence. Holy fuck, how do you know that? Masked Perv told me, Naruto explained. Seems they're looking to use people that can sway public support or something, former Hokage family, and stuff like that. I don't see how it'd work, but I don't care. It's just one more thing for me to deal with. Geez, Kiba muttered, shaking his head. I knew they were shady and not to be trusted, but if that's their goal, we need to do something. Tell you what, Naruto said, struck by sudden inspiration. After we get back, meet me at the top of the Hokage mountain. Until then, don't breathe a word about what I told you, okay? Masked Pervs made it clear that we have to be careful how we handle these guys. Okay, Kiba said dubiously, but seemed content to relent for the moment. Naruto felt a buzz of excitement. He knew that Kakashi had others involved in the Niju Shotai, though he didn't know who. If Kiba agreed, as Naruto expected he would, then that would be at least 3 people he could count on. Of course, Naruto mused silently, he had to be careful about how much he trusted Kiba. Sure, he appeared to be against unity, but that was no guarantee Kiba wasn't one of them. This way he could put off a discussion of the Niju Shotai until after he spoke to Ino. Putting thoughts of Kiba's loyalty aside, he focused on Ino. The girl who had kissed him before he left 3 years ago, whom he shared so many intimate moments with since then. The girl that he trusted. She would reject him the minute she found out about the demon inside him. Oh, Naruto had no illusions about that. He had yet to meet more than 3 people that reacted favorably toward a Jinchuriki, outside of other Jinchuriki. Somehow, though, Naruto refused to accept it. His bull-headed determination forced him to believe that she would accept him. Maybe they would never be lovers, but friends, he could live with that. The scar on his forearm was a symbol of his determination not to let the bastards win and, in this, Uzumaki Naruto would be unmoving. Akamaru says they're just up ahead, Kiba said, his tone growing tight. He also says there are a lot of scents up ahead. Huh? Naruto asked, glancing at his companion, curiously. People, Kiba explained absently. Sometimes he refers to people as scents. According to him, the other people are faint, so they might just be lingering scents, but he can definitely smell 2 ninja ahead. Ah, Naruto said, feeling on edge, despite the chance that Akamaru was overreacting. Then seeing 2 people, standing openly in a clearing bathed in the moonlight, he grinned slightly. I think that's them. You think? Kiba retorted. Oh, check out Blondie. Not bad at all. Yujito-chan? Naruto asked, blinking as he focused his attention on the lone female. A jolt of tumultuous sensations coursed through him, phantom memories, a tremor beneath his skin. It had been one thing to hear her name mentioned, but another to see her. Dude, you know her? Kiba asked, from beside him. Yeah, you could say that, Naruto said absently, struggling to get over the surprise. As they drew close, Naruto dispelled the toad he was riding and saw the startled look on her attractive face. No way, Kiba half-whispered as he slid from Akamaru's back and moved to stand next to Naruto. She's your ex. Kami, help me, Naruto whimpered, before plastering a smile on his face and moving to greet the other group. Ni Yujito had grown up alone, rejected and reviled. Trained to be a killing machine of unequaled power. With her potent onijutsu, the Shikyo Takchi, she lived up to that job description. For the first 18 years of her life, nobody had ever survived her touch, no matter how glancing. Yujito feared nobody, and nothing with her dreams were haunted by the Nakomata she contained. Next to that, death itself seemed inconsequential. Then 3 years ago, she had met a boy. At the time, he had been only 13. They had fought and he had survived her touch, survived everything she had tossed at him. When she had gotten desperate and unleashed the Nibi on him, he had unleashed his own demon. She was defeated. Shortly after that, on a training trip with a famous Sannin, he had turned up in her village. He had been legal, had been drinking, and Yujito had wanted to know what the pleasure of touching someone else intimately felt like. Somehow in all of that feelings that streamed from her night with Naruto, Yujito had discovered fear. Naruto scared her, not in and of himself, but because of what he represented for her. Out of all the people in the world, all the others she had ever met, he both refused to be reduced to such a weapon and accepted her as a person. Treated her as a person. Believed she was a person. Oh yes, Uzumaki Naruto was the only thing in this world that she feared. And loved. Which made it difficult to remain the weapon she really was, when he approached on a mission to exchange the scrolls between Hai no Kuni and Kiminari no Kuni. How could this happen? Why? What was she supposed to do now? Part of her wanted to flee, to run away and not face him and the way he rejected her worldviews. The other part wanted to embrace him, hug and kiss him, until she made him moan her name instead of that other girl's. Ino. A low growl escaped her, making her teammate, Tani Tatsumi, shift nervously beside her. Yujito quickly mastered her flare of anger and loathing, wondering as always who Ino could be. Naruto had been unaware of moaning the name that night, and Yujito had been unwilling to ask, unwilling to subject herself to the resultant pain. When the 2 Konoha ninja were closer, Tatsumi formed a hand seal and ignited the various lanterns that they had staked out earlier, designed to harness lightning. It took her eyes a moment to adjust, but she recovered quickly and studied the two Konoha ninja. Naruto's face was more mature, and he stood taller and with an air of confidence. His blue eyes locked with hers, conveying emotions that unsettled her, and, blushing, Yujito looked at the other boy. He was about the same height as Naruto, dressed in a brown, probably leather, jacket and pants, with dark spiky hair, and red tribal face tattoos, which meant he was an Inuzuka. Sure enough, just on the edge of the light cast by their storm lanterns, she spotted a massive white dog watching and waiting. Turning her attention back to the two Konoha ninja, Yujito carefully avoided making eye contact with Naruto. "I take it you're the Konoha team," Tatsumi said casually, before indicating Yujito. "This is me, Yujito, Kumo Jonin, second strongest ninja in Kumo," Yujito added, ignoring the disgruntled look on her teammate's face, smiling faintly at an amused Naruto. "I am Tani Tatsumi, Kumo Jonin," Tatsumi finished, before glancing between Naruto and the Inuzuka expectantly. "Huh, oh, us?" the Inuzuka said, scratching his head absently. "I'm Inuzuka Kiba, Konoha Chunin, and that's Akamaru, Konoha Chunin." "Wait, so dogs can be promoted?" Naruto asked in surprise. "Well, only the Inuzuka pack," Kiba explained with a shrug. "It was part of the clan's request when the Shodai was forming Konoha." "Ahem." Tatsumi interrupted pointedly, glowering at the two. "Oh, hold your horses, Sumi," Naruto said sourly, before turning away. A moment later he spun back around, one hand held behind his head and the other held out before him, speaking loud and excitedly. "Alright boys and girls, listen up, I'm Konoha's #1 prankster, hero, and the next Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." Yujito could only blink at the display. For someone so powerful, he acted like an idiot at times. Then again, Yujito remembered how Jiraiya had acted when he arrived, so she should have expected this. Tatsumi seemed utterly unable to process the introduction, and Kiba looked torn between disbelief and laughing. Suddenly, Yujito's lip twitched as she fought the urge to start laughing. Naruto relaxed his posture and crossed his arms, grinning broadly at them before turning to address Kiba. "Hey, so what did you think of my introduction?" "Great. Superb," Kiba said, unable to keep from laughing, though he tried to remain semi-serious. "Though I'm the #1 prankster in Konoha, you know." Remember I glued you to your seat in the academy?" "Maybe, but remember I'm the one that tarred and feathered you," Kiba countered. "Hey, I was the one that tricked you into going into the girls' locker room naked," Naruto shot back. "Besides, I'm also the one that pantsed Sasuke in front of the whole class." True on both. Though, while impressive, Kiba admitted with an air of pride, "I'm the one that convinced all the girls in class that they had got pregnant by sharing water from the bottle they stole from Sasuke. Plus, I'm the one that got that Kunoichi teacher to flash our class because she thought it was just her and Irika." But I can top both of them," Naruto countered, rubbing his chin. "I stole every copy of Ika within Hai no Kuni, including the Hokage's copy, twice. I replaced all of Ino-chan's clothes and possessions with orange copies and dyed Shino's hair orange." "Impressive, but it doesn't top the flashing teacher," Kiba countered smugly. "Okay, how about this?" Naruto said with a grin. "I created a few dozen Kage Bunshin that looked like a naked Anko and had them randomly run up and proclaim their love for people. Don't forget I had one actually make out with your sensei in public and claim to love her." "You know," Kiba said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Now that I think about it, that one is the ultimate prank. Even compared to when I convinced our entire class in the academy that Sasuke was gay. See, I'm the #1 prankster," Naruto bragged happily. "For the moment," Kiba countered, shooting Naruto a challenging look. "Excuse me," Tatsumi shouted, interrupting the two and destroying Yujito's entertainment. "We're here to exchange scrolls so our countries don't go to war, not listen to two juvenile delinquents recount their idiotic pranks." "Idiotic," Naruto said hollowly, looking at the Kumo ninja. "P-panks?" "Ahem," Yujito interjected, sensing an impending fight brewing. how about we just exchange scrolls? I'm sure we'd all hate to fail our missions if you got into a fight. She's got a point, Naruto admitted reluctantly, glancing at Kiba. Yeah, I suppose, Kiba said with a dismissive glare at the other boy, before turning and tossing her the scroll. He caught hers deftly, handing it over to Naruto, who pocketed it. Come on ni, Tatsumi said with a dark glare at the two Konoha ninja as he backed out of the lit clearing. Yujito followed reluctantly, stopping just on the edge of the light to turn back and look at Naruto. He was standing just on the other side, looking back as well, their eyes locked, an awkward air filling the gap between them. He raised his hand as if to wave, she moved to follow, before they both hesitated and lowered them. Well, see ya, Naruto said, his tone confused. Yeah, see ya, Yujito agreed, equally befuddled. They both turned and continued after their teammates, without looking back again. Chapter 15 Opening Salvo. There were few things about Hatake Kakashi that were widely known, namely, his left eye wasn't technically his only attachment was to the memorial stone, his only friends were a psychopathic woman and another who was so insane she now spent her days huddled in the corner of a very dark cell in a place 3 steps removed from hell. Most notable was his love for literature of questionable quality, and the willingness with which he publicly flaunted said reading material. A fact not so widely known was that much of Kakashi's time was spent perched on a rock spire of the Hokage mountain, staring into the distance. Doing absolutely nothing. No duties. No mysteries. No porn, even. In these precious few moments, the world faded away, past guilt receded, recriminations that constantly coursed through him even if he was unaware of it, all fear and doubt. He simply existed. Alone. As perhaps he was meant to be. Hence his surprise when he felt the presence of someone else, someone standing on the side of the rock spire he was perched atop. Looking to his right and down, he found Mitarashi Anko, her form hidden by the hanging trench coat. She said nothing, just stood there staring in a companionable silence, though successfully curtailing his oneness with the universe. Kakashi looked away and resumed his meditation. Finally, he quietly made his way back to the mountain proper where the Hokage Museum stood. Anko remained his silent companion. It was not until they stood at the base of the mountain that he said a word to acknowledge her presence. Anko. Kakashi. They paused for a beat as they stopped within a forested area, hidden from prying eyes. Turning, Kakashi crossed his arms and met the gaze of the bored-looking woman, who at one point had been his lover. Taking a deep breath, he resigned himself to the role of Hokage once more. So? The Kazekage wasn't just screwing us around. Seems they were spotted in Yama no Kuni. They left a nice little trail of bodies, mostly Iwa Umbu, before they disappeared. I tracked them as far as the former Kiba no Kuni before their trail disappeared. Not sure where they went after that. And it took you this long, why? Kakashi asked blandly, mentally swearing to himself. Well, I would have reported in sooner, but you said there wasn't a pressing need for it, Anko answered, arching an eyebrow. So after I cut back through Kaze no Kuni, I stopped off in Kawa no Kuni for some of their dango. I see, Kakashi muttered, his eye drooping in seriousness. I can't send any Ambu teams through there now. Not only would I have to deal with Kusa no Kuni, but Kaze no Kuni and Tsuchi no Kuni are at war. Huh? Last I heard they were escalating skirmishes, but little else. About a week after your little scouting trip and subsequent detour for dango, Tsuchi no Kuni mounted a full-scale invasion of Kaze no Kuni. They were stalled just north of the Kawara River, meaning that for the moment Tsuchi controls everything north of that, Kakashi said, shoulders sagging. Kusa no Kuni is remaining neutral, probably because they recently ended their war and can't secure their borders just yet. Of course, it is suspicious that Mori no Kuni suddenly became a part of Kusa no Kuni. Coincidence? Kusa's neutral, remember? Anko asked sarcastically, which earned her an amused eye curve. It's a bot neutrality, Kakashi said after shaking his head. They've already applied for Kage status, with the backing of wait, let me guess, Anko interrupted, hand to her temples in imitation of a psychic. Could it be Tsuchi no Kuni? Impressive. Now what are this week's numbers for the High no Kuni lottery? Why would I tell you? Enko asked, grinning. If anyone is going to play them, it'll be me. Greedy, Kakashi teased playfully, before sighing heavily. Well, go get some rest. Things are quiet for the moment. Naruto's out of the village on a mission and Hanabi's been training with Ino. No rest for me yet. I need to start meeting with a few of the clans, Enko said with resignation, shaking her head. I know Naruto hasn't said yes for sure yet, but I need to start now, because he will. I suppose so, Kakashi admitted reluctantly, feeling the weight of his office growing heavier by the minute. Which one are you going to see first? Well, I already talked with the Aburame, Enko said, rubbing at her neck. They took forever, but they've agreed. Even signed a little proclamation confirming it, and worded exactly how I asked. So I guess I'll talk with the Kurama, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Nara clan heads. They should agree to back Naruto completely. I'm thinking the Akadu will be after them. What about the others? The Akimichi shouldn't be a problem once I get the Nara on board, so things will be good there. The Hyuga and Yuhi clans though, I'm not exactly their favorite person, so I'll probably get Jiraiya or Tsunade to talk to them. And the Yamanaka? Kakashi asked curiously, quirking an eyebrow. Well, obviously, I'm not going to risk talking to Inoichi just yet, Enko said with a snort. He'd probably freak and tell Ino. That would devastate Naruto. You know the knee-jerk reaction to that information is going to be less than flattering. True, Kakashi agreed with a sigh, which is part of the reason I'm planning on altering the law we told him about. Ninja, well we can adjust and accept anything eventually, but villagers not so much. So the law will strictly prohibit revealing this information to any villager, under penalty of death and seizure of holdings. That should keep most people in check, Enko agreed with a chuckle, before turning serious. This is a big gamble, Kakashi. Don't make me regret agreeing to it. If Naruto gets hurt. I know, Kakashi said, eye drooping sadly before it curved up happily, his heart Jinjutsu appearing behind him. How about dinner tonight? We could both use some good company. I guess, Enko said with a shrug. I was going to offer you a nooner, but dinner is better. Less hassle. Walada, Kakashi-kun. Enko cackled, before disappearing in a shunshin, leaving him standing there bewildered. Slapping his forehead, he began the trek back to the village, wondering if the headaches that came with trying to date Enko were worth the effort. Not that he would bother to figure out such irritating truths. With the greatest of resignations, he produced his precious reading material, giggling as he walked. They had spent the night in Ishi no Kuni, a small village called Daishi made up of nothing but hovels and alleys. It had been Naruto's suggestion, and considering how things had gone at their meeting, Kiba had relented. After all, it wasn't every day that you ran into your ex who happened to be a jonin from another village. A certain amount of understanding was called for between men. Plus, it had given him time to try out the Ishi no Kuni girls. Snorting, Kiba shook his head glaring at the boy he was traveling alongside. The night had been a bust in the girl department. He wouldn't touch any of them with a 10-foot pole. Illogical though it was, Kiba blamed Naruto. Still, by 3 that afternoon, he'd be back in Konoha. Who knew, maybe he could get a little something from one of the girls there. Turning his attention away from his thoughts, he talked briefly with Akamaru and then took in his surroundings. Ishi no Kuni was dominated by wasteland, plains of stone dotted with spots of beach grass. Far off in the distances stone spires rose up from the earth at odd angles. Not exactly a hostile place, really, though Naruto seemed less interested in that and more interested in talking to the large armored frog upon which he was mounted. After several more long minutes, Kiba finally grew irritated at the silence and decided to start an argument. At least then, they would have some noise and something to kill the time before reaching Konoha. The only problem was what to choose from. Pranking was out and Kiba didn't want to delve into unity as he didn't want to suffer another wave of killer intent. Besides, he agreed with Naruto. That just left. What is it with you and blondes? Kiba asked suddenly, glancing at his current teammate, who blinked in confusion. I mean, Yujito and Ino. Well, I never thought about it really, Naruto admitted, blinking. I suppose I should branch out, huh? Sure, Kiba blinked, taken back by that response. Well, Kurenai is free now, right? And Anko, Naruto continued absently. I suppose I could try Hinata, and your sister ain't seeing anyone, right? Keep talking, Kiba growled, eye twitching, and I'm going to kill you. Hey, you're the one that brought up my relationships, Naruto countered, shooting him a glare. Relationships? All you seem to be doing is running around collecting golden prizes, Kiba shot back, snidely. Bah, you're just jealous, 'cause they keep coming my way without me trying, Naruto countered, smugly. I hate you right now, the Inuzuka grated out, thinking several dark and violent thoughts about how to teach the boy not to brag. Oh? Then remind me to tell you about that time with Temari, Naruto said with a chuckle. You know, the one from Suna? I really hate you. Then there was this one girl in Tsuchi no Kuni. Okay, now you're just making it up. Kiba shouted, turning to glare at his companion. Maybe, Naruto said, wearing a smug smirk. Kiba, however, knew exactly how to wipe that look off the boy's face, and he wouldn't even have to break a sweat. That's it. I'm telling Ino. Wah! Naruto exclaimed, smirk disappearing along with most of the color in his face. You heard me, obviously, if you've been with that many girls, she deserves to be warned, Kiba continued, flashing a vicious smirk of his own at the terrified ninja. Hey now, it wasn't that many. Naruto said, eyes widening. Just Yujito-chan, and it was only once. You slept with her? Kiba exclaimed, eyes widening as he nearly fell off Akamaru. Holy shit, he hadn't thought they had gone that far. Making out, heavy petting, but two. Kiba stared at Naruto in near awe. No, I didn't. I never said that. Shut up. Naruto sputtered, tone clipped and panicked. You did. Holy fuck. I have got to tell Ino now, Kiba teased, while grinning as he pictured the chaos that would erupt at the news. Do, and you're a dead man. Naruto countered, his voice darkening to a frightening level. Relax, Kiba said, holding a hand up, not really intimidated by the threat. Still, even he knew better than to go telling other guys' prospective girlfriends about past indiscretions. I wouldn't really tell that psycho, she'd castrate me just for telling her, and I'm personally fond of my family jewels remaining where they're at. Yeah, well, Naruto said, then looked away, clearly flustered. Kiba's laughter came in a short bark. He couldn't help it. Seriously. Naruto had defeated a ninja like Gaara as a genin, and recent rumor hinted that he'd even driven back Itachi. Yet, he seemed utterly afraid of someone like Ino. Well, Kiba admitted silently, it was understandable, considering the fact that they were both interested in each other. At least Naruto was. Ino was something of an unknown. The girl hadn't exactly gotten close or hung out with anyone. She kept the world at arm's length, especially after the Sakura fiasco. A brief frown marred Kiba's features, thinking about his two traitorous former teammates, still wanting to extract some small amount of vengeance on them. Not so much for himself, as Kiba had moved past their betrayal shortly after it happened. While they had worked together, they had never really bonded. No, Kiba wanted vengeance on behalf of Kurenai, their sensei, who had cared for them so much. To take all that she had given them and then turn their backs on her? It amounted to spitting in the woman's face, to telling her that she was nothing after all she had done for them. Oh yes, Kiba wanted a pound of flesh from each of those treacherous bastards. He was startled out of his thoughts by Akamaru's sudden bark of warning, and he shouted a warning to Naruto as he jumped from the dog's back, heading to the left while Akamaru went right. A moment later, following a high-pitched whine, the rock outcroppings they had been traveling between shattered, pelting them with rubble. Skidding to a crouching halt, Kiba whirled around, snarling, to find 10 ninja arrayed before them. Each was dressed in identical gray kimono over full body tights, a camouflaged neck warmer, and a full head mask showing only eyes. All sported Oto forehead protectors. "Hey, Kiba," Naruto said, his voice carrying from the far right with a dark humor. "Bet 50 Ryu, I can kill all mine before you two, can yours?" "You're on." Kiba shouted back, and then barreled head first into the midst of the Otogakure squad. Concentrate. Concentrate. A deep breath, mix the chakra in the lungs with air, form the horse and tiger seals, now exhale it sharply. Nothing. Ino swore loudly at the lack of results. She had been practicing as per Ebisu's suggestion, but she still couldn't manage the Katan Gakkaku no Jutsu or any other without using both hands. Grumbling, she crossed her arms, snorting in annoyance, wondering what the problem was. Ebisu said it was partly psychological, and Ino accepted that she didn't need two-hand seals to do the jutsu. Concentration shouldn't have been a problem. Ino had proven just how focused and single-minded she could be. So why couldn't she do this simple task? Was it the seals? Maybe her fingers were out of position? Walking through both seals to check, however, proved that possibility false. Ino really was at a loss. What am I doing wrong? Ino snapped, glaring, and unconsciously adjusted the short ponytail she had worn ever since her first Chunin exams. Sniffing in annoyance, she crossed her arms. She was thankful for the training outfit she wore, which kept her moderately warm and hid the few scars she bore along her torso, negating the drain of chakra normally used to keep up the needed beauty genjutsu. Maybe I'm not committing enough chakra? Ino muttered, chewing her lip, thinking intently on the problem. It was a possibility. Maybe if she had to concentrate twice as hard, she needed to use twice as much chakra. If that was the case, it would be best to use an earth jutsu, as there was less chance of losing chakra. Concentrating her chakra, making it heavy like the element she would be manipulating, she formed the snake and then dog hand seals and crouched, touching the ground. Ino felt a slight ripple run out from her hand. She even swore that she saw a small bubble in the earth, but there was no further evidence of her attempt at the Ishi Nanka no Jutsu. Grumbling, Ino sat down with a disgruntled sigh, thinking that there was no reason to try the Futon de Tapa or the Shirai no Jutsu. At this rate, she was merely wasting chakra and achieving nothing in return. Maybe she just couldn't do single-hand seals. Ebisu did say that it was rare to develop the ability. It galled her, because without that ability she would have no way of integrating ninjutsu into her style of kenjutsu. Propping her chin in hand, Ino let her mind roam as she drifted in and out here and now. This type of meditation, which she had picked up from talking with Niji, would help her figure out the answer to her problems by not focusing directly on them, allowing her to approach the solution from the periphery. Eventually, a particular genjutsu drifted into her mind, one she hadn't used more than twice after Sakura had taught it to her. Daigo Shinshin Tugu. Ino rejected the genjutsu. It was both an A-rank technique and a kenjutsu, and would also be like accepting Sakura's help. That was something Ino vehemently refused to do, no matter how useful the technique could be. Letting out a breath, Ino resumed her mental exploration. That was when she remembered a moment 3 years ago. Attack for real, Ino murmured and then stood, creating a Kage Bunshin and sending it away from her. Once it reached the outer edge of the training area, the clone hinged itself into Kisame. Fear, revulsion, hate welled up inside her just staring at the man. Hehe, so Hitokiri, ready for our rematch? Kisame taunted, before bounding toward her with all the deadly, but playful, seriousness that she remembered from that night. Ino's focus sharpened to an almost unnatural point. Suddenly, all that existed was this man and her urge to see him dead by her hands. She ducked the slash at her neck easily. An instant later, she used a single hand to form the snake and dog seal. A brief moment of contact with the ground resulted in the earth turning liquid. Kisame's image sank for a moment before recovering. She followed up with her single-handed Katan Jutsu, attempting to engulf the man in a blast of flames. Kisame shielded himself with his sword, but by the time he could see her again, Ino had formed the ram's seal and engulfed the area with a thin mist. A wave of his sword cleared it, but he was unprepared for the explosive note she had planted on the ground. The detonation made her teeth vibrate. Panting, hands on knees, Ino grinned at the crater, knowing that her henched clone had disappeared in the blast. That had not been powerful enough to be useful in real combat, but she could do ninjutsu one-handed. For the first time, Ino thanked Naruto and his Kage Bunshin trick from 3 years ago. Okay, so just a few thousand more times, and I'll be good to work it in with my sword routines, Ino muttered, grinning, amazed to discover that she was sweating. Wobbling, she collapsed face first to the ground. Closing her eyes, she decided to wait on continuing her training. Soon she was sound asleep on the forest floor, which is where Hanabi and Konohamaru found her a few hours later. Snoring, drooling, and muttering something about Naruto. They also found out that Ino did not like being woken up. 20 miles off the coast of Mizu no Kuni. Kakuzu couldn't decide which he felt more, annoyance or grudging respect. His arrival in Mizu no Kuni had been uneventful, thanks mainly to his underground contacts who had provided him with secure and clandestine passage. One of the perks of being both an excellent bounty hunter and older than anyone currently alive, namely, you knew a lot of people with the right connections. Once in the country, it had been his decades of bounty hunting that put him on the path of his target, which led him to the northeast island of Mizu. According to leads and rumors he gathered, the samurai frequented the sea around that island. Half an hour later, when the several dozen Kiri-umbu turned up and began searching houses and caves, Kakuzu realized the ruse of the samurai host. The rumor that the Biju had escaped, the timing of it, the fact that Umbu were on the hunt, it had been a cover so that he could escape both Kiri and Akatsuki. How the Jinchuriki had known of Akatsuki and its interest in him, Kakuzu didn't know, but it explained the situation. Very clever indeed. Kakuzu was forced to waste even more time slaughtering the Kiri-umbu. No point in letting them collect the person he sought. Then spend even more valuable time to collect enough personal information to pick up the bastard's trail. The hunt took him through mountains and valley villages, from island to island, often doubling back, until Kakuzu came to a small shipping village, where the young man named Sueijin Nettu had secretly boarded a passenger ship headed for Nami no Kuni. Hence why Kakuzu now stood poised on the surface of the sea, watching the ship as it slowly moved toward him, contemplating whether to feel annoyance or grudging respect. Bah, he could decide later. Right now he needed to capture his quarry. Thankfully, as a Jinchuriki it would be limited in techniques and onijutsu and mini-biju form, unlike the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Kakuzu winced at the thought of a Jinchuriki trained as a normal ninja. A massive source of power and stamina combined with nin, gen, and taijutsu was a foreboding thought. First thing first, that passenger boat would have to go. After a century of life, he knew exactly which technique to use. Hands coming up, he formed a series of rapid seals before concentrating on the wind heart he held in his possession, pulling on its elemental chakra. Overhead, clouds began to swirl, building in tempo until a blast of wind slammed into the ship and sea with a mighty crash. The force of the wind created swells, which he rode out easily, but which also smashed the ship apart. Eyeing the bodies littering the surface of the water, knowing many more had disappeared beneath the surface, he wondered if the Jinchuriki had been knocked unconscious or killed. At least that's what he worried about until several large slicing jets of water appeared. Forming 3 rapid hand seals, Kakuzu used his original heart to counter the attack by causing the water immediately around him to rise up and create a barrier wall. The Suijin Hiki no Jutsu blunted the impact, creating even more waves from the assault as both water attacks collapsed back to their element. Rising on the swell of a large wave, the Akatsuki agent caught his first glimpse of the opponent he faced. Light brown hair, purple eyes, a stitch-like scar running down the left cheek of an otherwise unblemished face, and a slender build covered in a dark green shoulder wrap and a typical black bodysuit. 13 years old. Part of Kakuzu, the part that had willingly risked his life for an ideal when Taki had just formed, felt saddened. The rest of him, the larger part, marked his target. His hands began forming their next series of seals for the Suiton Ryuto Tsuryuden no Jutsu, which caused two massive dragons made of water to explode from the swell he rode and hurtle toward the surprised-looking Jinchuriki. The child countered by stomping his foot, and two spouts of water exploded upward, slicing the dragons apart. Kakuzu couldn't help the snort even as he focused on his tiger mask, using its elemental chakra to create a Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu, which would in turn cause another spout of slicing water, creating the opening Kakuzu needed for a successful capture. It happened as expected, several slicing spouts of water exploded upward, shredding his massive fireball. This signaled the next part of his attack. With a spray of water to cover his shunshin, the Akatsuki agent darted down and to the side to attack from behind with a controlled lightning strike. Unfortunately, he encountered something he had not anticipated, a half-dozen netus. The result of a Mizu Bunshin, no doubt, but still unexpected. Kakuzu recovered quickly, and used a Hausenka no Jutsu, filling the area with steam as each fireball consumed a water clone. He had a moment to consider the use of the Mizu Bunshin, which could be considered a basic technique, thus it could be possible for a Jinchuriki to have learned it. But the technique sat on the border. Catching movement on his right, the Akatsuki agent turned in time to see the younger ninja finish a hand seal. Kakuzu blinked, his attention darting to the water swirling nearby, just in time for several water spikes to explode it up and toward him from all directions. Kakuzu quickly drew on the earth chakra in his monkey mask and countered with Doton Domu, hardening his body so that he could weather the attack. Inwardly, he grimaced as the spikes slammed into him. He no longer had doubts. Something had gone terribly wrong with his plan to capture the Jinchuriki. That attack had been a purely advanced ninjutsu called Suiton Suigaden, not something that a Jinchuriki, especially a Kiri one, would have been taught. Because Suijin knew water-based ninjutsu, Kakazu's options were limited. True, earth beat water, but they were far from land and the boy had the power of a demon at his beck and call. Fire wasn't an option to counter the stronger water-based attacks, nor earth and water, leaving lightning and wind. Of course, he could just be panicking. Perhaps Suigaden had been the only traditional technique the Jinchuriki knew, something he had picked up from osmosis. A sudden Tsuryuden no Jutsu, which Kakuzu countered with another Suiton Ryuto Tsuryuden no Jutsu, proved that false. The explosion of water and chakra when those met briefly obscured his vision. Thankfully, he recovered in time to see the Jinchuriki crouching over the surface of the water, hand held inches above it. Moving forward, the Akatsuki agent wondered what the bastard had planned. Kakuzu sensed a spike of unnatural chakra. His eyes widened, watching a dark mist spread rapidly along the surface of the sea, and then, swirling, the darkness sunk beneath the surface. A second later, the surface began to undulate, throwing Kakuzu off balance and halting his advance. A part of the sea surged upward, forming a watery hill, deep and blue and black. It rose up and up, a bulging swell that slowly took on the shape of a creature with a gray outline for its body. A vague hint of an ill-defined face flashed and shifted at the peak of the towering monstrosity, murky and indistinguishable, towering over him a good 7 feet. Scrambling backward, the Akatsuki agent's mind rapidly contemplated out how to handle this. This creature. It wasn't made up of just water. The gray fog that held it together had to a part of the Sambai's chakra. What did he have to use against such a creation? The creature let out an odd wail, almost mournful, before a bubbling arm extended and smashed down, prompting Kakuzu to dodge. A wave formed from the blow, resulting in an embarrassing imbalance issue, one that grew more pronounced as a now expanded arm and hand exploded upward from beneath the water. Thankfully, the Akatsuki agent had the skill to escape the thing's grasp before the fingers tightened to trap him. Flipping in the air as they descended toward the water, Kakuzu shed his cloak and landing in a crouch, pushing off backwards and creating a rooster trail along his path. The thing didn't seem to have a lot of speed, so at least he had the time to partially unleash his bull mask, before leaping to avoid another strike. As he was airborne, a crackle of lighting snapped out. With a blinding flash of light, the mask unleashed the right Tunjon, striking the massive creature. It jerked from the strike, and Kakuzu started to smirk until he realized the thing wasn't reacting. As a matter of fact, the thing seemed to have rendered the lightning little more than light. Touching down, Kakuzu frowned, more than a little disturbed by that turn of events. Water was a conductor for electricity. That thing should have exploded. His eyes darted to the Jinchuriki, who stood passively behind his creature, holding Kakuzu's Akatsuki cloak in hand. Focusing on the creature and thinking creatively, Kakuzu retracted the bull mask and instead summoned the tiger and eagle masks, fusing them together before unleashing a ninjutsu combination of wind and fire that he called Gutan Tuboguka. The impact between the creature and the Gutan Tuboguka resulted in a cracking noise, followed by the eruption of a massive geyser that reached at least 100 feet into the air. Slanted jets of gray water and billowing clouds of scalding steam quickly followed, prompting Kakuzu to make use of the Dotondomu once more. As the clouds passed, he found the world behind them covered in a haze, broken by the first impact waves, which crested just high enough to reaching his waist. A second later, a half step behind the first, came the second set of impact waves. Ones that blotted out the sky. The impact sent him churning deep beneath the surface of the sea, knocking him senseless. Down and down he went, the weight of his iron body dragging him deeper. As he regained his senses, Kakuzu instinctively began flailing, trying to reorient while fighting the pull of the undercurrent, before mastering that blind panic and released the Dotondomu. That done, he searched for air bubbles, finding them and kicking, to follow their trajectory. The struggle against the currents made each stroke and kick feel futile, but slowly he won that fight. Even as he did, his lungs were beginning to burn from the lack of air. His nearly 100 years of experience was the only thing that kept him from speeding his pace in a panic. If he did that, he would use up what little oxygen he still had. Despite his calm, his vision was dimming, and the need to breath grew stronger with each passing moment. Soon it would overpower his will, and he would gulp for air only to find nothing but water. Could he drown? Was drowning a permanent death for him, or could he sacrifice a heart and continue on? He didn't know, and he had no desire to find out, especially not in this situation. Pausing in his movement toward the surface, he began to sink downward, but he also began forming hand seals facing away from the surface. He wasn't even sure this would work, but it wouldn't hurt to try. Gathering his own chakra, he began molding it, preparing to overcharge his chakra and force the Suetun Teppadama from C rank to A rank. The chakra reached its peak and with a sharp, but breathless, exhale a massive projectile of water came into being. He wasn't disappointed as the force of it sent him hurtling backwards rapidly, but it wouldn't be enough. Molding the chakra once more, he unleashed another, which not only allowed him to reach the surface, but launched him into the air in a spray of water. Greedily gasping for oxygen, Kakuzu forgot about the combat situation for a moment. Breathing simply felt too good, too wonderful, for the man to care very much about his opponent. Still, as he felt his body begin to descend, he twisted around so that his feet hit the surface and chakra kept him from sinking into the sea's cold embrace once more. Panting, the former Taki ninja began scanning the immediate area for his target, but found no trace of the boy. He hesitated, trying to sense if the Jinchuriki merely laid in wait, or if it had managed to escape. Waiting another moment, the Akatsuki agent sighed as he realized the Jinchuriki had managed to give him the slip. It did raise a question as to why the Jinchuriki had fled instead of continuing with the battle. The demon had possessed the upper hand, with superior firepower and control of the terrain. Kakuzu had skill and experience, coupled with a broader range of techniques, but still the Jinchuriki had been in control of the battle. So why flee instead of seek the kill? For that matter, why had it fled Kiri and been trying to slip into Nami no Kuni without drawing attention? As the host for the Sanbai, Suijin could have easily traversed the sea between the two much quicker than using a boat. Why Nami no Kuni? Maybe the Jinchuriki had simply picked the most unlikely place it could imagine to hide out in, at least until the hunt for it died down? Shaking his head and grumbling irritably, Kakuzu deciding that he should just retrieve his cloak and hunt a few bounties while he tried to figure out the answers. After several moments of looking for the undoubtedly water-slogged garment, he realized that the Jinchuriki had stolen it. "I hate kids," Kakuzu muttered, making his way back to Mizuno Kuni. If there was one thing Kiba enjoyed more than scoring with a pretty kunoichi, it was fighting. The thrill of battle, of facing off against an enemy who wants to take your head, it was primal pleasure. Much like scoring with a pretty kunoichi actually. Both had a rhythm to them, and resonance that he instinctually sought, a high he craved, no matter how things changed. With his size and stocky build, he was limited in his agility, and those that used speed were his worst enemies. However, he did have some speed and he had power to deliver truly punishing blows. It made him a devastating enemy in his own right. With Akamaru as his fighting partner, few could outfight them, but those that did usually did so by outthinking him. The 4 Otonin that attacked obviously had no sense of battle. Probably green. They rushed him head-on, which had resulted in a pair of tsuga from Kiba, before they realized the sheer stupidity of trying to fight him crowded together. The group had split up, attempting to flank him when Akamaru got in on the act. Before long, the two of them had pulled off the Jujin Bunshin, and started tossing Getsuga around like candy on a holiday. Coming out of his latest spin, Kiba skidded around in a crouch, claws gouging the earth to stop his momentum. Akamaru came to a skidding stop just across from him, both grinning wildly at the lone remaining Oto ninja. The man appeared average in size. Indeed, he looked exactly like the previous 4 Oto ninja he and Akamaru had just destroyed. Except for those eerie blue, almost white, eyes. A shiver ran up Kiba's spine, just staring at those eyes. They seemed to be dead, lifeless, save a flash foreboding intelligence that set his teeth grinding. At Akamaru's bark, alerting him that Naruto had already engaged the man's partner, Kiba growled low. No way would he lose to that Hokage wannabe. He had money riding on this. Come on, Akamaru. We gotta bet this guy and we'll be 50 ryu richer. Kiba shouted, sending chunks of earth into the air as he lunged forward with the Shikyaku no Jutsu. He snarled with a ferocity for which his family was famous. Muscles bunched, he sprang up at the last minute, claws aimed for the man's neck, but a vice-like grip closed around his throat and was followed by a vicious punch to his face. Twisting from the blow, carried by the sheer force of it, Kiba flew through the air and landed with a muffled yelp. Akamaru had been directly behind him and the massive dog had reverted to its own form as it lunged. The result was the same, and Kiba winced at the almost sickening crunch of bone as his companion landed next to him. Growling, Kiba shot forward once more, claw-like fingers seeking the man's flesh. The Otonin batted his hands away easily and countered with a front kick to his stomach, followed by a round kick that sent him sailing. Akamaru, who was in mid-lunge, received a spinning side kick that sent him crashing to the ground hard. Kiba pushed his way back into a crouch and wiping at his mouth to clear it of blood, growling and launching himself into a series of tsugas. The man dodged each one, only just enough to avoid taking a blow, but never countered. Kiba grew more agitated by the second, throwing himself more and more into his spinning attacks, wondering what the hell was up with his guy. Rebounding from a tsuga, he launched into another one before receiving a punch to his head in mid-spin. Normally if someone attempted such a move, they would break their hand or have it ripped off from the sheer speed of rotation. Instead, Kiba dropped like a stone from the blow, ears ringing, whimpering like a whipped beast. Akamaru attempted a tsuga and saved him for a moment, but the massive dog missed his mark and ended lying in a heap. Pushing his way to a crouch, Kiba glanced at his hurt dog. His stomach churned as his eyes spotted the broken leg. Akamaru was already moving, with a noticeable limp, to try and attack again. Kiba shouted for him to stay put. Turning back to the impassive man, Kiba narrowed his eyes. Agitation turned to anger, anger turned to hate and hate turned to power, and Kiba hurled himself into the battle. He closed the gap with unbelievable speed, moving for a standard taijutsu move and then threw himself into a point-blank tsuga, catching the man flat-footed. The Oto ninja went down from the blow, recovered nimbly, and then received 3 more in rapid succession before managing to dodge a 5th. Coming out of the failed tsuga, Kiba spat, tossing the mask he had managed to rip off to the aside. Then he froze, seeing the face of his enemy for the first time, sending an uneasy chill up his spine and caused an uneasy sensation in his stomach. The thing's face, its whole head, was a gray-tinted flesh lined with dark veins, and no hair to speak of. The prominent cheekbones jutted sharp and severe, and those blue-white eyes stood out in stark contrast to the dark purple bruises that surrounded them. There was an inhuman, nightmarish quality to it that unnerved Kiba more than he would care to admit. "You're an ugly fucker, ain't ya?" Kiba said, hacking and spitting once more, wondering what messed-up thing he could no longer call it human he was fighting. In response, the thing hissed and charged. "Okay," Kiba said, a shiver of revulsion coursing through him. Note to self, never call it an ugly fucker again. Naruto had been in quite a few fights over the years, many against powerful opponents and a few against supernatural creatures. He knew the feel of each, thanks in part to the Kyuubi's demonic instincts. Yet the thing he was currently fighting did not have an aura, nothing detectable at least, and that unnerved him far more than anything else ever had. Whatever this Otonin really was, it was neither human nor supernatural, hence, he hesitated to use any jutsu against it. Until he knew, at least with some certainty, what it was, Naruto didn't want to risk anything. He stuck with taijutsu. Spinning Naruto planted a sidekick to the creature's stomach, then immediately launched into a butterfly kick. The creature moved back at that, just enough to avoid the blow, but left itself open. Landing adeptly on the ball of his foot, Naruto shot forward, kunai appearing in hand from his forearm holster. The creature stumbled back from surprise. Naruto made it inside the creature's guard without preamble and lunged, sinking the kunai into the chest up to the handle. There was a horrible, almost unnoticeable, grating sound of bone against metal, and then Naruto jumped back, twisting the kunai as the creature fell away. As he flipped back into a crouch, a much more noticeable noise filled the air, the sound of twisting metal. Naruto watched with wide eyes as the thing regained its feet without a sign of blood loss. Looking at the weapon he held, his sense of disquieted unease increased trifold. All that he held, all that remained of his tempered steel kunai, was a handle that had been snapped away from the blade. Looking back up at the creature, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Okay, weapons weren't cutting it. Time for a few ninjutsu. Creating a Kage Bunshin, he sent it wide and to the left of the creature. Once the clone had skidded to a stop, they both flashed through a series of hand seals. A moment later the Gokakyu from the Kage Bunshin combined with Naruto's Futon Suku Kazekyu. The powerful combination ignited, reducing the target area to a swirling mass of ravenous wildfires. Grinning, Naruto relaxed and scratched the back of his head, chuckling. That was the first time trying it. He'd only thought about it once, shortly after seeing how Itachi's fire attack had increased in strength when it encountered his wind defense. Now, all it needed was a name. He feigned deep thought, eyes scrunched tight and hand rubbing his chin. I guess Mari no Kaze Sarid Katan will do. As if on cue, a humanoid shape exploded out of the flames, charging him. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he registered the creature. Flames danced along its burning clothes and eerily glowing skin. Those blue-white eyes hinted at no pain or distress, not even an awareness of the consuming flames. Worse yet, he finally got a look at the thing's face and almost wretched. It was on top of him in a heartbeat, an iron grip around his throat. Naruto reacted by grabbing the hands, but then his world shifted as the creature literally yanked him up and around, throwing him aside. Naruto hit the ground hard, arms flinging out while lifting his head so that the impact was dissipated, allowing that thing's attempt at breaking his neck to fail. Rolling to a stop, his entire spinal column throbbing, Naruto found the thing airborne and falling toward him. Bringing his knees up and rolling onto his shoulders, Naruto kicked up, catching the thing in the chest. He heaved, throwing it away from him while he rolled back to his feet. He managed to duck the lunging creature as it rebounded for attack, and then pivoted around so that he came up behind it. It took almost no effort to channel the chakra to his hand and drive a spiraling Rasengan into the thing's lower back. There was a loud snapping noise as the thing spun forward from the impact amid a spray of innards as they exploded from its stomach. Coming to a stop, the creature twitched and then lay still, much to Naruto's relief. Honestly, if that damn thing got back up from a direct Rasengan hit, he might just be tempted to leave it be. Thankfully it had. "Oh, you are shitting me," Naruto murmured in appalled awe, eyes widening as the creature attempted to heave itself upright, the legs lying limply behind it as the upper torso lifted at an inhuman angle. "Naruto!" Kiba shouted. Whipping around, Naruto found the other creature charging, a split second from impact. "Gah!" Naruto exclaimed, jumping over the creature with a flip, planting his feet in its back as a springboard to clear the area. Landing, he spun back around to face his foe, mind racing. Luckily, the creature continued onward, scooping up its wounded comrade and moving away at a speed almost untraceable. After a moment of stunned silence, Naruto heaved a sigh and sat down heavily. "Damn! What were those things?" Kiba gasped, out of breath and looking worse for wear. "I hit that freak of nature with everything I had and it just kept coming." "Well, they're not invulnerable," Naruto said, frowning, "but they're pretty damn tough. I broke a kunai stabbing mine in the chest, and then it brushed off a potentially a rank ninjutsu. It even kept trying to fight back after I blew its guts out with a Rasengan." "It survived a Rasengan?" Kiba asked, tone hollow. "Yeah," Naruto admitted, scowling. "I think if I had aimed for the head or upper back, the thing would have died. But still, to survive that jutsu. I didn't know anything could do that," Kiba muttered, shaking his head. "Well, I remember doing it once. Hurt like hell. Took me a month before I felt okay, and it wasn't powerful enough to blow my guts and spine out," Naruto continued, shaking his head. "It was almost like they don't feel pain, or were built to keep functioning after insane amounts of damage." "Yeah, not something that I'm fond of Odo having," Kiba agreed, shaking his head. "I'm going to go check on Akamaru." "Right, leave this to me," Naruto said, climbing to his feet. Fishing through his pouch, he produced a few scrolls, a special ink set, and a small handbook he had borrowed from Anko. Kiba cast him a dubious look before moving to treat Akamaru, and Naruto moved to contain the raging flames. That ninjutsu he had created had been impressive, but cleaning up the mess would be a pain. Shaking his head, he expertly created and applied both the Fuihoen and Fukahoen. It took a fair bit of chakra to seal that much fire, but he managed to seal both elements away into a single scroll. Grinning, he pocketed the scroll, saving it for the day he needed a surprise attack that required lots of fire. He liked fire. Next, he created 8 Kage Bunshin and sent them to check the faces of each Odonin. That done, they searched the bodies and divested them of their ryu and weapons. Once the clones dispersed, they left him with the knowledge of what the nins looked like. Opening his borrowed book, he began scanning the listings inside, matching picture to dead Odo ninja, counting up the bounty they could collect for the missing ninja. Not much, apparently, but enough to justify carrying them all back to Konoha. Another series of Kage Bunshin and 8 Unyu Fuinhoens later, Naruto groaned before sealing the weapons away into their own scroll. The ryu he, of course, pocketed. Getting up, he went over to check up on Akamaru and Kiba. The massive dog was whimpering as Kiba finished setting the leg. Not a proper setting, but it would have to do. Reaching out, Naruto scratched the dog's nose and then crouched down next to Kiba. "So?" His ribs were cracked. "I bandaged those as best I could. The leg was broken, and it wasn't a clean break. There could be permanent damage if he isn't treated soon by someone with more medic skill," Kiba replied, voice taut with tension, patting his canine friend on the nose gently as he whined. "I don't have anything for the pain, and it'll be a few hours till we get back to Konoha." "Well, I can help on the pain front," Naruto said, producing his special ink and a sheet of paper. "This is a special sealing that Ero Sanin taught me in Yuki no Kuni. It can block pain and put you under, sorta like going into a deep sleep. He could use it to even help the body heal, but I'm not sure how he managed that, so I'll just block the pain. Oh really? Kiba asked quietly, the threat of a break in his voice, eyes filled with relief. 1 minute, Naruto said, bending his concentration completely on the seal, tongue sticking out between his teeth. Finished, he sighed before applying it to the nape of the dog's neck. A moment later, Akamaru heaved a sigh of relief and barked in what Naruto assumed was appreciation. Glad you enjoy it. I'm not sure I could knock you out, but the pain is no biggie. Man, that's great. Kiba exclaimed with his former gusto, springing up. Now we just gotta carry him back. We'll let my Kage Bunshin do that, Naruto said, scratching his head. I'd summon a toad to carry us all back, but I'm not sure I want to waste the chakra cause we only have, 4 hours of traveling? Besides, I want to make sure there aren't any more of those damn things running around out here. Yeah, Kiba said, stroking Akamaru's fur. Why do you think they just ran off like that anyway? Not sure, Naruto said with a shrug, but after we turn in our mission report, we're going to make sure the Hokage knows about them. Hanabi drifted left, carried by an unseen current, and then bolted forward unexpectedly, a palm flying toward Hanabi's face. Hanabi slipped beneath the blow from her Kage Bunshin, sending a spear hand toward the Kage Bunshin's ribs. The Kage Bunshin arched her back, which pulled her upper torso away from the blow. Recovering, it attacked Hanabi once more, a rapid flurry of punches that Hanabi turned away or dodged with cartwheels. Her jaw clenched and unclenched rapidly, trying to adjust to using the Hakken no Jutsu for combat. However, as with her fight against those 3 genin, the problem lay with how frustrating splitting her concentration was. With her Byakugan, she had been able to read everything instantly and without having to attend to the technique. However, with the Hakken, she not only had to read shifts in weight, keep track of the enemy's eyes, and the way muscles bunched, but also make sure to keep the technique active. Even for a Hyuga, who had spent years practicing the art of reading people, it was a bit much to ask. Reading the slight shift of weight in the hips, the minuscule cocking of the shoulders, the tiny lifting of the heel of the back foot, Hanabi deflected a sharp jab almost before it even started. Knocking the blow aside easily, Hanabi twisted her body aside before her elbow connected with the Kage Bunshin's ribs, and with a small cock of her own hips, Hanabi delivered a devastating back fist to her opponent's face. As it rocked back on its heels, Hanabi took the opening immediately, dropping to a low leg sweep that sent the clone crashing gracelessly to the ground. Standing once more, Hanabi smirked with a small amount of satisfaction before dispelling the Kage Bunshin. The drain from creating it and keeping it active took a toll on her stamina, and Hanabi was still trying to adjust. Despite her unnatural level of chakra control, creating a single Kage Bunshin took a lot out of her. However, there were times when it was her only option for training. When she and Konohamaru had found Ino that morning, Ino had assigned Hanabi taijutsu practice with a post. Konohamaru had gamely hung around to watch, but after 3 hours Ino had told her to knock it off for the day and left. Remembering, Hanabi felt a flare of annoyance. Ino was supposed to help her train, not watch her hit a wooden log and then walk off without at least offering some helpful suggestions. Remembering that she could still spar with Konohamaru, Hanabi had cheered, only to feel crushing disappointment as he informed her that he had to leave for a date. The news rocked Hanabi, her mouth gaping, and she stared at the boy who had been her first kiss as if he had grown an extra head. In Konohamaru's defense, he had stammered an explanation about family obligations, about how he didn't think they were really right for each other anyway, and it wasn't like they were married. After a few more awkward, hollow words, he had left her standing there. Alone. Eventually, Hanabi had created the Kage Bunshin and set about sparring it, hoping to work her frustration out. She had only ended up increasing her annoyance at her lack of progress with using the Hakken no Jutsu. Shoulders slumping in defeat, Hanabi sighed heavily, wishing that Naruto was back already. While Ino might not worry about her training, while Konohamaru might reject her, at least Naruto cared. Hanabi could talk with him and he would help her figure things out, like the sadistic older brother that he truly was. Only, there was no telling when he would be back. If he was on an important mission, he would be tired upon returning anyway. Then it would be at least a day before he had the energy to talk with her. Shaking her head, Hanabi wondered about what to do with the rest of her spare time. There was always buying comfort food and eating it alone in the privacy of her room. Or she could wander the streets until she bumped into Hinata, the older girl, being the only Hyuga who would willingly speak with her. On the other hand, that would inevitably devolve into a rather emotional meeting, as all interactions with Hinata seemed wont to do. Absently wandering into the surrounding forest, Hanabi wondered briefly about Niji. Why would he just disappear, if that were the case? He had a wife and child after all. Hanabi was not blind or stupid. She, like Ino and Naruto, knew that there was a very real possibility he was removed by Unity. In a small, secret way, she felt glad that they had done such a thing, but mostly she was angry. Musing silently on her rather complicated relationship with her former family, Hanabi nearly walked into a wall of green spandex. She managed to stop herself at the last moment, saving her the embarrassment of trying to apologize. Looking up, she scowled slightly, recognizing the older ninja as the sensei of the three she had fought last night. "Aha, it is Hanabi-san," the man said, beaming as he acknowledged her presence. "What brings such a bright flame to us?" "I'm sorry," Hanabi said, trying to remember the man's name, sure that Ino had used it last night. "I was thinking, and got distracted. I did not mean to disrupt your hey, it's Hanabi-chan." Angie, or at least she assumed that was what the boy without fashion sense was called. The names of the three genin were a bit jumbled in her memory. "Lee-sensei, did you invite her to spar us again?" "Baka, maybe she just came to watch," the girl with the distinctive red eyes and feathered dark hair of the Yuhi clan said with a snort. Then, focusing on Hanabi, the girl nodded. "How are you?" "Fine," Hanabi returned, with her own slight nod. "Shouldn't you be training?" Teru said, walking forward slightly, giving her an appraising look. "I was," Hanabi said stiffly, shooting him a look that made the boy blink. "There is only so much I can do sparring a Kage Bunshin. Not all of us have our sensei at our beck and call 24/7. "Meow," Angie muttered, earning a slap upside the head from Kojiro. "Angie, Kojiro, Teru, it is about time for lunch," Lee said, smiling at them while putting a hand on her shoulder. A rather firm hand. "Why don't you go on ahead while I talk with Hanabi? After all, she's the student of an old friend." Hanabi blinked, then glanced at the older man before looking at the three other genin, who nodded and, under Kojiro's urgings, left the clearing. Once they were gone, she turned her attention back to the green man, who had walked to a post before turning to address her. It was upon getting a truly good look at him that Hanabi flinched back, wondering whether those things on his face were cannibalistic caterpillars. "Yash, is there something wrong?" "And no," Hanabi said, shaking her head quickly, preparing to attack if one of those furry appendages so much as twitched. "I see," Lee said, crossing his arm and nodding slightly to something she couldn't hear. "I understand that as a bright and loyal flame of youth, you feel slighted that your sensei has been forced away from you. However, Aino-san has agreed to train you. It is not as if you are not being all she has me do is hit a post." Hanabi snapped, glaring at him. "I hit it for 3 hours, and then she tells me to stop for the day and leaves. That is not training. That is conditioning my hands. If I wanted to do that, I could sew on my own." "She never explained why she had you hitting the post?" Lee asked skeptically, eyes widening, and Hanabi almost laughed at his expression, except she was still on guard about the caterpillar eyebrows. "No." "Yash, then it falls to me to help a guttering flame of youth," Lee said, striking a pose that Hanabi found extremely disturbing, as his spandex was now pulled tight in several unflattering places. "Hanabi, I want you to close your eyes, keep them closed, and listen to what you are about to hear." "Okay," Hanabi said. Seeing his serious gaze, which reminded her vaguely of Naruto when he taught her a jutsu, she did as asked. A moment later she heard the sound of someone hitting a post before it stopped. "What did you hear?" "Just you hitting the post," Hanabi admitted with a flare of annoyance. Listen closer, Lee said, followed by the sound of his fists hitting the wood once more. Hanabi strained, trying to listen closer. She could tell that some were punches and others open hand techniques. How about now? I can tell a punch from a palm strike. Hanabi admitted with a shrug. I suppose that could be handy to know. Yes, each technique has its own distinctive sound as it connects, Lee said, his tone growing smug. Yet, you are not hearing what you need to hear. Hanabi, this time, I want you to listen and feel the sounds. Feel the sounds? Hanabi echoed uncertainly, but instead of an answer she received a flurry of strikes to the post. They were sustained this time and she focused on them, biting her bottom lip. Her eyebrows drew tight with concentration, but it was all just a jumble of noises: punch, palm heel, spear hand, 2 more rapid punches, then 3 palm heels from alternating sides, then a few more punches in even more rapid succession, and then 3 steady palm heels. Hanabi was reminded of music or dancing. There seemed to be a rhythm, a pace, and peak. Fast, slow, steady, then suddenly rapid, repeating over and over. And what did you hear this time? Lee asked, startling Hanabi out of her thoughts. Opening her eyes, she stared at him strangely, uncertain if she had figured out the proper answer. Well? It sounds, Hanabi said, then paused before continuing. It sounded as if there was a rhythm to your blows. Like music or dancing. There is. All combat has a rhythm, Lee explained, smiling brightly at her. Everybody has an internal rhythm to their style. Some, like your sensei, have figured out a way to create such a random pattern that it can't be predicted by normal means. However, it is still there, and the reason we strike these training posts is not only to condition our hands, but also to become aware of our own rhythm. I see, Hanabi said, before scowling slightly. But why didn't Yamanaka-san tell me this? Why only have me strike the post and never explain a thing? Most likely because she knew no better, Lee said with a shrug. Ino-san, while very skilled, has never helped others train in such a manner. But why have me do it at all? Hanabi insisted, crossing her arms. What's the point? Ah, a very wise question, as expected from such a bright flame of youth. Lee beamed, holding a finger up. A skilled enemy will use Ma against you, which is a method of disrupting your rhythm. Everyone that fights is aware of Ma on some level, though some may not realize the secret to it. Those that do grasp this truth will train so that they know their own rhythm, and thus are capable of altering it as needed. Some who are truly skilled may even use their rhythm and Ma to lure their enemy in for a decisive blow. Well, why didn't Naruto-sensei teach me this? Hanabi asked in mounting frustration. Well, as Jen and I once asked Guy-sensei about Naruto and learned that all he practiced was pure combat. He learned it instinctively through his combat experiences with his own sensei and in the field, Lee explained. Hence, he didn't know about it on a conscious level. Ino-san, however, did not know this and, considering your level, most likely expected you to realize the problem because it is obvious to her. So she was trying to train me? Hanabi asked, startled and suddenly feeling very foolish. Of course Ino would try and help her. After all, Naruto had asked the girl and Hanabi was not blind. Yes, Lee said, then shot a smile at her that literally seemed to split the air molecules with its force. However, training for now is finished. For as bright flames, we must eat to rebuild our energy. Now, come with me. You shall eat lunch and spend the rest of the day practicing your rhythm. Ayash, you cannot despair now. For with me to guide you, the greatness of your flames will surely grow. Just as mine did under Guy-sensei. Lee shouted, hands now thrust high overhead. You're a very strange, very green man, Hanabi said under her breath, then shook her head. Yash? Still, you're probably saner than Nisan. Kakashi had to keep his sigh of annoyance in check, wondering why Koinu had, through Hizashi, insisted on this impromptu meeting. Across from him sat the current Jonin Shurei, Hyuga Hizashi, who looked much older than the last time he had seen the man. Of course, such was to be expected with the disappearance of Niji. Even if he had been adopted by Hayashi, Hisashi had been was his father. Nothing was sure yet. Not knowing the whereabouts of your only child had to be a nerve-wracking ordeal. An anxiety shivered just behind the man's eyes, like a trapped moth. A twitch in a finger, spasmodic, unintended. Kakashi grimly acknowledged the sheer willpower it would take to keep doing your duty and not expend all your efforts on finding your son. Has Tenzu-san had any luck in locating Niji-sama? Hisashi suddenly asked, as if finally giving in to his silent urge. Not yet, Kakashi said, knowing that they would never locate the boy. Niji was dead and gone, with Tenzu most likely hiding evidence at the behest of the Unity leaders. Still, he couldn't bring himself to shatter the man's hopes, not now especially. How are Niji's wife and son holding up? Hayatari-sama is maintaining like a true Hyuga, Hisashi said, but the disgust in his tone was evident. Of course, Yubi-sama is a child and thus has no understanding. He is being well guarded and cared for after being named Hayashi-sama's heir. Ah, Kakashi said, then both fell silent for several moments until the door opened and the large, wild man known as Inuzuka Koinu entered. Koinu's hair actually seemed more bristly than normal, his canines more pronounced. Something was amiss. Kakashi nodded in greeting Koinu-san. Hokage-sama, the man returned roughly, before settling into a nervous pace near the left wall. I understand that you have something to tell me? Kakashi said after a moment, sharing a look with a mildly alarmed Hisashi. Yeah, I do, Koinu said, turning to stare at him. 5 4-man teams, 2 made up of Jonin and 3 of Chunin, are 2 days late in coming back. Missions do sometimes take more time than estimated, Kakashi offered, knowing that there was more to this than a few teams just not reporting back. They were assigned low-level C-rank missions, Koinu snapped, his hair seeming to bristle even more. They were all within Tani no Kuni and Takumi no Kuni. That is worrying, Hisashi offered with a scowl. Perhaps we should send Umbu out to investigate? Why bother? Koinu barked, throwing his hands up. If something did happen, then a team of 4 Jonin or Chunin should have been able to handle it. For them to be this overdue without a sign or word, I wouldn't trust Umbu to return. Umbu are much better trained than your standard ninja, Kakashi said, leaning back in his seat and contemplating the situation. 5 teams, made up of 4 experienced ninja, disappearing while on simple missions? There had to be more to the picture, a threat they had yet to identify. Unity couldn't move that decisively. They weren't ready. Scowling in thought, he blinked, offering a likely theory. Otogekure. This could be their handiwork. How would they manage that? Koinu asked, rounding on him. They only have one of those curse seal guys left and their Jonin are mostly missing ninja of Chunin. The first mistake many people make is that they assume they know everything about an enemy, Kakashi said before lacing his fingers together. Their leader is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and the creator of that Keiji among other things. I fully expect that his experiments have not stopped merely because we have previous ones locked up in Hyatsuhai. True, Hisashi said sourly. Orochimaru has always had great ambitions. Even with limited resources, it is possibly he has created more weapons. What the hell is Keiji? Koinu finally interjected in exasperation. Within Hyatsuhai, there are 2 levels, Kakashi explained blandly. The upper level and the lower level, known as a Kikigoku. The lower level is the home of a rank or worse, criminals and creatures of unfathomable destructive powers. Then below that, there is a cell, a single cell, called Kubochi no Jigku. Kubochi no Jigku? Koinu echoed hollowly. Kubochi no Jigku, Kakashi confirmed before continuing. There is only one being in that cell, under a constant sleeping and suppression seal so powerful that not even myself, the Yondaime and Jiraiya together could break it. That being is Keiji, Orochimaru's ultimate creation. When it awakens, nothing can control it, let alone stop it. For a man that created Keiji, among other things, creating more would not be unexpected, Hisashi warily concluded, though I would like to know what he has devised with so few materials and men. With any luck, we'll find out soon, Kakashi said, his eye closing. If our teams are being attacked, then we have at least one team that will return after such an encounter. Huh? Which one is that? Koinu asked, startled. The team we sent out to exchange scrolls with Kumo, Hisashi said, a tight smile on his face. Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. Yes, that team should return soon enough. Kiba-kun, huh? Koinu said with a weary sigh. He's driving his mom crazy. He won't settle down, always chasing after a different bitch and always hanging out with Akamaru. But that'll come in handy. They spend so much time together, they must work excellently together, Kakashi countered, opening his eye to study the man who reached up scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah, but Inuzuka's a pack. He needs to learn how to work with the others, but that's just youth, and we all went through it, Koinu admitted, before shaking his head. Either way, we'll have to stop assigning missions to Tani and Takumi until we hear from Kiba's team. Understood, Kakashi said, then hesitated, realizing the danger of doing such a thing. Do it discreetly, though. There are certain groups, both internally and externally, I would rather not have know about us hesitating to assign missions. Hi, Hokage-sama, both men said, though Koinu had an openly curious look on his face. Once the two were gone, Kakashi relaxed, slumping in his chair. This did not bode well. If Orochimaru had created something that could wipe out teams like that, he needed to keep it quiet. Letting it be known would hurt confidence in Konoha, both among the military forces and among the Hai no Kuni government. It would drive more of the governors into using Hai no Kuni ninja, and it would give Unity even more ammunition. Not counting the fact that showing a hesitance to assign missions would be a hint of weakness that other countries would try and act on. Kakashi did not want to go through another shinobi war, he'd had his fill in the last one. Turning his chair, he stared out the large windows behind him, deciding there was nothing to do now save wait for Naruto to return. Producing one of his new Ika Ika books, Kakashi flipped it open with an effortless flick of his wrist and started reading, leaving contemplation on the future to others for the moment. Ino spun neatly on the ball of her foot, lunging forward with her sword. Shifting back, she adopted a defensive posture, Yuzuha held horizontally before her, then moved gracefully through the rest of her form, streams of sweat running down the sides of her face. The sword was more perfect than she had first thought, slicing through the air without the hint of sound. Foot slipping forward, Ino released the hilt with her bottom hand and made an elegant sweep through the air. At the peak of the sweep, Ino spun the blade around while adopting a one-legged stance, free hand crossing her body and the sword now in a reverse grip while coming to rest along the back of her arm, the tip just past her shoulder blade. Breathing out sharply, Ino dropped her foot into a deep stance, the sword swinging out and around in a gleaming arc that would have sliced her opponent in half. Reaching the peak of that arc, the blade curved back, removing an imaginary head while Ino swept her back foot around quickly. A quick twirl to clear the blade of imaginary blood and Ino settled into a stance with most of her weight on the rear foot, elbows close to her body and the tip of her blade aimed between her imaginary opponent's eyes. Breathing heavier than she would in the past, Ino grinned, pleased with her exercise. Her shoulders and arms were burning slightly from the workout, which was to be expected. Yuzuha was a heavier sword than Tsukiha, but the weight was perfectly balanced for her. Still, the biggest differences were the blades of the two swords. Tsukiha had been a kodachi, a half-length single-edged blade, while Yuzuha was a full-length double-edged blade. Where Tsukiha had been curved, Yuzuha was straight. Outside of those physical differences, Ino had yet to see a need to alter how she dealt with the weapons. Blinking away the sweat in her eyes, Ino decided to perform one last move and call it a night. Twirling her sword around, Ino pivoted in place and hurled it away, then with a back flip targeted a rather battered-looking training post and flashed through a one-handed seal before engulfing it in flames. Coming out of the flip to land in a crouch, Ino's hand came up just in time to catch the hilt of her sword as it returned to her. "Hell yeah," Ino said with a grin, pride rushing through her. Twirling her sword up and around, she sheathed it neatly into the carrying strap on her back and stretched her protesting muscles. She had finally managed to get those single-hand seals down. Plus, her sword had flawlessly returned to her after each throw. Nodding to herself, Ino swept her sweat-matted hair from her face. Ick. There would be no question about needing a bath tonight. Pulling the sweat-soaked shirt away from her body, Ino shivered at the feel of cool air against her flesh, then left the training area and re-entered the nighttime streets of Konoha. Ino found it odd that she enjoyed this time of the day. Shops were closing up and people were slowly trickling home, leaving the night to the Umbu patrols that continuously roamed the streets, something the Godame had done immediately after assuming complete power. There would be no more surprises in the night as with the Uchiha. Umbu patrolled every neighborhood, including the Hyuga area. Thinking of the Hyuga, Ino's mind turned briefly to Hanabi and wondered what the girl had been up to for the day. Not that it mattered all that much. Until Naruto got back, the girl's options were rather limited. This brought Ino around to Naruto and how to subtly let him know that she was interested in more than the playful flirting they had been doing. Tomorrow, she'd have to think hard about the subject, now that she could take a break from her rigorous training. Tonight, she wanted a bath and sleep. Maybe a nice dream about a certain blue-eyed guy. Slowing to a stop, Ino frowned slightly, the hair on the back of her neck standing up. She was on the middle of a bridge, unsure how she had got there, but aware of a feeling that someone was following her. The first thing that came to mind was a Unity agent, but that didn't feel right. Still, she felt the presence behind her and turned sharply, but found the street and bridge behind her empty. Strange, Ino mumbled to herself, turning back to continue on her way, only to find herself face to face with a lunging Naruto. Gah! Ino screamed, stumbling back and nearly falling on her rear. Gotcha, Ino-chan. Naruto gloated, eyes closed tight from the strength of his laughter. Recovering from her fright, Ino narrowed her eyes as she drew her sword, poking in the general direction of his chest. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Playing around? Naruto said with convincing timidity, seeming torn between laughing and eyeing her blade warily. Playing around? Ino asked, sword slashing left as her arms went wide. You keep playing around like that and I'm going to end up skewing you with this sword. I'm sorry, Naruto said sincerely, though his amusement was still evident. Yeah, well, you better be. Ino snorted, forcing him to lean back to avoid the blade as she brought her arm, and hence sword, back to point at his face. And why exactly did it take you so long to get back? We ran into a little problem with something, Naruto said, going cross-eyed to stare at the blade centimeters from his nose. We just got back an hour ago, and I had to tell Masked Perv about what happened. Oh, Ino said, reading underneath what he was saying, and sheathed her sword. So, how'd the mission go? The mission? It went fine, Naruto said, his eyes drifting away slightly, telling her he was hiding something, and then he focused on her once more. We spent the night in this little village and then started back this morning. We got a bit sidetracked, but I'm sure you'll hear about it tomorrow. Aha, Ino said with a nod, worried and wondering what had happened. She wasn't given any more time to consider it because Naruto had suddenly slung an arm around her and thrust a hand in the air. Sake time. Naruto-kun, that last thing I want to do is drink. Ino said wearily, wondering what he was up to now. But we gotta go get a drink. We never drink together. Naruto said, almost whined actually. Probably because we'd either kill each other or sleep together, Ino said, ducking out from under his arm, very conscious of her stench and his body. Well, either one would be fun, Naruto said with a grin and wink, but I don't think we'd get much sleep if you ask me. Your confidence is, shall we say, inspiring, Ino drawled, rolling her eyes. But, no, let's not, and say we did. Spoil sport, Naruto huffed. Fine, then how about you come over and we eat what's left of that tomato pudding I made for you last week? I suppose we could do that, Ino said, temporizing, or at least until he grabbed her shoulders and started frog marching her back the way she came. Plus, we can have some sake I keep around. Now, promise not to take advantage of me when I get drunk, okay, Ino-chan? Fine, fine, Ino relented, shoulders sagging in semi-defeat. Naturally, he would want to hang out when she was covered in sweat and smelling foul. Yeah, that was a real turn-on. Score 0 for Yamanaka. Even Naruto couldn't find that attractive. Chapter 16 Jericho. Moving swiftly through the forest, Hanabi considered the possibility that Naruto wouldn't be there. He should have been back yesterday, though that was merely her estimation of his return date. Grabbing a branch, Hanabi swung around, making a hairpin turn and then pushed off the trunk of another tree. When she landed, she performed an inversion so that her feet stuck to the underside of a branch, and went sailing toward the forest floor. With a twist, she spun her body before bringing her feet around to land silently in a crouch. Satisfied, Hanabi allowed a tiny smile to form as she stood, then nearly jumped at the sound of applause from her left. Turning, she found a grinning Naruto, reclining casually against a post. "Sensei, you're back." "Yup," Naruto confirmed, his smile growing. "I see you've been practicing while I was gone." "You told me to train, so I did," Hanabi answered, unnerved by his smile. When her sensei graced her with smiles, it rarely proved beneficial for her health. Still, she gave him the benefit of the doubt. Hanabi even started to ask about his mission, but her instincts kicked in and she dodged left into a one-armed handstand, neatly avoiding a hail of kunai. In mid-flip, she threw her own bladed weapon, which Naruto caught, of course. By that time, Hanabi had already regained her feet and shot off into the forest, retreating to the sound of her kunai exploding. Hanabi should have expected this, he hadn't seen her in 2 days, after all. Forming the needed hand seal, Hanabi activated the Hakken no Jutsu to augment her eyesight, and a second later weaved her way through a rain of shuriken from ahead. Reaching the far side of the attack, Hanabi caught the barest hint of orange as Naruto appeared out of a shunshin ahead of her. Instincts came into play once more, and she came to a sudden halt, deflecting his incoming punch away with her palm and then counterattacked with a reverse sidekick at his ribs. Naruto countered by jumping off one foot, while using his momentum to add a spin as he passed over her head. Hanabi came out of her kick just as Naruto landed with a cocky grin on his face. Frowning, Hanabi adopted yet another fighting stance, attempting to read his body language for the first sign of an attack. She caught the slight shift of weight and the way his arm cocked ever so slightly, making it obvious he was about to punch. Hanabi would not be fooled and blocked the right round kick he had been shadowing with his body language. Hanabi felt a moment of satisfaction and pride, right before she went crashing to the ground as his left foot connected with her cheek from a second round kick he'd loosed before even putting his other foot down. Scrambling back to her feet and blinking away the stars of pain dancing before her eyes, Hanabi found him staring at her oddly. Very oddly. Why was he staring at her like that for? Thinking back on the fight so far, Hanabi realized this was the first time she had managed to block any of his attacks. Her momentary epiphany nearly earned her an injury from a vicious back fist. As it was, Hanabi just barely managed to avoid most of the power of his punch, though her shoulder still hurt from the glancing blow. Stumbling back, angry at allowing her attention to lapse, Hanabi met his next punch with her palm while she pivoted to the outside of the blow. Coming around full speed, determined to make up for her previous lapse, Hanabi brought her other hand around in a knife hand aimed for his kidney. Not that she expected to make contact with her sensei, so her surprise was greatly magnified as she managed to touch his jacket before he dodged. Coming around completely from the momentum, Hanabi froze. Eyes widening as she realized what had occurred, she looked up at him, wondering how he would react. Hoping it wasn't lethally. To her infinite surprise, she found approval. Then he promptly shot forward, his fist connecting with her chin in an uppercut that lifted her off the ground. After she was airborne, he caught her cheek with a spinning back fist that sent her careening to the ground. "You've gotten better," Naruto said, a hint of pride in his voice. "A lot better." Thank you," Hanabi managed, wincing as she pushed her way to her hands and knees, cheek throbbing and mouth full of blood. Then slowly pushed herself upright, swaying as she turned to face him. Naruto smiled at her fondly, crossing his arms. Hanabi closed her eyes while offering her brightest and bloodiest smile. I'm glad that I've improved. Me too, means I can go harder on you, Naruto gloated sadistically, and when Hanabi opened her eyes, he motioned for her to attack. Reluctantly, Hanabi did so and was promptly thrown like a rag doll. Recovering nimbly, she spun and charged again. This time he caught her punch and tossed her away while striking up a conversation. You know, I had expected to find you and Konohamaru engaged in some healthy kissing. What gives? He dumped me, Hanabi said bluntly, unable to help her sour look, as she recovered from a throw. He what? Naruto asked, startled. Dumped me, Hanabi repeated, tone disgusted before charging him once more. Naruto knocked aside her kick, grabbed her wrist and spun her around before tossing her away. Who the hell would he dump you for? Yoshino keyed, Hanabi sneered, climbing to her feet before dusting herself off. She just barely qualified for the ninja academy, and spent most of her time whining about her father wishing to move. So he dumped a cutie like you, Naruto muttered, scratching his head, for a whiny bitch? Exactly, Hanabi confirmed before looking away, shoulders sagging. Why does he want her? Dunno, Naruto answered, some people are just stupid like that. Maybe it's me, Hanabi mumbled, frowning. The thought had plagued her relentlessly, staying up late at night, staring at nothing, searching for the flaw that made her unworthy. Less than. Not good enough. Was she too cool? Too formal? She'd thought losing her title would change that. Maybe she hadn't been feminine enough for him? What exactly was wrong with her? It's not you, Naruto said, then, seeing her skeptical look, grinned. If I were 5 years younger, I'd ask you out. It's not you, Hanabi. Konohamaru is just stupid is all. Trust me, he's going to regret dumping you. That is good to know, Hanabi said, buoyed by his words and blushing despite herself. Well, now that we've discussed your non-existent love life, Naruto continued dryly with an evil grin, I need to get back to kicking your ass. We have 3 hours before we're supposed to see the Hokage, and after that you can go kick Konohamaru in the balls. Not that you needed me to tell you that, right? Right, Hanabi said grimly, settling into her taijutsu stance once more. Mitarashi Anko sometimes wondered, in the depths of her insanity, if assassinating the Hokage would really be that hard. It wasn't often that she considered such things, but at the moment she had nothing better to do. Snacking on her dango, Anko stared at the one-eyed man currently holding the title, musing on the concept purely for provisionary measures, of course. She wasn't doing so out of some sick and twisted form of amusement. No sir, why losing interest in her thoughts, mainly because her tattered sanity told it her would be too much hassle, Anko turned her attention toward Naruto. They hadn't spent as much time together as she would have preferred, but that could be blamed on a number of things. Still, she would have to talk with him soon, because she had started meeting with the clans. While he might be upset, she would have to make it clear he needed to tell Ino before one of the clan heads told Inoichi. Are we sure he's not been studying with you? Asuma asked, rubbing his wiry black beard and tugging anxiously on his Jonin vest. He chewed on an unlit cigarette. He's an hour late. Well, I did give him a few pointers, Kakashi offered without looking up from his Ika. Oh eternal rival, how I weep at your corruption of such a bright flame. Guy proclaimed from his space across the room, then upon the Hokage ignoring him began to rant about such a cool response. The only one present who was completely uninterested in the whole affair was Kurenai, who sat quietly on a chair in the corner, soaking in an air of sullenness. Relax, Asuma, Anko finally said, cutting short Guy's tirade. Despite the sudden quiet, she felt the start of a migraine. Naruto probably lost track of time while kicking the shit out of Hanabi. Asuma merely grumbled, chewing persistently on his sodden cigarette. Damn thing was probably unburnable at this point. Not that it took a genius to figure out why he wanted this over. After all, his ex-fiancée was in the room and utterly ignoring him, as if he were no more than drying paint. They'd better learn to get along, as they'd be working together as part of the Niju Shotai. Anko did find it amusing as hell, grinning around her empty dango stick. Hence, the reason they were all present, the first meeting of the Niju Shotai. There was definitely plenty they had need to discuss, and enough secrecy to make anyone, ex-fiancé or not, nervous. Secretly, Anko felt that another secret group within Konoha would prove to be a huge mistake, even if the intention behind it was a good one. The road to hell was paved with plenty of good intentions. Still, Kakashi was convinced they had to do something to counter unity and their growing influence. According to Kakashi, with each passing day, the number of Umbu and regular ninja he could trust was rapidly dwindling. Anko knew that even if they won, unity would not die, the ideology would live on, it always did. Finishing her dango, Anko sighed softly and then glanced at the door at the click of the knob turning. Grinning, she flicked her finished dango stick at the entrance as the door opened to admit the latecomer. Naruto ducked, and Ino followed his lead, then threw a kunai in retaliation, which Anko caught with a grin. "You're late, runt," Anko said, then began the balancing game she was so fond of with the borrowed weapon. "Well, you know how it is, psycho," Naruto responded with a grin, as Hanabi finally entered the office and closed the door behind her. "So, why are you gracing us with your eloquent presence at such a late hour?" Kakashi asked almost conversationally, not looking up from his book. "Me and two kunoichi alone in the woods," Naruto answered, a sly grin on his face. "I think you can figure it out." "Don't say stuff like that," Ino shouted, blushing as she slapped him upside the head. Hanabi blushed as well, but kept her mouth shut. "Yash, to speak in such a manner, and so lightly about that subject," Guy said, sounding overly affronted. "Truly, you have been corrupted by the ignoble flame of the Hokage." Naruto muttered hesitantly, staring at Guy in shock, mirrored by the two kunoichi. "Oh, how I weep for the tarnished flame of youth," Guy continued, turning on a still-reading Kakashi. "Do you not feel no shame at your actions, rival?" "Huh, did you say something?" the Hokage asked, tone clueless, glancing up from his book. This set off Guy even further into a lament on the state of generations and dying flames and such, much to everyone's despair. Anko tuned it out, resigned to let things run their course. So why are there so many people here?" Naruto finally asked 20 minutes later, give or take. Guy's eyes still shone with the residue of his passionate, and largely ineffective, speech. "Because we're the current Niju Shotai," Asuma said, blowing several smoke rings into the air. "Now that you're finally here, we can start the meeting, right, Hokage-sama?" "Exactly," Kakashi said, putting his book down. "I think the first thing we need to do is I have a question," Hanabi said, speaking for the first time. Seeing that she wasn't about to get yelled at, the girl continued, firm but polite. "I have been thinking about the name, and it seems rather inappropriate." "The girl's right," Asuma added. "If we lived up to the name Niju Shotai, there would be no way we could really operate like you want. As it is, we're not going to stay hidden from Unity's attention for long." "Well, it was just the first name I thought of," Kakashi offered, tone bland but bordering on impatience. "If anyone can think of a better one, please be my guest." "How wise you are, eternal rival," Guy boasted, before rubbing his chin in thought. "Yash, what about Kanuka Butai?" "If we're going to change the name," Anko said with a flare of annoyance, "I think we should avoid ones that Unity could use against us." "Good point," Asuma said, puffing away on his cigarette. "How about Kage Butai?" "That makes us sound like a corporation," Ino said with a shake of her head, "which I doubt we want." Naruto agreed with her, followed by Hanabi, and the argument over the name went on for another 10 minutes, before a very unexpected source spoke up. "This is wasting time, Unity isn't sitting around debating their name, they're moving to usurp the village from the control of the Hokage," Yuhi Kurenai said morosely. "If you need a new name that badly, let's go with Kage-sei and be done with it. We're all elite in some fashion, and we'll be working for the Hokage from the shadows." "Wow," Anko said, blinking in surprise. "So you can talk in more than monosyllables. Plus, it's got a nice ring to it. Everyone happy now?" Works for me, Naruto said with a shrug. Now that we've cleared that up, Kakashi said with a hint of amusement. Naruto, if you wouldn't mind, why don't you tell us about those humanoids you faced yesterday after you completed your mission? Again? Naruto asked, then at the curtained side and started talking. Anko didn't pay too much attention at first. Slowly, as he described the things he had fought, her nonchalance was impossible to maintain. Eyes widening as he talked about their resilience and strength, she felt a chill run through her at the knowledge that Orochimaru had created them. What the hell are they? Ino asked, stunned. Shirnin. They're called Shirnin, Anko said, her gaze distant. Everything Naruto said is accurate: superior strength, speed, high durability. They don't feel pain and have inhuman reaction time. They can also survive almost any attack, though maybe not in functional battle form. They don't need sleep or food and they don't question orders. Anko? Kakashi asked, sounding surprised. Shirnin were a failed experiment of Sensei's, Anko explained with a shrug. He wanted to make an army of them to use against Konoha's enemies. He only ever managed to make one. As a test, he sent it against the Yondaime. Naturally, the Hokage ripped it to shreds in a blink, and Orochimaru decided they were a worthless creation. So how do we handle these things? Asuma asked, shifting anxiously in his seat. Kill him, Anko said with a shrug. Naruto had it right, namely, an instant kill technique will do it. That is why they retreated. They most likely had orders to avoid death if they encountered a strong enough enemy. Why? Hanabi asked, scowling in thought. We could study the corpse, Ino answered, then dissect their secrets. These Shirnin would explain the disappearances Koinu told me about yesterday, Kakashi interjected, sounding thoughtful. Then seeing their looks, related the contents of yesterday's meeting, much to their growing concentration. Yash, that is troubling, Guy said. If the vile snake Orochimaru has truly created such a befouled creature and created an army of them, I weep for those that face them. An army of them would be enough to seriously threaten our forces, Kakashi said, his tone turning grave. I'll spread word among the Umbu about what we're facing. Asuma, you handle the regular forces. It wouldn't be strange for you to know about this. Right, Asuma said with a slight nod. As for this army, Kakashi said with a slight scowl, glancing at Ino. Think you and Anko could work together long enough to slip into Oto and find out for us? Excuse me, Hokage-sama, I know I am probably speaking out of turn, Hanabi said, suddenly looking curious, but would it not be better if you sent the Umbu you could trust to find out that information? Yes, Kakashi said, amusement in his tone, which is why I asked Ino to join Anko on the trip. 2 Umbu are better than 1 and all that. Hanabi blinked rapidly as the knowledge dawned on her, trying to maintain her composure. Anko almost choked from repressed mirth at her incredulous gaze, which flickered reflexively to Ino's sneering face. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at her as well, which made Hanabi shoot him a slightly disgruntled look, but he played it off nicely enough by messing her hair up and laughing harder. Hokage-sama, Ino said, cutting through the light-hearted reprieve. No offense, but Anko's always hammered into our heads that we weren't supposed to reveal that sort of information. Oh, she's right, Kakashi agreed with a nod, but everyone in this room has my complete trust. Why shouldn't Hanabi know that you're an Umbu? It's not like she's going to run up to the first Unity member or foreign enemy she encounters to tell them that you're Umbu or part of the Kage-sei. Yeah, Tsuru-chan can keep a secret, Naruto added with a nod, then at Hanabi's snort, patted her head fondly. Don't be like that. It's a cute name, ain't it, Ino-chan? Yeah, real cute, Ino agreed sarcastically before sighing. I suppose I could do it. But what about the other mission you gave me? Oh, Kakashi said, blinking, good point. I'll send a Shige-san then, provided Anko can keep from killing him. I'll think about it, Anko said blandly, almost grimacing. Excuse me, Asuma interrupted, scowling slightly as he fiddled with a new cigarette, the previously ruined one likely discarded inconspicuously somewhere on the floor. But what did Yamanaka-san mean by other mission? Rolling her eyes, Enko tuned the conversation out again, while Kakashi explained that the mission involved making Ino a permanent member of Naruto's team to entice Unity to get greedy in recruiting her. Enko personally felt this was a bit dim, but she didn't have much say in the matter. Besides, Ino was close to Jonin, which was better backup than just Hanabi against Akatsuki. Hanabi was good for a genin, in practice at an advanced chunin level, but she was no Umbu. Not to sound stupid, and no offense, Naruto, Asuma said, glancing at him, but isn't Unity after family members of the former Hokages to control the current one? Why would they want to talk with Naruto? Well, Naruto, you want to tell them or should I? Kakashi asked, his tone laced with amusement. Oh, let me. Ino said, her tone also amused, bouncing on the balls of her feet. I've been dying to tell someone about Naruto Uji. Uji? Hanabi asked, glancing at him with equal parts suspicion and curiosity. Yeah, Ino replied with a cheeky grin, then cleared her throat and straightened up before gesturing at Naruto. I am proud to present Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Konoha's Kiro Hiramiku, the Yondaime Hokage. Did you really have to say it like that? Naruto asked in annoyance as Asuma's cigarette fell from his mouth. Guy openly gawked at him, Kurenai fell out of her chair and Hanabi scowled venomously. Ah, but it was so much fun. Ino gloated. Are you really that upset with me, Naruto Uji? No, guess not, Naruto said with a resigned sigh. After all, Inoheim, we all know you have to gossip. It's not gossip. Ino protested sharply. I'm just, keeping everyone up to date on current events. So wait, you mean Naruto is really the son of the Yondaime? Asuma finally managed, eyes wide, looking so humorous that Enko started laughing all over again. Exactly, Kakashi confirmed, but that's not what we really need to talk about. There is some important information. What information there was, however, Kakashi never said. The door to the office flew open, slamming into the wall and barely holding on by its protesting hinges. The commotion revealed a breathless Umbu, wearing a dog mask, prompting all present to pull weapons and turn on him. Hokage-sama. Dog Mask gasped, tone lacking all formality and tinged with black panic. We just got word. The Great Wall has crumbled. What? Chorused the assembled party. The section of the Hai no Kuni Great Wall that bordered Oto no Kuni, it has crumbled. All of it. Oto ninja and samurai are pouring through the hole, the Chunin continued, hands trembling as he ran his hands through his close-cropped auburn hair. Early reports say that they've managed to capture Edioto. The governor's head is already on AP Pike in the street. Do we have Umbu moving to surround the area? Kakashi asked, his tone unusually grave. Every available team. Once the report arrived, Tenzu-sama sent orders out. By now, the Oto forces have swept most of the way into Region 2, but ours have started surrounding the area. Good, Kakashi said, standing curtly. Guy, Asuma, I want you to take your teams and head there immediately. I'll have more teams on the way, but you two depart now. Hi. The two Jonin said and were gone in a rush. Kurenai, I need you to work with Koinu to keep the forces here organized. Enko, I need you to gather a group of Umbu and get them set up for continuous patrols around the capital. Hi, came Kurenai's lackluster response before she left. Enko was halfway to the door without an answer, mind racing with the implications of this event, when Naruto's voice stopped her cold. What about my team? Turning, Enko glanced from the Hokage to Naruto, and then back at the masked man. Naruto, Kakashi said, addressing the blonde with a tone that sounded less a lazy pervert and more a Hokage with mettle. Your team is the closest thing we have assembled to a recovery team right now, so I need you to slip behind enemy lines and get the governor's family out of there. We could use another person, Ino said, her tone equally serious. I already had someone in mind. He'll meet you at Gate 5 in 10 minutes. Right. Naruto said curtly, then turning met Enko's gaze, before hurrying out, flanked by the two kunoichi on his team. After another moment, Enko turned her attention back to the Hokage, who met her gaze levelly. A silent unasked question passed between them and then he nodded slightly. "They'll be fine," Kakashi said, before adding cryptically, "Trust me." "Right," Enko said dubiously, then hesitated for another minute. "I'll get a couple of teams to check the neighboring sections of the Great Wall. I don't trust those High no Kuni ninja stationed there to notice anything." "Good idea," Kakashi said and then turned his attention the Umbu. Enko closed the door and hurried off, leaving him to his business, heart racing in concern for Naruto's, and to a smaller extent Hanabi and Ino's, well-being. Going behind enemy lines, facing who knew what, at the opening of a war. She only prayed, haphazardly and to a deity that had probably forgotten her and fallen off his chair at the sound of her plea, that nothing too horrible happened to them. It had been one of those days, the ones where you wished you had the common sense to stay in bed. For Konohamaru, it had started shortly after completing a C-rank mission. His teammates had turned on him at the end of the mission, leaving Konohamaru a rather battered and bruised mess, with the message that nobody liked glory hogs. Needless to say, Konohamaru later retaliated and sent both to the hospital. Ami-sensei, unfortunately, didn't see an explanation for his assault and had suspended him from active duty until the two were out of the hospital. Konohamaru had spent the rest of his morning in a holding cell within the military police until Hinata had taken pity and released him. The only bright side was that Keed had been waiting for him and agreed to go out on a date. They were walking down the street silently, both aware of the upswing in ninja activity around them. Something big must have happened, the roofs were swarming, but to Konohamaru it mattered little. Apparently, Choco and Chen were not due out of the hospital for another 2 days. Not that he cared very much. They had brought it on themselves. "Konohamaru-kun, I better get going. I'm supposed to be meeting up with my team for a bit of extra training," Keed said, squeezing his hand. Oh, okay," Konohamaru managed, glancing at her with a slight blush. Unlike Hanabi, Keed was a lot more demonstrative in her affection and in wanting to make it clear to everyone that they were together. Also, unlike Hanabi, he couldn't spar Keed. She didn't even approach his level, nor did she seem to view sparring as an appropriate dating activity. "Well, bye," Keed said after another moment, a note of exasperation in her tone as she kissed his cheek before hurrying off. Staring after her, Konohamaru frowned slightly, but sighed. They hadn't been together all that long, and while Keed was very cute, he couldn't quite stop thinking about Hanabi. Shaking his head, annoyed at his inability to be satisfied with what he had, Konohamaru turned away only to come face to stomach with one Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto? There you are," the man said, his face set into a frightening visage. Before Konohamaru could fully appreciate this disturbing observation, the blonde had pulled him under arm and started walking, a kunai appearing out of nowhere in the hand near Konohamaru's throat. "Now, I've been out of the village for a while. High priority mission, you know, but from what I hear you broke up with my student, Hanabi Emuto." "Emuto?" Konohamaru asked, almost squeaked, paling as a killer intent started to surround him like a lover's embrace. "So, anyway, after hearing this I decided I'd come talk with you. Just so we could clear some things up," Naruto continued smoothly, as if not noticing Konohamaru's sudden discomfort. "Sadly, I have to go with my team on an extremely important mission and I'm not sure when I'll get back. I'm sorry about now, let's save all of that for later," Naruto said, suddenly releasing him as he stepped forward and turned to look at him. "Don't think that because I'm leaving unexpectedly, I'll let you off the hook. That's why I'm here, just to let you know that when I get back, we'll have that nice, long talk, in a very soundproof area." "Soundproof?" Konohamaru parroted weakly, cringing. For the screams, Naruto clarified blandly, the kunai spinning around a finger, the killing intent suddenly spiking to inhuman levels. "Anyway, I'll be seeing you," and then with that, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Konohamaru stood there for another moment and then gulped, barely realizing the front of his pants were wet. High no Kuni, Region 2, Western Half. A war cry drifted from behind the fleeing samurai, echoing and muffled against trees and underbrush. But that did little to ease the panic and fear clawing for release in her chest. Chinin Amaya was 20, and one of the few female captains within the Hai no Kuni samurai who had earned her rank through cunning, skill and experience, rather than coercion and connections. She had served proudly for years, under the daimyo's most trusted general Shinta, and before that she had served as part of Governor Yuo's personal bodyguards, to whom her allegiance had originally been sworn to. This was supposed to be her long-awaited dream, her own company of samurai to command as well as a fiefdom to rule for Governor Yuo. The sounds of their pursuers were gaining ground, meaning they had torn through the men she'd left behind to cover the retreat from the ambush. Amaya barked orders without realizing it, prompting more of her men to fall back as sacrificial offerings, and lungs burning, legs aching, she pushed the core of her company forward away from the battle behind them. This whole affair was a nightmare. Amaya wanted to cry and laugh at the same moment. It was supposed to be so simple. She had been leading her company to Eneji, a medium-sized town that was to be her capital, and then not many of her men were lost in a spray of blood and gore amid the deafening roar of dragons. An ambush, she didn't know by who, or why, or how, and as more of her men were ripped apart, terror clutched her heart. The deaths were unlike any she knew, either by sword, by spear, or arrow. These deaths were horrific and gruesome beyond any measure, limbs ripped from bodies, holes torn through torsos, and always accompanied by those defending roars from unseen dragons. Amaya had lost 25 samurai in the blink of an eye, and her panicked order to retreat had been instinctual. More were falling as they gave their lives so that main body could find some place to regroup, but all Amaya really cared about was that she had not heard a roar since their retreat began. But the terror and panic wouldn't leave her heart, it would claw and tear at her, because somehow she knew that the roars would return. Rounding the bend in the road, she spotted the chance she had so desperately been risking a route and death for. A wide stream and over it a bridge, it would be a perfect way to break this attack. Amaya shouted her orders, a hint of hysteria creeping into her voice, as the troops spurred themselves onward. Her lungs felt as if they were stuffed with burning coals, but she mastered her body's need to stop and catch her wind. It wasn't until the thundering sound of feet slapping against dried wood reached her that Amaya realized they were crossing the bridge. Her eyes automatically fanned right then left. Her samurai were doing as ordered, despite their own heavy breathing. The few archers she had spread out on either side of the bridge and were currently notching their bows, while others attempted to set up desperate barricades. Reaching the other side, she panted, stumbling out of the way of the others, before turning to stare back along the path. Grabbing her sergeant, Morinobu, she took a deep breath before speaking. "Gather a squad and send some west and east, just in case they want to try fording downstream." "Yes, Geor-sama," Nobu said with a smart salute, and then rasping out an order hurried off with 12 men. Amaya watched for a half-second, trying to ease the burning in her lungs, and then called her messenger over and sent him out in search of reinforcements. That done, Amaya turned back to the bridge and waited for her approaching enemy. Would they emerge accompanied with the roar of dragons? Panting, she surveyed the land warily. If that mysterious weapon came into play they were finished, but if they didn't she could hold this line. It would be rough, but she could hold this, and she would avenge her fallen men. There was no doubt in her about that. The only question that haunted her was those weapons. What were they, and how could they cause such total devastation? A moment later her enemy came into view, dressed gray and white livery making the Ta no Kuni standard they carried pointless. Stunned at such a revelation, she let out a disbelieving and somewhat hysterical laugh. Being forced into retreat by such an insignificant nation was almost too much. Never mind that the force across from her was close to 400, or that they had some mysteriously terrifying weapon. They were Ta no Kuni'd. It was simply absurd. Amaya managed to stifle her laughter, aware of the unease sweeping through those closest to her. Hysteria from the commanding officer would be counterproductive. The men were already suffering, and her hysteria could easily sweep through the ranks. Clutching the hilt of her katana, which served as a desperately needed anchor now, Amaya weighed the odds. 400 men, in standard parade formation, and no sign of any unusual weapons. Still, something struck Amaya as odd. Why was the enemy simply standing there, watching them? Her eyes darted to her own men, her archers were tense, bows ready for the command to attack even as Amaya hesitated. There was something going she didn't understand. Why stand there so proudly? They showed no fear of the awaiting assault, standing so calmly on the other side of the Inagawa River as if they owned. Amaya felt her eyes widen in horror, realization dawning. The Inagawa River ran through Region 2, and had served as the border since the formation of Hai no Kuni, which meant that at the moment they controlled this part of the region. "Archers," she said curtly, her tone ringing with total command. "Fire." A dozen taunt bowstrings released their payload, raining arrows down on the forward-most enemies. Here a man collapsed, impaled through his throat, clutching at the shaft, another through the eye, and yet the others the chest, creating a cornucopia of screams and cascades of blood, giving them a taste of the terror that Amaya and her men had suffered. It was a short-lived taste of vengeance, as her archers reloaded. Those that had foolishly came too far forward pulled back, moving out of range. Amaya swore, eyeing her enemy in a sour rage, waiting for the retaliation of arrows that should be coming at any moment to cut down her men. When nothing immediately came, she bit her lip, flexing her hand on the hilt of her katana. A moment later her unspoken fears took shape as four figures dressed in gray and black clothes, sporting forehead protectors, stepped forward. The word ninja flashed through her mind, filling her with a horrible realization. Their stillness, the way they just watched and waited, made it clear that they weren't going to push any further. Yet at the same time, this was a show of power, making it clear that if they did decide to press their advantage, her men faced annihilation. Amaya glowered impotently at the enemy, terror and fear replaced with despair. Hai no Kuni, Region 2, Southern Half. The water frothed with blood and mud, metal ringing and humans screaming. The latest push from the enemy was straining the defenses he had in place, but his men fought like dying tigers. Men littered with arrows made desperate charges, as others that were run through with spears, their guts spilling out, spent the last of their life pulling their bodies forward to kill the enemy. Imura Issen grimaced, surveying the battle with the kind of dread that meant success was an elusive hope he couldn't afford. Success at this point meant holding out until someone came to reinforce them. They couldn't hold the line for long. The Ta no Kuni samurai had materialized out of the fall foliage like evening shades, catching them on the northern bank of the Inagawa River, not that it had done them much good. Even by surprise, the forces under his command had countered the attack quickly enough to form an adequate defense. For now, Issen wanted to lunge into battle, but he knew he needed to hang back and direct the battle as best he could. If he retreated, if he or his men gave 1 inch, then it would be certain death. His forces were spread too thin to regroup into a solid wedge. Plus, if his guess was right, these Ta samurai were only the advanced force of a larger army that would soon arrive. Somehow, Ta no Kuni had circumvented the Great Wall of Hai no Kuni. His horse stamped its feet edgily, but he barely spared the attention to offer her a soothing word. His eyes were darting from section to section. His spearmen and swordsmen fought gamely onward, despite the hail of arrows. He had fewer archers, and they were relentlessly working to keep the sole ninja he had spotted pinned down. It would only be a matter of time if this kept up. He chewed his lip raw, eyes narrowing. They needed to break the attack, force the enemy into retreat, and a route could follow. Push them back. Issen all but screamed. His men abandoned their holding strategies for near-wild attacks. One man actually attempted to jump and chop his enemy in half. Had to be a new recruit. The gray and black armored Ta samurai responded by swiftly sidestepping out of the way, allowing the airborne samurai to plunge into the water, and then finished the fight with a jab of his katana. Despite this, others followed and the battle became total pandemonium, with death stalking the bloodied water. Enough of this, Issen snarled, grasping the reins of his horse and addressing his aides. We lend our strength now. They roared in agreement, and each drew their katana as he led them into the water. Issen snatched a discarded naginata protruding from the corpse of a Hai no Kuni samurai, and crashed into battle with a war cry. He trampled men like weeds, his naginata dancing, cutting men down with the elegance of a gentle lover. Shouting for his men to rally to him, he slowly pushed forward, bending the Ta no Kuni line, his men fighting with renewed ferocity at his presence. Blood and water scattered into the air around him in a morbid parody of rain, offering death in place of life, obscuring vision as he relentlessly pushed onward. The tall line seemed to be splintering, giving way, and Isun felt his heart thudding like the war drum in his chest charge. "Drive these bastards back to their hole." His men let out a monstrous roar as they threw themselves into the battle, but then the very river exploded, turning on them like a jilted lover, filled with icy teeth and cold vengeance. A dragon bellowed. Hai no Kuni, Region 2, Eastern Half, Akanahara Plain. Asuma moved in near silence as he slipped behind the attacking group of Odo samurai, jaw set and eyes hard. In a flash of violence, he struck the samurai captain garrote from behind by a trench knife. He parried the blow of a katana with his other, and as the attacking samurai tried to regain his balance, Asuma struck his temple before disappearing back into the forest, before the others noticed him. No sooner had he disappeared from view than Higame Kotetsu slipped in behind the now distracted group, smashing one with his unique shell-like weapon. Kotetsu was already retreating as shadows twined around the bodies of two more samurai, before the audible snap of their necks filled the clearing. The last samurai, spinning around frantically, died in a spray of blood and gore as a shuriken hit his back, followed by an explosion. "Clear," Asuma said, touching the radio set he wore before addressing the team's forward scout. "Kamizuki-san, what's your status?" "Forward position is clear. Hostiles located to the west, ETA about 3 minutes if we set out now," Izumo responded. "Alright, regroup on Kamizuki-san's location," Asuma said, starting forward as Shikamaru and Kotetsu passed along their confirmations. A minute later, the 4 ninja were gone, rushing through the small forest that bordered the sweltering area known as Akanahara. They had been arrived an hour ago, to a heated battle between nearly equal forces of samurai. Hai no Kuni held the advantage, but this former swamp seemed to be the heart of the Odo assault, and the heated air was rich and heavy with the scent of excrement and rotting wounds, with the sound of men wishing they were dead. Asuma eyed the 3 younger ninja. Kotetsu and Izumo looked impassive, while Shikamaru was obviously bothered. With each samurai they took out, the torn and mutilated bodies sinking into the swamp, that look grew more pronounced. Asuma thought about saying something, but what could he say that would help? No, this was something that Shikamaru would have to come to terms with on his own. Coming just to the edge of the small grouping of trees that bordered Akanahara, the team paused, hidden among the shadows, watching the battle unfold below them. Forefront in Asuma's mind, besides the fact that he was thankful that his father had not lived to see yet another shinobi war, was how the Odo forces had brought the Great Wall down. Ever since the end of the Third Shinobi War, the wall had proven the single most effective defense ever devised. It had involved an unbelievably advanced Doton ninjutsu from the Sandaime and sustained by powerful seals known only to Jiraiya and the Yondaime. Added to that were the numerous samurai and ninja until last year, Konoha ninja, and now Hai no Kuni ninja that patrolled those walls. The vastness of the wall, the precaution of the guards, had made the barrier nigh impenetrable. That defense had confounded even the most powerful of the other Kage powers, but he supposed with Orochimaru, he should not be too surprised. That creature was a Kage power unto himself, twisted though he had become. "Asuma," Izumo said. The bearded jonin came out of his thoughts and glanced at him. The man, seeing he had Asuma's attention, nodded at the hill on the edge of the field. Asuma turned his attention that direction. 500 or more enemy samurai were thundering over the hill in a haphazard pack, preparing to slam into the beleaguered Hai no Kuni samurai. "Kotetsu, get down there and warn the commander," Asuma said curtly, even as the younger ninja took off to do the job. Eyes sweeping back over the field, he spotted Guy's team as they tore through a thick knot of samurai and ninja. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the approaching force, determining how to stem the tide before it crashed into the unprotected flank of his fellow countrymen. The attackers gathered speed, a roar rising up from the thunder of their cavalry's hooves. A group of Hai no Kuni samurai who had pulled back from an ambitious forward assault filled the space between the groups, stringing themselves out in loose formation 2 lines deep. If this position did not hold, Kanehara would belong to Oto, ceding the majority of Region 2 to their enemy within the first hour of battle. "Where's the attack commander?" Shikamaru asked, scowling at the attacking Oto forces. "None of the Oto commanders are wearing battle armor or flying standards," Asuma said softly. "Smart," Shikamaru said with reluctant respect. "They're remaining nondescript." "Yeah," Asuma agreed with a slight nod, and then his eyes caught movement on the far side of the enemy lines, and he turned his full attention that way. He couldn't be sure, not at this distance, but for a moment, he would have sworn he had seen Naruto and his team. Why would they be that deep behind enemy lines? "Kaiken-san is sending his reserves forward," Shikamaru said suddenly, snapping Asuma's attention back to the battle. Asuma watched in silence. The High no Kuni reserve surged forward, joining in the most pitched battle so far. The next few minutes would decide it, Asuma thought, frowning as he swept the field and noticed a lack of Oto ninja. The ungainly Oto forces suddenly formed into tightly formed phalanxes, 4 bodies across and 25 deep. Asuma abandoned the search for the Oto ninja for the moment and watched as the Oto samurai charged the High no Kuni forces. The front ranks of High no Kuni fired a salvo of arrows in perfect unison that was rewarded with death-filled screams and bodies falling aside with gruesome finality. The Oto front ranks melted before the assault, even as the front rank knelt to reload, while the second ranks fired over them, and then a third and fourth. Before long, the area was filled with shouts and screams of disorder. Perhaps not singling out commanders and standard-bearers was more blunder than shrewdness. The Oto were not to be outdone, and they hurled heedlessly forward into a frontal attack, but the process was repeated. The Oto attack faltered, then broke apart and retreated in confusion, some headed toward Asuma's team in the tree line. The High no Kuni samurai gave bloody pursuit, emitting terrible battle cries, slaughtering any enemy they could reach. "No quarter here." The few remaining Oto phalanxes retreated before the enraged swarm. The High no Kuni regiments hurtled toward the kill, when suddenly the phalanxes regrouped in V formation and knelt, firing arrows that exploded on contact with deadly accuracy. The High no Kuni samurai's route faltered in the face of this unexpected retaliation. "What the fuck?" Izumo shouted, flinching as a salvo of those arrows exploded against a group close to them. "Move!" Asuma bellowed, shoving Shikamaru aside as he saw oblong tubes on wheels appearing from hidden locations behind the now attacking Oto forces. Teams of Oto ninja backed each war machine, and all the openings were aimed at both the forest and the unsuspecting High no Kuni samurai. With a deafening roar, followed by an odd whistling sound, the trees were obliterated and the samurai below filled the air with their final desperate breath, a sound like the gates to hell had opened and all the damned cried out in guttural concert. Lifting his head from behind the cover he'd taken, Asuma felt his stomach churn as he surveyed the results of that assault. A sheet of bodies littered the field, more parts and pieces than whole men, and those that weren't wailed with enough agony to make his teeth ache. Another loud roar filled the air and Asuma watched in horrid fascination as the objects slammed into the scattered and disorganized samurai. The devastation went beyond description, bodies horrifically torn and broken, scattered limbs. There could be no doubt that Kanehara was more a gruesome killing field than a battle. Another series of roars and more souls were blown away, joining their fellows in their death throes. Someone finally issued a belated sound of retreat. The surviving samurai of High no Kuni ran, like beasts in the slaughter pen, those blasts going off all around them and dogging their retreat. Asuma issued his own retreat orders, joining in the frantic escape, saving what samurai that they could as they went. Unfortunately, many simply died before they could reach them, others died in their arms splattering the Konoha ninja with gore and things best not thought about. Nor could he block out the jeers of the Oto forces behind them, as the High no Kuni forces fled from the land they had once owned. He only hoped that Guy and his team had better luck, but he desperately had to tell the Hokage about those odd weapons, because he knew exactly what would happen when they were turned on the walls of Konoha. On the first night of October, as the harvest moon rose over a field of human waste and raised forest, Region 2 belonged to Oto no Kuni. They were behind enemy lines, following a rough path toward Edioto in a standard square formation. Hanabi and Naruto were in the lead, moving silently through the trees while playing a game of one-UPS manship. Leaving Yamanaka Ino to travel alongside their newest and oddest teammate in silence. Wondering at how Oto had managed to invade them. How Oto had managed to bring down the strongest defense ever devised. What was more, Ino knew that they had to have allies. Because despite of the Shurnin and whatever else they had, Konoha would crush them eventually. Naruto in contrast, wouldn't think about it, at least not at the moment. Ino had gotten to know him well enough to realize that, he focused on the moment. Later, on the way back to Konoha, when the mission was finished, he would think about everything then. Watching Naruto and Hanabi's seemingly carefree antics, she heaved a silent sigh and turned her attention to the newest member of the team, wondering what he thought of his new companions. Besha Nisei showed no interest nor reaction as Naruto tripped Hanabi with a cleverly placed wind-jutsu and cackled like a 3-year-old. The man merely kept pace beside her, his movements crisp and reserved, limiting any interpretation of his personality that might reveal who he was. Nisei was, by all outward appearances, a total mystery. He was dressed like he was trying to make a cocoon of his clothing, in the standard gray button-up of a Hokage office worker and a flak vest. He wore a forehead protector bandana, a half-face mask like the Hokage's, and dark, wrap-round sunglasses. He said very little and he had yet to make any small talk, which most people did when joining a team. For all of that, Nisei seemed familiar. "There are 4 Oto ninja ahead," Nisei suddenly interjected, his voice rather muffled. "They seem to be pursuing a Hai no Kuni samurai." 4? Naruto asked, suddenly dropping back to pace them. "Can you tell how strong they are?" "No," Nisei said, head tilting down slightly in a fashion that triggered an elusive memory in Ino's distracted psyche. "They have lost the samurai's trail. I would suggest we recover him and leave these all do that," Naruto said with a wide grin, before glancing at Hanabi. "Oi, Tsuru-chan, you go take care of those 4 ninja. Oh, and, don't ruin their clothes if you can help it. Got it?" "Wait, think about." Ino started to protest before the two sped in different directions, leaving her and Nisei alone. "Fuck. I don't know which one is the bigger idiot. He is still prone to rather rash decisions, I see." Nisei mused, before sighing and shifting directions to go after Hanabi. "Wait, you said that as if you knew him in the past," Ino barked, hurrying to keep up with him. With each little gesture, each shift of weight, each word and intonation, he was reminding her of someone. His identity remained amorphous, but his personality was beginning to crystallize just at the edges of her subconscious. "Now is not the time for such conversations," Nisei said by way of response and continued on, as Ino came to a sudden stop. Eyes widening, mouth gaping as sudden realization slammed into her. The way he spoke projected his presence, the way he moved and his comment from earlier. She knew who he was and she wondered why he was here and being quiet about it. "Oh, just you wait," Ino grumbled, hurrying after him once more. "When this is over, I'm going to so kick your ass, Shino, it ain't even funny." Ino found him crouched in the tree branches just ahead and came to a silent halt when he raised his hand. Frowning, Ino pushed her anger and annoyance aside for the moment. "What is it?" "Hanabi-san," Nisei, Shino, said and then nodded at the clearing. Disgruntled, Ino shifted her attention to the clearing below and what she found made her eyes widen in shock. Of the 4 Oto ninja, one was already sprawled dead on the ground and another was in the process of joining him, while Hanabi pivoted and ducked the slash of a kunai. The girl moved forward with a shunshin and when she reappeared, her palm made contact with his chest along with a faint flash of chakra. His body jerked slightly and then, kunai slackening, he fell, dead before gravity had time to claim him fully. The last one wisely tried to form a defensive ninjutsu, but he fumbled through the seals and Hanabi reached him in another shunshin. He lashed out wildly, but Hanabi jumped, foot briefly touching his arm, then she flipped over him. Her palm grazed his head with another flash of chakra and he too crumpled in a lifeless heap. Hanabi landed nimbly, then turned to calmly survey her work, her breathing slightly labored. Their uniforms were spotless, save for a few grass stains. Fucking believable, Ino muttered, both awed and disturbed at the display. It had only been a day, if that, since Hanabi had fought Guy's students and lost. Now, here she was taking out four enemy ninja like it were no more difficult than running through Konoha. More importantly, she had dropped the last two using nothing more than a single Juken strike. It was, well, unbelievable. She is skilled, Shino said in a tone colored with poorly concealed admiration. Naruto is a better teacher than I would have imagined. You think? Ino offered weakly, watching as the girl began rooting through the four dead nin's clothes for money. Let's get down there. I want to know how the hell she did that. Agreed. Leaping down into the clearing, the two ninja approached Hanabi, who was unconcerned with their presence and undeterred from picking the dead men's pockets. Ino, curious, checked on the two that had been dead when she first arrived. Both were unmarked, as if they had been struck by divine smiting. A quick medical scan told her that the first had died from massive heart failure and the second from multiple brainstem hemorrhage. Is there something wrong, Ino-san? Hanabi asked with chilly, feigned innocence. Turning, Ino found the young girl standing near a tree, watching her intently. Fuck yes, she said, meeting her gaze. I just saw you take out two ninja, obviously genin but still ninja, with little more than love taps. These two, both chunin, appear to have died without a single wound on them. How the hell did you manage that? I call it Shirohei Dejiki. That's not what I wanted to know. Ino snapped. This girl, she wasn't even 12 yet, had wiped out four ninja without breaking stride, much less a sweat. She remembered her own first kill. This couldn't be Hanabi's. I, too, would like to know the details of this Shirohei Dejiki, Shino added, moving to stand beside Ino. The core of the move is based off the 3 death points from Juken, Hanabi explained, as if explaining to a toddler. I merely combined them with the Shunshin and Kashinbiri. I am unfamiliar with these death points, Shino said, his tone sharp with attention. Not many are. Juken is not a style designed for outright killing, but rather toward utterly incapacitating the enemy by striking the 361 tenketsu found throughout the human body. Though attacking these tenketsu causes damage to the internal coils of the body and hence the internal organs, these death points are rarely if ever used, even in more advanced Juken techniques, nor are they spoken of freely by Hyuga. The Hanabi grinned with grim satisfaction. But I am no longer of the Hyuga. Right, Ino said, blinking as her mind raced with the knowledge that Hanabi knew how to instantly kill someone with a touch. Striking any one of these points is called Sokushi Dejiki, Hanabi continued, and striking these points is strictly forbidden among the Hyuga, unless there is no other option. This stems from the belief among the Hyuga that to kill willfully is to damage your soul. With each life you take, you lose a little more of yourself. Why are you using them? Shino asked softly, his voice deceptively neutral. Juken, without the bloodline ability of the Byakugan, is actually not an effective style. Even after my training with Naruto-sensei and the use of the Hakken no Jutsu, Juken has remained largely useless in my hands. However, after speaking with Naruto-sensei this morning, I realized I still had those 3 points that I could strike. With his help, I developed the Shirohei Dejiki and am quite happy with the results. You're happy with the results? Ino echoed hollowly, staring at the girl and wondering what sort of monster she would grow up to be. What sort of sensei Naruto was to help her down that path? Yes, Hanabi agreed, looking at her, but almost through her. With this, I can be a little more useful to Naruto-sensei and Konoha. Wow, Naruto's voice said from behind them, and Ino turned to find him walking into the clearing with a samurai at his side. Guess it worked, huh, Hanabi? Quite well, Hanabi agreed, smiling slightly. I can't wait to see it in action for myself, Naruto confided, walking over to a body to nudge it with his foot, before glancing at the samurai. Oi, why don't you introduce yourself and everything? Right, the samurai said, straightening up slightly. I am Besho Nagaharu, first officer of Geor-sama's 10th Legion. I am the last one of my unit. He trailed off into silence, before he salvaged his broken voice. We were overrun in the initial attack, and attempted fall back to more defensible positions. It proved disastrous as they predicted our route of retreat and prevented us from regrouping. They killed our officers within minutes and picked the rest of us off like wolves pulling strays from a flock of sheep. Nagaharu's tone was hollow with regret and disgust. And you're out here why? Nisei Shino asked, tone bland as ever. Standing orders in case the castle or Edioto is overrun, Nagaru said. We're to escape and find any Konoha ninja that we can. After that, we report what we know and then gather the hidden cadres of various elite samurai located throughout the region and prepare a counter-assault to retake the city or castle. So, what you got for us? Naruto asked, sounding interested as he paused in stripping an otonin of his uniform. First, the castle and surrounding city have just enough enemy samurai and low-rank ninja to maintain the status quo. They won't be able to hold off a retaliatory strike without reinforcements. Second, they've kept the governor and his staff running the city, as they see fit, but they don't have enough force to actually keep them imprisoned. Why would they do that? Hanabi asked, blinking. Conquering is easy, the tricky part is ruling what you conquer. If you take over and then kill the people in charge, you must stop your assault and set up a new chain of command, Nisei explained. Hence, it is standard practice when you capture a city to keep the current ruling party in power, but under your control. Ah, Hanabi said, nodding slightly. I see. So then, how do you accomplish that? There are a couple methods, actually, Naruto said, taking over the explanation. Bribery is the easiest one, though, and coercion is the least reliable. People turn on you when they're being forced to do something against their will. Easier to kill and rebuild than to rule with threats and violence. In the case of Geor-sama, they captured his family and threatened to kill them and the entire city if he didn't do as they ordered, the samurai interjected curtly, eyes hardening. They had him order the majority of his men to commit seppuku. As loyal samurai, they obeyed, and I have a duty to avenge them. Maybe, but first you need to tell us where they're keeping his family, Naruto countered, tone deceptively friendly. That way we can rescue them and leave you guys to do whatever. Of course, they are imprisoned in the second inner circle. Can you locate it on a map? Ino asked, rejoining the conversation and reminding herself that they had a mission to perform. I already have, Nagaharu said, handing over a scroll. From what I gathered while trapped in the city, they have an unusual ninja watching over them. Goody. Naruto said, taking the scroll, his grin mirrored eerily by a smirking Hanabi.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and everywhere on my channel.